speakers of legislatures that are joining us on the virtual platform, honorable delegates of the NCOP and the National Assembly, invited guests, support staff, and our most important guest today, that is the youth, representing the youth of our country. I welcome you this morning. Good morning, Molweni, Dumalang, Sanbonani, Aksheni. It's wonderful to have you here with us today. It is really our vision that you are the trailblazers. You are the change makers of South Africa and indeed Africa as a whole. I would like to formally welcome you to this inaugural P20 Youth Parliament, a historic moment where your voice, your energy, and your ideas take center stage. Today, under the bold theme, and I quote, Youth Economic Participation, Employment, and Opportunities, Developing a Medium-Term Youth Development Agenda for South Africa's Youth, unquote. We are not just talking policy here today. We are making it personal, practical, and impactful. We have spent considerable time to design the program in a way that it becomes your platform. We believe that nothing can be done about youth matters without youth involvement. The Constitution drafted by your forefathers, your mothers, and even your grandparents have guaranteed that in anything we do, nobody should be left behind. And in this vein, no youth should be left behind. As we gather in the heart of South Africa's legislative drafting and oversight body, that is Parliament, we are sending a clear message to the nation and the world. Youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders today, and you will lead the process towards achieving the change that South Africa needs. I want to reiterate that the decisions made in this room can shape strategies, budgets, reform, and opportunities that will define the next decade. The future now lies before you to shape. I would like to take the same approach like I did for our Africa Day lecture. I put forward a challenge to you. 1, be bold in your ideas. 2, be fearless in your participation. And 3, be united in your commitment to a more inclusive, innovative, and youth-driven future. You are here because your voice matters. Let's challenge assumptions. Let's propose real, practical solutions. And above all, let's do this together with a purpose, passion, pride, and patriotism. Let's get South Africa to work. With those opening comments, I welcome you, and I say let us engage in a manner that will put South Africa first. And as you take your place as future leaders, I now welcome the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Didiza, to address us.
Co-chairpersons, Honorable Frolic and Honorable Governor, Chairperson of the NCOP in absentia, Minister Chikunga present, and other ministers and speakers who may be on the virtual platform in our respective provinces, Secretary to Parliament and the Secretariat of the two houses, our members of Parliament, the young parliamentarians who have part and parcel of planning this event today, and whom I hope will continue to engage with yourselves as we prepare for the hosting of the P20 in October this year, but starting on the 30th of October with the P20 Youth and P20 Women engagement that will give an input to the P20 Speakers Summit to be held from the 1st to the 30th of October. Today, I also want to recognize yourselves as young people of South Africa from different formations. Some of you are in political parties, some of you are in civil society, some of you are in the academy and the private sectors. So all of you are recognized, but those of you who are in our houses today, I'll give you an honor of calling you honorable members. And I hope that the members of our parties who are part of the youth caucus, even though not formalized, which I want to formalize, because we do have a women's caucus and we do need to have a multi-party youth parliamentary caucus that would have a designated time to meet in order to be able to address youth concerns in our legislation as well as in our various policies. Order. Honorable members, distinguished guests, welcome to this august house, which is an institution that crafts laws that govern our lives and the guardian that oversee executive action and hold our executive to account. This house brings to life concerns of our electorate and becomes a platform for debate in which we ensure that our society's concerns are addressed. It is in this house where our public representatives, whom we elect, ensure that the interests of all South Africans in their diversity are deliberated upon. Today, as Parliament, we have created a platform where the young peoples of our country, together with their public representatives who are part and parcel of you, come together to commemorate and honor the role that young people played in the liberation of our country. We honor their bravery. We honor their selflessness, their resilience and commitment in ending a brutal system that dehumanized a section of our society and took away the dignity of a majority of our people and delayed progress as a nation. We do so because memory is important, not only to remember, but to actually etch in our memory that this freedom did not come for free. We remember these heroes and heroines because they laid their lives in order for us who are seated here today and outside are free and have a franchise. We may not yet be economically free as we would have wanted, but I think the first step of ensuring that we can choose a people who will represent us, we can choose a government that we want, that we can stand here and deliberate about their concerns, knowing that there is no hindrance that stand before us. We remember them and their deeds in order to underscore the responsibility that who, the living, still have to fulfill in order to ensure that their fight was not in vain. Each day we remember the generation before them and after. We remember the young people who worked towards bringing the concerns of their communities to Kliptown, where the Freedom Charter was adopted 70 years ago. We remember the young people of the 40s who actually brought impetus in how our democracy can actually be brought to bear speedily. We remember the young people who actually started the End Conscription campaign to start to challenge the powers that be at the time, that why should we die in the foreign lands when we can actually sit together as South Africans and solve our problem. Each day, we remember those young people who formed part of the first democratic parliament and legislatures that laid the foundation of the institution that we're in today. Today, we also remember the consciousness that young people who led the Fees Must Fall brought in ensuring that our society and government expand the access to education and ensure that the doors of learning indeed are opened. Today, we remain conscious that it is the generation of young people that are here in this house and others who are confronted with many challenges, particularly the challenge of unemployment in our country despite completing their studies. It is for this reason that our theme today focuses on economic participation and employment. I sometimes say, others may think it was more of a challenge to bring down apartheid and colonialism. But I want to add, it is more of a challenge to rebuild. It is more of a challenge to integrate and build a society that does not look at each one of us from the prism of race, from the prism of gender, but building a non-racial, non-sexist society. It is this challenge, and particularly yourself seated here and in our legislatures, who actually bring a bridge that must now ensure that we as a people become part of a global community. It is you who face a new challenge where we must rethink the world of work. As we celebrate the importance of technology in advancing our development, it also raises particular fear about reimagining what the world of work will be. So you must never underestimate the important role that we have to play to build this new society. You must never underestimate the responsibility you carry that will make the future generation look at what you have done to build a platform for them to survive. Co-chairperson, honorable members, as we build a new society that is founded on democratic values and respect for human rights for all, we're conscious that many challenges still remain despite the progress that have been made, some of which you yourselves have been a part of. The challenge of unemployment, and in particular youth unemployment, remains a sore point in the attainment of our democratic dividend. During your deliberations today, and I would say further, you'll need to reflect on ways in which our country can grow our economy that allows for participation for all South Africans. As much as we are a part of the global community and therefore affected by geopolitical shifts, it is important that we find solutions that address our immediate challenges as a country in order to give hope to those young people who feel in the margins of our society. Economic participation, in my view, cannot be realized unless we create an enabling environment that is conducive for many to participate. We need to look at how our corporate citizens of this country, the private sector, support the transformation agenda. Maybe if I were to ask a question, which you may answer as you deliberate, are our financial institutions friendly to young entrepreneurs? Many of you, when you finish school, even if you want to start your own businesses, if you go to any of our financial institutions, be they private or even the development financial institution, the first thing they would ask you is a business plan. And the second would be to ask, what are your assets? And you've just come out of school, you've none. You don't even have, some of us, even a balance sheet of our parents, which can somehow shoulder the risk. So it doesn't matter what ideas you might have, you already meet the first blockage. The second one, a question that I would ask, and that goes also for my young members of parliament here, is the legislative framework that we put. Is it flexible enough to create a framework while at the same time becoming an enabler for young people who want to become entrepreneurs. If you want to start a company, just to register, already you must cough up some money. Doesn't matter that it's now made simpler, you can do it online, but still you have to pay. You have to pay just to reserve a name that says Togo's Kitchen. You have to, if you are participating in trading, have to actually make sure that you have got enough logistical infrastructure that can enable you to trade. There are no thresholds that says if you are a young person, it's first entry into, becoming or forming a business, at least there are these cushions that have to be put in place in order to make it easier for you. So I'm saying, unless we relook at all of those things, we may not be able to deal with the challenge that we face. But also, how do we start to become producers of the goods that we consume? What will that take in terms of the competition in the industries? Are our legislation in terms of trade and development conducive for young people? If I were to go back on my previous life, young people wanted to become farmers, even with the skills, or even with 2 cattle or a goat that they may have able to have acquired. Access to land becomes a difficulty. Either in the rural, because if you are a young woman in particular, you have to have an uncle or a brother, also go bigger kwankosi, that this is indeed my sister, ngowalapha. So the issue of equality still is an uphill. But also, even if those young people were to go to government to access land, it's not quite easy to actually be seen as the one that is eligible if you had to stand side by side noMazondi or Imina, who might have been there, they would look at me first before they look at this young Togo to say, who can we really trust her with such an asset? I was confronted 2 years ago with a situation where a young 10-year-old in Tembisa, who was very good in planting and had already started, giving some of his produce to the child welfare, said to me, can I assist with land? And I said, wait, course, where do I get a law that allows for a 10-year-old? So what I did was to give her climate smart boxes for him to utilize as part of his production. 10 of those, which I bought out of my money and said, because there was no policy that would have allowed me to actually assist, quote unquote, a child. That young person today has continued to produce, not only giving, but also selling now to compensate the income, to complement the income of the family. But also, he has been instrumental in educating his peers in the township in Tembisa where he stays, but also in his school about the importance of food security and being able to produce food for themselves. I'm raising these issues with you because there might be constraints that are so specific to young people that we may not be alive to, that we need, as we work on our legislative framework, take into consideration in order to ensure that your participation in the economy is actually better than it was for all of us. But today, as part of the global economy, as well as global society, we've decided to create this platform where we can solicit views of young people in our country as we participate in the P20 to ask ourselves, what are those issues at a global level that you as young South Africans are concerned about? How do we address the issues of solidarity and sometimes the contradiction that emerges in the global community, but at the same time, knowing how through that solidarity, we were able to attain our freedom? How do we deal with issues of sustainability in such a competitive world, where at times we have to bury, or rather carry the can of what actions of other countries have in our environment? So issues of climate action and sustainability are equally the issues that we as young people need to have a voice on, and how we mobilize those with whom we participate and engage with in the global fora to say, what is it that we need to do in order to protect our environment? If you look at the past 3 years, and I would dare say 4 years, we've started to see the real impact of climate change in our shores. Just this week, we have seen inclement weather in Eastern Cape, which has taken 49 lives, and some of those school children. We have also seen in KZN about 200 households whose roofs have been blown out for the wind, something that was never normal in the previous years in understanding our geography. Today, you never actually know whether Gauteng is Cape Town, because Gauteng's weather now behaves like what we usually know as Cape Town weather that changes every day. But that's what, climate change has brought to bear. So we cannot, as young South Africans, not factor that issue in our debate as we look at solutions for the future. Chairperson and our honorable members, I need not to remind you that the world we live in is mirrored by many issues and hardships, ranging from climate risks, trade protectionism, high levels of poverty and unemployment, as well as intensifying geopolitical tensions, to mention but a few. History has taught many of us that youth is a sacrosanct ingredient in the process of formulating sustainable solutions to the challenges that we face today. Because you as young people are dynamic, you are innovative, but also you are energetic, making you a valuable asset to champion and perceive social and economic justice in our society. But I also must qualify that young people need experience. That is why you need intergenerational, so you can't wipe us away immediately. But at the same time, to gain that experience needs active participation. I know that some of you might have wondered today why we need to make you chairpersons of the session. You cannot learn unless you become part of that experience. But also as the older generation, we need to be able to acknowledge that in that learning process, there might be some mistakes. And it is for you to be able to help you so that you can grow. Because mistakes and failures, I dare say, are part and parcel of enabling us to grow. And I do think that from where you sit, you possess the energy, but also you possess the intellect that can actually be able to change our situation. Co-chairperson, it was the youth of the 70s that took a bold step and stood against the immorality of imposing a certain language as a sole medium of instruction in schools. Today, we pride ourselves of democracy or democratic institutions like PENSA and CRR Rights Commission, which are a testament to efforts of the 1970s. And I do say that what will become important as we build this new society, it's also about learning each other's language and culture. We might have fought on an imposition on a particular language, but I think today we have a responsibility to learn each other's language and be able to appreciate what this diversity brings in its strength. It is also important for us as young people to look at how we will utilize this platform to also bring back the multiplicity of youth, some of whom who may not be here today, because they too matter. Their issues are our issues. Chairperson, one of the challenges that we continue to face in our society, it's issues of gender-based violence and violence generally. While gender-based violence, I think because of its brutality, becomes etched in our minds every day, the issue is how do we build a society that will respect and value each other's contribution. We cannot wish away the other gender because it too has a role to play. For us, it's about being able to develop means of how we can resolve tensions without resorting to violence. It is about how we can look at each other, even if we differ, but appreciate humanity in all of us. And I hope as young people, we can actually be the teachers of the old, because maybe part of that pain is much more felt, by this old generation who have experienced part of this brutality. And I think through you and the opportunities that democracy has brought of enabling you to interface, across sectors and culture, you might be able to build a country where first we see ourselves as South Africans before we can see ourselves as white, brown, black, or pink, or Xhosa Zulu. Not that those are not important, but in building a new society, we need to build a South African nation. Memory ensures that we do not forget, but memory ensures that we're able to learn from that history so that never and never again we can go back there. You're most welcome, and I'd like to wish you success in your deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, for those inspiring words as well as your words of welcome. And I'm sure you'll agree, Honorable Delegates, that the Honorable Speaker has given you food for thought in terms of the number of issues that she is aware of, and I'm sure you will place more issues on the table as the day goes on. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I know you have another engagement now and you have to rush off, but we thank you for being with us and opening this session with your kind words. And I was very happy that you used the one word that defines you amongst all South Africans: order, honorable members. You brought that into your speech. No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and we do give you leave. Honorable members, in your packs, there is a document that reads the rules governing procedures in sectoral parliaments. It should be in your packs. If it's not there, we will get it distributed to you. because it is important that you know the rules that will govern this session today, and familiarize yourself with those rules when it gets to you. I'll ask the support staff to please make sure that copies are made and distributed. I will now symbolically hand over this our chairperson the positions, and I will call upon the Honorable Kumbaka and the Honorable Mokai to take their seats here, and we will then leave this platform until later today. Thank you very much, Honorable Frolick, my co-chair. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. The Honorable Speaker in absentia, the Honorable Minister, Honorable House Chairs, and the Honorable members of the Youth Parliament, good morning. Before I hand over to the Minister, I just want to welcome you all to the session. Today we gather as young leaders, not merely to debate and deliberate, but to shape real and tangible solutions to the pressing issues we face in our communities and our country. I also want to remind you that we are here to build our today and build a shared future, which I believe we need to own. We are also mindful of the recent events that have deeply affected many of our fellow South Africans. In particular, we acknowledge the tragic national disaster in the Eastern Cape, and we extend our thoughts to those who have to rebuild their lives at this moment. Let's use this platform as a vehicle for transformation in the lives of ordinary young South Africans. And let us challenge one another today with respect and speak truth to power with integrity, because we are the power at the end of the day as young people. As the speaker has articulated, our freedom did not come easy. We are the generation that must finish what our elders started. They championed the freedom from oppression, but we must ensure our freedom from poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And I believe we can turn struggle into policy and struggle into strategy, and our protest into policies, and policies that will be implemented and that will ensure that young people in this country prosper and reach their true potential. With that being said, I now call upon the Minister of Youth, of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Minister Chikunga, to deliver a message of support. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Program Chairperson, Program Directors, our guests who are South Africa's youth. Thank you for the opportunity to share this message of support on behalf of the Ministry in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities during this first sitting of the Youth Parliament under the 7th administration, and at a time when South Africa holds the presidency of the G20. This sitting is not only national in scope, it forms part of the broader P20 process, which brings together parliaments from the G20 countries to amplify voices across sectors, including women, youth, and persons with disabilities. In this context, Youth Parliament is not peripheral. It is a core platform in the architecture of global democratic dialogue. We look forward to the participation in the days you have set aside during the P20 for engagements among young parliamentarians across the G20 countries. Given our commitment to Disability Inclusion Initiative G20 Working Group, we hope you will always lift that flag in the discussions. And here in Parliament, Honorable Speaker, please consider the resuscitation of the Disability Parliament. Co-chairpersons, we meet in a month that carries deep historical political weight, Youth Month, a time when we honor the courage of the 1976 youth and reflect on the unfinished work of generational justice. This sitting taking place within the formal structures of Parliament reminds us that democracy is not only defended through elections, it is deepened through active and inclusive participation. It is not a youth event, it is a constitutional moment, a demonstration that the voices of young people are not ornamental, but fundamental to the integrity of our democracy. Our constitution does not suggest public participation, it demands it. Today's Youth Parliament is a practical expression of that constitutional promise. It is a reminder that young people are not just the future, they are present-day stakeholders in the life of our democracy. And in our country, where over 60% of the population is under the age of 35, it is not only rational, it is just that young people are heard, respected, and reflected in the highest decision-making spaces. Too often we speak of youth as vulnerable groups, and yes, youth face intersecting crises, unemployment, exclusion, gender-based violence and femicide, climate injustice, etc. But young people are not simply vulnerable, they are valuable. They are not just a constituency in need, they are a generation in motion. They are an asset, they are an investment. Just on Wednesday, we engaged with youth from around Cape Town here in Parliament. Yesterday, we constituted youth think tank here in the Western Cape, and already we all have some work to do and report back. Ours is solution-oriented, and I invite anyone interested who is here to join our think tank or youth think tank. Across South Africa, youth are developing AI tools for education, launching agri-tech ventures, organizing climate action campaigns, expanding the creative economy, and reimagining what public service can look like. What they need is not charity, they need capital, market, connection, and trust. This is why today matters. Youth Parliament gives young people the space to present their own solutions in their own voices to those who hold the levers of policy and implementation. It is not consultation, it is co-governance. As the ministry responsible for coordination, youth development across government, we do not take lightly the mandate placed upon us. Through the medium-term development plan 2024-2029, we're embedding measurable youth development indicators across sectors, from education and employment to entrepreneurship and participation. This is not just data for the sake of it. It is how we track progress, expose inertia, and drive accountability. We're also working to institutionalize youth desks and youth focal points across all departments. At the program level, we are proud to support a series of catalytic initiatives, including, among others, the South African National Service Institute, SANSI, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, the Youth Endowment Fund. Program directors, so let us be clear. This Youth Parliament must not be a moment, it must be a movement. May your voices today echo far beyond this chamber. May they shape policies, shift power, and sharpen our democracy. I'm here not just to speak, but to listen, to learn, and to be held accountable. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those messages of support. We really appreciate you, and you are the relevant minister in the executive who must fully participate in the session. Indeed, young people to the front, as we can see as well with my co-chair. Honorable members and delegates, to take the proceedings forward, I just want to acknowledge members of the executive who are also on the virtual platform. We've got deputy ministers on the virtual platform, as well as ministers who are following the proceedings. To take the program forward, we've got our second speaker, who's also going to give a message of support, is Ms. Lisoleto Jacobs, who is Ms. Teenager Universe Africa. Let us give her a welcome to the podium.
Greetings, distinguished guests, esteemed parliamentarians, and fellow young leaders. It is my great honor to be invited to such an amazing and prestigious event that celebrates and acknowledges the youth of South Africa. Today, we gather here with the shared vision for a brighter future driven by the power of youth. My name is Lisoleta Jacobs, Miss Teenager Universe Africa 2024 Our Training Queen. And I've witnessed the potential of young people in South Africa to shape change. Now, empowering youth for a sustainable future resonates so deeply as we recognize that our generation holds the key to unlocking innovative solutions, driving economic growth, and promoting social justice. 6 pivotal sub-themes that will shape the future of our nations and our continent includes inclusive economic growth, where we can restructure economies to benefit all, addressing oligopolies and promoting fair competition. This will create opportunities for entrepreneurship, innovation, and job creation. Industrialization and employment is important because supporting industrial development creates jobs and opportunities for many youth. By investing in the industries that drive growth, we can reduce many unemployment and stimulate economic progress. Meaningful youth engagement, where young people must be given such opportunities and have a seat at the table, shaping global and national policies. Our voices, perspectives, and ideas are crucial in driving change and ensuring that policies are responsive to our needs. Inclusive social development promotes social inclusion, reducing inequality and ensuring that everyone thrives. By addressing social injustices and promoting equal opportunities, we can build a more equitable society. African development, where we can collaborate to align with African Union's Agenda 2063, driving continental progress. Now, this ambitious plan can outline a future of prosperity, peace, and development for Africa, and we must work together to make that happen. Universal access to education is the most fundamental right. Let's advance access to higher education for all. By investing in education, we can equip young people with skills, knowledge, and competencies needed to drive innovation and growth. As I stand on behalf of the youth of South Africa and advocate for youth empowerment, young leaders, we have a unique opportunity to shape the future of our continent. Let's work together to drive innovation and entrepreneurship, foster partnerships and collaborations, promote social justice and equality, empower marginalized communities to build a brighter future for all. Let's make our voices heard, leveraging our unique perspectives and experiences. We will learn from each other, share our ideas, and build partnerships that will last a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lisoleta Jacobs, for those encouraging words. Indeed, the future is bright. And we are not asking for a seat at the table. Indeed, we are building new tables. We are here to build new tables led by a generation that is ready to lead with clarity and courage. So your words have definitely echoed and enhanced our conversation that we are attempting to have today. I will then call upon Mr. Michael Daniel Bam, who is the Cape Town Junior Mayor, to provide his message of support. Thank you.
Major.
Oh. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Members of Parliament, Secretary to Parliament, fellow youth leaders and delegates, fellow scholars, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Firstly, I'd just like to say, please do forgive me if I stumble a little bit. I have never been so nervous in my entire life. Wow. So good morning. I stand before you today with deep gratitude, not only as the Junior Mayor of Cape Town, but also as a proud member of South Africa's youth. Today, we gather not for spectacle or symbolism, but to give shape to the future. The theme before us, youth economic participation, employment, and opportunities, is more than just words. It is the heartbeat of millions of young South Africans. This gathering is a critical moment within South Africa's historic G20 presidency, a chance for our nation to lead the world, not just in economic policy, but in justice and hope. The world is watching us. But let me be clear, far more crucially, our peers are watching us. The unemployed graduate waiting at home, the child who walks into a classroom hungry, the learner denied access to quality education, the matriculant with potential but no funds for university. These are not abstract issues. These are real lives, real futures, and real stakes. They are watching. We refuse to be called the leaders of tomorrow, while unemployment, inequality, and exclusion define our today. The truth is, if we are truly the leaders of tomorrow, then we must begin to lead today. Why wait for the future when the future is already here? We are ready to step up, to take responsibility, and to shape the world now, not later. This is no time for empty promises or surface-level talk. Instead, we need a youth development agenda that doesn't just check boxes, but breaks down walls. An agenda that unlocks the potential of every single young person in this country. So I want to ask all of us today to really think about this. Have we truly created economic growth that includes every young person? Is our industrial development creating real, lasting jobs and giving young people the skills they need to thrive? Are young people being engaged in meaningful ways, or are too many voices still being left out? Do our social policies acknowledge the invisible battles that many face, whether mental health challenges, chronic illness, or the long and daunting shadow of our country's history? These are not just questions to answer today. They are challenges to hold ourselves accountable to, not just as politicians or leaders, but as a nation that truly cares about its youth and its future. To my fellow young leaders in this chamber, know this: there is absolutely no such thing as the perfect moment, the perfect plan, or the perfect conditions to begin. Waiting for the stars to align is how change is delayed. It's how progress is delayed. We are the generation that starts where we are, with what we have, and with who we are. And that is by far more than enough to begin shaping the world we want to live in. To honorable members and presiding officers, thank you for this platform. But let us commit to making this youth parliament not a one-time event, but a living, breathing institution where young people are embedded in policy, governance, and global conversations. Let this moment be a turning point, where words become action, where hope begins to take shape, and where youth inclusion moves from beyond a distant goal to a living reality. Because if South Africa is going to lead the G20 with courage and conviction, it must first lead its own youth with justice and resolve. So let the work begin. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Mayor of Cape Town. Nguye uMajoro wethu ke loyo. Siyabulela kakhulu Majoro, and I think what I took from the presentation by the junior mayor, the future is now. We are always been told that you are the leaders of tomorrow, but uMajoro, you are the leaders of now. And we thank you very much for those kind words. Honorable delegates and fellow young people, I just want to mention that on the virtual platform, we've got about 114 participants, and they are drawn from across civil society, they are from academia, they represent youth formations on the virtual platform. So Masiaba acknowledge nabo banathi namhlanje, and they're also participating in the session. Our co-chairing draws to an end. We've got two other colleagues, one from the NCOP and one from the NA, who will take us through the next session. And the next session is a strategic insights and analysis. We've got presenters from government institutions as well as other entities who are going to assist us taking forward this session. Thank you very much, Honorable Kumbacha, for chairing the session with me. I'm now going to call Honorable Zondo, who's gonna co-chair, and I don't see Honorable Chirwa Mpongose, who's supposed to co-chair the session as well. All right, without further ado, over to Honorable Mpongose, and let us have fruitful engagements. Thank you very much.
No, guys, we've got an event on Monday.
We're running a counter.
If that you can be sure. We're not debating case and that's the thing, Monday. Of course, because of 60.
Order, members.
But can you wait also? What's happening?
What's happening?
Order. Shikwamban,
Don't abuse.
what have I done? Okay, what have I done now? No. Yes? What's wrong now? No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson, House Chairperson, Honored Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honored Minister of Women, Youth and People with Disability, Honourable Speaker in her absentia, honourable members of Parliament, the young leaders of this country, honoured delegates who are representing South Africans. I greet you in this time of the day. I see hands of members. I don't know what happened. Let me give you members to hear what you're about to say because we're about to start this session.
Chair, the mic is on. Can you please switch it off? This one.
You wanted to say that? Okay, thank you.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I heard when we started that we are going to be provided with rules. I haven't received rules yet, and then I would not want to go beyond the jurisdictional behavior of Parliament. So I propose that because not all of us will be inclined or familiar with rules, we request that rules have been made available, and then we therefore utilize them to guide us so that we are able to assist others. Thank you very much, and nice attire, Chair. Thanks.
No, thanks. I think they are sorting it out because I think we need rules on the House, and they were supposed to be on our table before we came here, but they think that they're going to make them available on the tables. I thought this thing that I come with from KZN. I always, when I get to sit in the chair, the person that I'm supposed to sit with just get lost. So now, don't know why they've replaced a person that I was supposed to sit with. What is it now?
The first issue, you are saying the rules will be provided. They are busy dealing with that. Who's doing that so that we can make follow-up? Can you please tell us who's arranging those rules to come? And then the second issue, there's no one who ran away. We have spoken to the people who are running this program. The Honorable Naledi Chirwa is arriving. Wait, she will join you there.
So members, please, we have a long day. Can we continue with the business of the day, please?
Now.
I know, I think I'll say that we must switch off cameras because I know members sometimes get into this thing because they want to be seen. You know, stop what you are doing, members, all the members.
Chairperson, I'm on the hybrid. Can I speak?
Okay, other members, let's continue with the business of the day. I'm about to call Mr. Soli Maloi, the acting DDG of Statistics, to come forward and give us a statistic overview of youth development.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Solomulai. I'm a statistician by profession. I'm here to share with you, colleagues, the state of the youth in South Africa. I'm here to narrate the story through a statistical lens. Please, let's go through this journey because I'm going to share with you where we are in terms of development in regard to youth. Can we fly the presentation, please? Thank you so much. Let's go to the next slide. Let's start at the beginning. How many are we in South Africa? We are sitting around 63 million of us. The population is growing around 1.3%. Let's go to the next slide. The minister spoke about this slide. Colleagues, there is about 2.8 million youth in South Africa. If you combine with the children, we're sitting around 38 million. When you look at the proportions, it means that the population, about 60% of the population is below 35 years. We already said that we want to build the new tables. The power is in the youth. The numbers are saying that. However, if you go to the next slide, you see that we still have some challenges. Where if you go to Home Affairs and you look at the number of, I'm going to skip some of the slides, colleagues, because of the time. This slide is just indicating to you that there is a number of youth-headed households in South Africa and it's been increasing over time. We are now sitting around 4.7 million of households that are led by youth. If you go to the next slide, which is the slide that I wanted to talk to, which I think as we are discussing today, we also need to take into account what is happening in our society. If you look at the number of young mothers who gave birth aged between 10 and 19, if you look at the proportions, out of all the beds that were occurred in our hospitals, they range between 11% and 12%. These are some of the challenges, colleagues, that we have to discuss as we're discussing the challenges that are facing youth. Let's keep the slides. Let's go to the slides that talks to the living arrangements because we have to understand how the living arrangement, the next slide, talking about if you look at the living arrangement of children, you'll notice that nationally 45.5% of children live with their mothers only. And I know statistics is not a favorite subject in schools and in universities. So if you look at the brown color or the gray color, it shows you those who indicated that they don't live with either a mother or a father. And again, you look at the provinces, Eastern Cape, KZN, and Limpopo are leading in terms of the proportions. Our two economic hub provinces that are sitting below, which is Gauteng and Western Cape, you see that the proportions of those who said they lived with both parents, the proportions are quite high. The next slide talks to the issues around education. As we were preparing this presentation, we were requested that we really need to look at issues around education. And as you see, if you look at the slide, starting from the left-hand side, where we're talking about the preschools, and you also go to your secondary school, you see that there is a universal access to primary school and secondary school. Where we're still having a challenge is when you get to the post-matric. You see that with the proportions, they're still quite low. Also, there's a big block at the corner on the right-hand side of the slides that said not in education or training. This is still a challenge in South Africa, and the next slide will demonstrate that. If you now look at the actual age of educational institutions between those who are between 15 and 24, you could clearly see that not in education or training, it increased with age, starting from 17 as you go to age 24. This is still a challenge. And I think today, as we are debating, we have to come up with some solution that talks to this. The next slide is a slide that personally, the SG always tell me that we shouldn't be emotional as statisticians, but this one, it hits home. If you look at the reasons why some of our young ones are not attending school, and you look at maybe when you compare male and female, for females, female commitment, it became one of the reasons that was cited the highest. This family commitment, what does it mean? It means that if there's someone in the household who's sick, and we have a boy child and a girl child, we are most likely to request a girl child to stay home and assist. This is also a challenge that we have to think about it, colleagues, as we are debating these challenges. Let's skip these slides and let's go to the slides that talks to the labor market. And I think Statistical has been in the news recently in terms of how we're measuring unemployment. I can assure you, unemployment in South Africa is not 10%. We are sitting at 32.9 in terms of our official unemployment. Let's go to the next slides to try and unpack these numbers, looking at the youth. If you look at in terms of the age, colleagues, if you ask me what is the phase of unemployment in South Africa, it's in two phases, youth and Black African women. We are still having a challenge in terms of understanding our youth. And these numbers are already telling us unemployment rate, where we're sitting, absorption rate, and also the participation rate. The next slide demonstrates this point that I've made in terms of looking at the youth. Is still remaining high over the past decade. As we are moving towards 2030, and we just celebrated our 30th year of democracy, unemployment is still a challenge in South Africa. And this is still official unemployment rate. It's not an expanded one, where we are taking into account discouraged job seekers. If you look at the proportions for youth, which is 15 to 34, we are sitting about 46.1% unemployment. Can we go to the next slide, which demonstrates what's happening within the provinces? If you take unemployment rate and you look at whether youth are participating in an economy to get absorbed into labor market, you see provinces like Western Cape has got the highest when you come into labor force participation. And hence, when you look at the unemployment rate as a province, it's quite low. And you could see the other provinces where they are sitting, especially your Northwest and your Eastern Cape. The next slide talks to the discouraged job seekers. Out of the 3.5 million jobs work seekers, 2 million of them are youth. Let me repeat this. Out of 3.5, 2 million are youth. Basically, what it means is that most of the discouraged job seekers are youth. That is a challenge that we need to also discuss today to say, how are we going to make sure that the youth are become part of the production means? Let's go to the next slide, which is the slide that we are tracking as Statistics South Africa, which is quite also challenging because this slide says that we do have a lot of youth that are not in education, they're not in training, they are not even employed. We call this group NEET. We are sitting about 3.8 million out of the 10.3 of young ones who are not in education who are not in training and they are not even employed. It is a challenge, colleagues, that we also have to discuss. Let's skip the next slide. Let's go to a slide that talks to the employment by industries and occupations. Because the question is that those who are employed as youth, which industries are they employed? And you could see from the right-hand side, we're talking about trade, community and social services, and finance. And on the other side of the slide, the occupations, elementary jobs, sales, clerks. As you go down the list, you see that the manager and professions for youth, one will hope that it should be at the top. If today we're building a new society and we're saying the future of the youth is today, which occupations are the youth occupying? Let's go to the next slide. The next slide talks about the issue of giving the youth an opportunity to acquire experience. The data is actually saying that. If you look at the data that we've been tracking for over the past 10 years, it shows that those without experience, they are most likely to struggle to get into the job market. And those with experience, they are more likely to be employed. And the numbers are showing that in terms of the youth. We really need to create a space for youth to have access to experience. Chair, I know that I'm left with about 3 minutes. Let's go to the next slide that talks about informal sector, because it was a discussion that happened this week. And it's a discussion that I also had with the speaker while she was around, that status say we don't measure informal sector, we do. And informal economy have shown over the years that it is a lifeblood of economy of South Africa. We are sitting about 1.9 million South Africans who are running non-VAT registered business. If you go to the next slide, which talks to the youth. However, when you look at the age and specifically to youth, you see that compare with 2001 and in 2023, few youth were running informal businesses. There was already this morning about how are we going to ensure that the youth have access to resources that can able to help them to run their own businesses. The next slide, which going to be my last slide because of the time, is the issue around understanding the income gaps. Also understanding the expenditure that are happening within the household. And we are going to overlay that discussion with the access to social grant. Let's go to this slide where we're looking about the average annual households. You could see that if you overlaid with the population group, the Black Africans, they are still far below the national averages. And you could see that if you took the income within the household, you take the expenditure within the household for Black African, they are almost close to each other. The white-headed household, they're earning 5 times more than the Black African head household. This is 15 to 24 head of the household. Let's go to the next slide. This slide demonstrates that if you take the same indicators and you're looking at it in terms of education, those with no schooling, they are mimicking almost the same pattern, similar to the previous slide. And those with tertiary education, if you look at the expenditure and vis-a-vis their income and household, they are quite different to those with no schooling. The next slide talk about the youth specifically benefited from the social grant. We have seen an increase, whether you look at it from the household perspective, whether you look at it from the individual. And you'll see that the gray bar, we're trying to demonstrate that this increase started to grow significantly so immediately during or after COVID-19, and it's been driven by the SRDs. And you see that it has increased over time. The next slide, I've tried to bring this message home. To conclude my presentation, I already told you that almost 60% of the population is youth. I've told you that the face of unemployment is youth. I've already told you that there is some challenges when you're looking at the girl child and the boy child in the household. I already tell you that the living conditions or the living arrangement within the household, very few children are living with both parents. I've also tell you that the youth are benefiting significantly so in terms of the social grant. This slide is also telling you that if you compare 2019 and now 2024, and particularly if you look at the age 18, you start realizing that the red bar is starting to increase. It's driven by the SRDs. And that is the reason why we're seeing more and more youth are benefiting from the social grant. Chair, my time is done. Can I conclude here, please? The presentation is available. I couldn't go through all the slides. Ka leboga.
Thank you, Mr. Moloi. Good morning, honorable members and distinguished guests. My name is Councillor Lakisele, representing South African Local Government Association Youth Commission, and I'll be co-chairing this session. I want to give words of appreciation to Mr. Moloi. Your presentation is not just the statistics, but it's the reality, lived reality of many young people who live in our local municipalities. We'll move to the next segment of our program and call to the podium the National Planning Commission, which will be represented by Ms. Phumzile Chifunyise and Dr. Tsepo Fela. Honorable members, let's welcome them.
Morning. I think I need a sash and a crown so that I can also get a standing ovation. When I grow up, I'll also get there. Dumelang Sambonani. Good morning, honorable members. All protocols have been observed. And a special greeting to all the young people that we are having the pleasure of being in the same room as both physically as well as online. In today's crucial discussion, we'll be speaking about the economic participation and advancement and reshaping of young people in the economy, as well as in job, employment, and labor transition opportunities in the country. My name is Phumzile Chifunyise. I am a commissioner at the National Planning Commission, and I'm joined by fellow commissioners, Commissioner Tsepo Fela, Commissioner Mone Mostert, and I'd also like to apologize for some of our other commissioner members who could not have been here in person today, Commissioner Pele and Commissioner Naidu. We are extremely honored and excited to be amongst your midst today. And I think the previous speakers have spoken about the context in which young people are operating and existing in the country, both from a statistics perspective, but also geopolitically and economically as well, as we heard. But I think also we are recognizing the consciousness of young people that we saw almost a year today, where we saw a pushback of young people in Kenya against proposed tax regimes. So as an organization that is not necessarily in government, as the National Planning Commission, we are here today to propose suggestions and global benchmarked solutions and of how we are envisioning reshaping the participation of young people. And we've benchmarked these against various models globally from countries such as Brazil, India, Indonesia, across the continent, Kenya, Tunisia, Senegal, but also in South Africa as well. And I think that's something that should not be underestimated. It's something that we should not overlook as we go forth to identify global models of practice. I'm hoping that the presentation can be flighted as well, so we can all follow at the same page. Our presentation is going to briefly touch on introducing ourselves or yourselves to the National Planning Commission. We'll touch on our approach to youth development and how we are looking at integrating youth development within the National Development Plan, and particularly looking at the priorities and indicators of youth across the various chapters of the National Development Plan. And most importantly, we have identified about 6 or so proposals that have come from various global models, all encompassed on economic participation of youth, looking at various sectors, but also integration into labor transitions and how we can also monitor and ensure implementation of those proposals. So just a brief background, and I'm hoping that the slides can follow my flow. Yes, here we are. So just a brief background, we are the National Planning Commission and we are the custodians of the National Development Plan. And it is not a government institution, but it is an independent body that is faced with the task of providing advisory and evidence-based research to government and in fact, all members of society, because as we know, the National Development Plan is a document that is co-created by all members of society. And so we do that from an evidence-based perspective across the economy, across the social sector and governance as well. How we are approaching youth development as the National Planning Commission is that currently we are seeing that the NDP recognizes youth as a cross-cutting demographic, which is fantastic. However, in the past, we've seen that it does not necessarily take into consideration some of the evolving context that young people are faced with. So our integration of youth and our approach as the third National Planning Commission is to integrate youth across all sectors of the economy and society in all chapters of the National Development Plan. So whether we're talking about from an economic and formal and informal sector perspective, how many of the jobs that we are intending to create, of the 24 million jobs that we're looking to create by 2030 are owned and led by youth, whether we're talking about it from a social perspective, spatial planning, the transformation of rural and urban planning, how many of those title deeds are being held by young people, all the way to safe communities, every aspect of the 13 chapters of the National Development Plan. As an organization or as an institution, we are looking to integrate and have that being led by young people. One of the interventions that we've been busy with at the National Planning Commission is to diagnose as to where exactly is the advancement and the development of youth across, for example, the various ecosystem players that are strengthening youth development across the country. We're finding that there is lots of activity with regards to skills development and in creating economic generating opportunities for young people. However, there's very little mechanisms to track all of those interventions across the country. So we've gone and done a mapping of those ecosystem players to exactly find out who is doing what and how that can be amplified and scaled up. The second process that we have done is that we've consulted with civil society to benchmark best practice approaches and catalytic approaches and programs that we can amplify for them to be the national programs of the future where youth opportunities and economic participation opportunities can be strengthened. We've also had consultations with the various NDP chapter leads to identify challenges and opportunities in the various sectors that they are leading to advance the National Development Plan. I think the most important thing that we are doing when we are interrogating how we can best advance national youth development in the country through the NDP is to look at the 3 key policies where youth are being entrenched: the MTDP, the National Youth Policy, as well as the Integrated Youth Development Strategy. And our ambition is to create a diagnostic and a benchmarking tool so that when the next iteration of the National Development Plan, then we have got an evidence base to understand where are the challenges, where are the pockets of excellence, and how we can best improve youth integration across policy instruments. what has been a positive a highlight that we've identified through this diagnostic process of the various youth policies that we have is that there seems to be alignment through these three policy instruments. However, there is opportunities to improve, and I think the biggest points of improvement lie in monitoring and evaluation as we embark on implementation, and having key champions at a national parliament level to make sure that all of these targets that we set across these policies are being implemented accordingly. I'll then hand over to my colleague who will take us through some of these proposals.
Good morning, colleagues. As my colleague has spoken, I'm just gonna go through quickly some of the interventions that we want to propose in dealing with the youth crisis here. But I must first say that I'm happy to be here. I hope I make it on TikTok as well. I see another place. So firstly, on the youth employment opportunities, we as the NPC are saying, you know what, we have an unemployment problem. Yes, we acknowledge, and perhaps we should start looking at exporting our labor and looking at global initiatives in which we can take our labor and our youth and gear them to export this labor into different countries. We are far from solving the problem of unemployment. And perhaps then we should look at the different markets in which our skills and our labor can be exported. We are also saying we can do with the youth employment accelerators. Currently, we have the youth.mobi initiative in which we match skills to opportunities that exist in the market, but we can intensify those efforts. So that especially the youth in rural areas, townships, and so forth, have access to these opportunities. Youth employment zones, we do have SEZs that are currently run, but in order to foster innovation, we could create concentrated youth initiatives in employment zones that would primarily be focused on jobs of the future, would primarily be focused on innovation, technology, and your fourth industrial revolution and AI and things like that. So we also came up with the idea that sector master plans. We need to sort of create a voice or an opportunity for the youth to be able to influence policy. We do have the NYDA, we do have a few other channels where the youth can participate, but we need to be intentional with it. We need to understand where the youth stands. We need to give them a voice. They need to influence policy as we make it. So we cannot have a conversation about the youth without the youth in the room. And so and so in the funding models that we have through the government institutions, we need to be specific with youth-owned companies and startups. We need to create funds and be able to fund startups that are specifically for youth, that are specifically for innovation, that are specific for job creation and employment. And so, looking at the different countries, like my colleague has said, Kenya, the US, Nigeria, they've been quite intentional with youth. They've been quite intentional with how they fund the youth. And so we need to adopt the same mentality. Of course, we, as a country, are going through a youth bulge where, the majority of the population is youth, and we cannot have the majority of the population unemployed and suffering. So we need to be quite intentional in that and create these policies we do have, future jobs. We do have economies that are emerging, and we also need to then place the youth in these economies. For example, your green economy, social economy, and digital economies. We need to be quite intentional in placing these, because at the end of the day, when these economies uptake, the youth will be the ones that are particularly participating in them. And so we need to create these models that will fund the startups within these economies. With that, the NPC has then made some recommendations that we will put forward. For the sake of time, I will just go through three of them. We are saying that we need to adopt a presidential youth development compact and to coordinate all of these efforts. So there needs to be a task team that will coordinate all these efforts for youth. We need to prioritize intergovernmental coordination and youth-led implementations. And we are saying we need to mobilize public, private, and international partners in resourcing the agenda, including prioritizing existing catalytic programs. So we ought to then create a space where all of these efforts are coordinated from the ministerial department all the way to civil society, in which all of these efforts are coordinated, so that then we can track them and build, come 5 years from now, we can say, okay, this is the difference that we've made. These are the initiatives, and this is what we have achieved. With that, colleagues, let me thank you.
Thank you very much to the National Planning Commission in appreciating their presentation as well. Taking notes that this intervention began 15 years ago, and today we still engage on integration of young people on the National Development Plan. We will move to the next presentation from Budgeting for Youth Priorities. And I would like to take this opportunity to call Dr. Mbaba to come and make a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the presiding officers. Good morning to all delegates. Good morning to the Honorable Speaker in absentia. Good morning to the House Chairpersons, distinguished members of Parliament, Cabinet Minister Chikwangwe. Good morning, fellow delegates. Good morning. My name is Nombeko Mbava. I am the chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. Today, I will be speaking to you, delegates, on youth economic participation, employment, and opportunities. As I present this topic to you, what we want to do as the FFC, the Financial and Fiscal Commission, is to examine with you the critical challenges facing South African youth in the labor market, and also to present to you some of our evidence-based recommendations that we have made with regards to the issues of youth unemployment. If I can have my agenda, yes, it's in there. So on my agenda today, I will focus on key areas. First, I'll just give you a brief outline of the role of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. Then I'll also highlight some of the key relevant points which were raised by the President in his State of the Nation address regarding youth unemployment. Thirdly, I'm going to contextualize youth unemployment in South Africa with the current data that we have, supporting what Stats SA has already given to us. Then I'll also explore how our intergovernmental fiscal relations system relates to youth unemployment. I will also look at how government spending on skills development through SETAs has actually worked and what impact it has had. I'll also look at our research findings as FFC on youth unemployment. And finally, I will outline the Commission's recommendation for addressing this crisis. The next slide, please, slide 3. Just to contextualize briefly, what is the FFC? Why is the FFC critical in this debate? So the constitutional framework outlines that we have a financial and fiscal commission, which is a constitutional institution established under Chapter 13 of our Constitution. We make recommendations to Parliament, to provincial legislatures, and other authorities on crucial fiscal matters, including equitable revenue shares, government guarantees, provincial and municipal taxes, and loan arrangements. Importantly, and this is very critical, all legislation in these areas may only be enacted after our recommendations as the FFC have been considered. So therefore, this gives the Commission significant influence when it comes to shaping our fiscal policies that affects youth employment. The next slide, slide 4. Slide 4 essentially talks about what is the criteria that we use as the FFC when we make our recommendations. So when we make our recommendations, we are essentially guided by the Constitution. We must consider that there are 10 specific criteria there, which includes considering the national interest of the country. We must look at the national debt obligations, the need of all the three spheres of government, and also must ensure that the municipalities and the provinces have the fiscal capacity to implement their mandates. If we move on to slide 5. On slide 5, I want to talk about some of the key areas that the President highlighted in his State of the Nation address when he was talking about the vision for the future, where we are moving as South Africa. So the President Ramaphosa then reaffirmed that we are still committed as South Africa to the Freedom Charter's vision. He also highlighted that the medium-term development plan identifies 3 strategic priorities, which include inclusive growth, job creation as one of the key factors. Specifically, when it comes to youth unemployment, the President highlighted a few things. He said that Public Procurement Act, the regulations thereof will be fast-tracked because these will benefit youth-owned businesses. He also celebrated about 235,000 work opportunities that were created through the National Pathway Management Network. And he also called on businesses as well to utilize the SA Youth.mobi platform, which has 4.5 million registered young people at the time. When we move to slide 6, where we look at the youth demographics, this slide presents a pyramid which compares 1996 and 2022 census data. South Africa's youth is defined as individuals aged between 15 to 34 years, comprising just over 1/3 of our population. That's about 21 million young people out of 62 million people in total. The demographic shows a slight female majority at 50.1%. So we have more women than we have men, just slightly. This represents both our greatest resource and our greatest challenge, as we must create meaningful economic opportunities for this substantial population segment. If If we move swiftly to slide 7. Here we are looking at provincial youth unemployment rates. What is the provincial picture looking like? So the data reveals a deeply concerning trend. National youth unemployment has increased from 36.8% in 2014 to 45.5% in 2024. Most provinces exceed the national rate, with Northwest having an unemployment rate of 53.2%, Free State having 52.1% unemployment rate, and Mpumalanga having 50%, being the worst affected provinces. Particularly alarming is Limpopo, where unemployment nearly doubled from 24 to 47%. Even Gauteng, our economic hub, saw youth unemployment rise from 35.2% to 48.9%, contradicting explanations that blame rurality alone. Moving on to slide 8, where we look at discouraged youth by province and gender. The slide shows you a horizontal bar where it shows both male and female who are discouraged. The data on discouraged youth reveals shifting gender dynamics. So in 2014, female youth were more likely to be discouraged than males, but by 2024, this pattern reversed. Male discouraged youth increased marginally from 11.1% to 11.2%, while female discouraged youth declined from 11.7% to 10.5%. Gauteng and the Western Cape show the largest increase in both male and female discouraged youth, suggesting that the Western Cape's apparent improvement in youth unemployment may actually reflect increased discouragement rather than genuine job creation. In terms of slide 9, the next slide, where we look at interprovincial migration patterns, what we see on this slide is a horizontal bar chart, which shows the net migration flows, the number of people moving away from the provinces, right? From 2016 to 2021. The migration patterns reveal significant population movements. Approximately 865,000 individuals moved to Gauteng and 317,000 to the Western Cape, while about 300,000 left the Eastern Cape and 162,000 left Limpopo. This migration, driven by searches for better services and job opportunities, contributes to the concentration of discouraged youth in certain provinces. This highlights the need for improved infrastructure, stable electricity and water supply, and conducive business environments across all provinces to create employment opportunities where young people live. Moving on to the next slide, slide 10, where we look at youth unemployment by educational attainment. Here we have a pie chart comparing 2014 and 2024 unemployment by educational level. Contrary to conventional wisdom that more education alone solves unemployment, our data shows concerning trends. The proportion of unemployment youth with less than matric decreased from 55 to 43%, while those with matric unemployment increased from 37 to 46%. Graduate unemployment tripled from 1 to 3%. This suggests that as youth gain their qualifications, they become more reluctant to accept level jobs in agriculture, manufacturing, or even services. Therefore, we need to shift policy focus from purely educational attainment to practical on-the-job training and skill work transitions. In terms of moving on to slide number 11, where we look at the IGFR system and the vertical division of revenue, This slide shows that our intergovernmental fiscal relations system affects youth unemployment through revenue allocation mechanism. The division of revenue bill determines how nationally raised revenue is distributed. Provincial equitable share formula introduced in 1998 following the FFC recommendations allocates provincial revenue based largely on population, but it doesn't capture youth unemployment dynamics. While this system therefore has remained stable, it does not specifically address employment creation. Therefore, it represents a gap in our fiscal architecture. Moving on to slide number 12, where we look at the provincial equitable share. This is the allocation that is being made through the budget process to the provinces. The provincial equitable share formula uses 6 components. Essentially, it looks at education, at health, poverty, the economic activity in the provinces, and other factors. While the provincial equitable share funds social services that develop skilled youth, it doesn't directly incorporate unemployment dynamics or even earmark funds for job creation. For example, Gauteng received 20.9% of provincial allocation, largely due to population and economic activity. But this does not address its 48.9% youth unemployment rate. Moving on to slide 13, the local equitable share formula. The local government equitable share formula provides unconditional transfers to municipalities so that they can be able to do service delivery. This is based on the number of people at the local government level, the poverty levels, and also the service delivery cost. So while the local government equitable share enables crucial infrastructure development that can indirectly create jobs, the formula itself does not directly incorporate local youth unemployment dynamics or explicitly allocate funds for job creation initiative. Therefore, this represents another gap in our fiscal system as a response to youth unemployment. Moving on to slide 14, where we look at how much government has spent in terms of learning and culture. Despite increased financial commitments to learning and culture, reaching nearly 3 billion rand in 2025, youth unemployment continues to rise during this period. This disjuncture between investment in youth preparation and actual employment outcomes signals that our current policy approach centered on learning and culture may not effectively translate into desired economic outcome. And then I want to move to the next slide, which just speak about the SETAs and how effective the SETAs have been. The sector education and training authorities, their expenditure grew at an average rate of about 6.7% between 2013 and 2023. So these SETAs, there are about 21 organizations. They are supposed to support workplace-based learning across key economic sectors. However, this increased funding for skills development has unfortunately not resulted in significant reductions in youth unemployment. This therefore raised questions about how effective are the SETAs in terms of their program effectiveness and also the alignment with labor market demands. And then swiftly, as I move on to the slide 16.
As we conclude, Honorable Doctor, thank you.
Yes, as I conclude, Chair, I wanted to just move maybe to skip some of the slides. Maybe if I can move to the recommendation of the FFC to slide number 19, which is important for me. So we made some recommendations with regard to how we allocate the budget process. We said that our first key recommendation is to systematically increase the proportion of gross fiscal capital expenditure So right now, Chair, what we do in the budget, we spend a lot of money on consumption, and we are recommending as a commission that we shift that expenditure towards capital investment. I will share some of the slides, Chair, with the colleagues, but the important thing as I move to the last slide, slide 23.
Let's give Dr. Mbamba a round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah, your time has expired. No, thank you very much. Let me also thank Dr. Mbamba. Take this opportunity to appreciate being given the platform at this highest level in our country, in the NCOP. We are particularly humbled in the 49th anniversary of the Youth Month, that when we live here, young people would move from being discouraged to encouraged, and would move from being hopeless to hopeful. Dr. Mbamba touched on a critical part of her presentation relating to the review on the white paper on local government in terms of the Distribution of Revenue Act, the DORA Act, and equitable share. And I hope that the lawmakers in this platform would help us to arrive to a particular conclusion that is beneficial to our communities, our society, and particularly our sector, which is local government. Thank you, House Chair and Honorable Minister.
Now, as we wrap up now this our part, thanks to the presentation, but I want to give it to you, young people of this country. This presentation are meant to be questioned, to be challenged. You mean to give a flash, give your ideas on them, and not just presented to be heard. To say that we heard that there's this and that is happening. One of the presentation here is to say we are far from changing the ratio of unemployment. And I think as young people of this country, we need to give our concern on that one, to say, no, we can't be far. What are we doing to change the status quo? Is that we have done everything that we can do to change? You know, so it's up to you to give us something to talk about when we go back to portfolios. And I'm happy that the speaker has answered the question to say, as Parliament, we have a women caucus. Why we don't have youth caucus? Because we have many members of who are young. And for the fact that today I said that we are going to establish that, then all your input will come to that caucus so that we'll make sure that they are championed and they are changing the status quo of our country and our challenges that we are facing. Represent the people that we are here to represent, be the voice of the voiceless. Make sure that after today, we have something to discuss about young people and their challenges in the society. Thank you very much for this session. I will welcome Honorable Mananiso to come forward with Honorable Peterson to chair this session. Thanks.
Good morning, honorable members, honorable colleagues, and our guests today, and the honorable minister. Now our session is an interesting one. We're dealing with civil organization, and all of us would know, if you are an activist, these people are the extension branch of lobbying and advocacy in terms of government issues, be it on formulation, development, and as well implementation. So it is critical that we listen and gear up as young people. I've heard most of the speakers, they were indicating that young people are the now, the present, and the current. So in our discussion, we need to reflect that thing that we are the now, the present, and the current. I want to as well welcome my co-chair here from the NA, National Assembly. I'm from the NCOP. NCOP is the National Council of Provinces. So I'm there as the chair and as well the whip of Gauteng. You can introduce yourself, ma'am.
Greetings, honorable members, speaker, minister, members of the executive, members of the public, our honorable members of the day. I am Jasmine Peterson, representing the Patriotic Alliance. I am the youngest member in the NA. And just before we go into the session, I would like to say, as young people, we will continue to say that we have seen way too many dreams die prematurely. We have seen candles being blown out, and we have seen how tables can be turned. We are the now. We are here, and we are certainly not asking for a seat at the table anymore. We are building our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Let me just put a disclaimer. Youth by height, but not age. So I don't want to be TikToked that I'm above 35, therefore. So you would understand the state of NCOP. The state of NCOP, you can't question it. It's by the rules. So I've been delegated to actually drive this process in terms of representing youth issues. As I said, now we're going to get a presentation from Ms. E. Seshwana, Deputy General Secretary of South African Youth Council. I was asking one of their members to say, does this Youth Council still exist? We will hear in terms of the presentation, because we understand that they are playing oversight and accountability in terms of youth issues. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Let me correct this. My name was wrongly spelled and I think it's unparliamentary. My name is Setswana Chabedi. Remember that name. So let me also borrow from the already established protocol and say, all protocol observed. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow South Africans. I would, program director, not want to experience what was done to the good doctor, because I carry with me the strong voice, hopes, and aspirations of young people that the statistician, Mr. Moloi, has already spoken about. And if you cut me short, then it will be meaning that you disregard the youth of this country. South African Youth Council is going to give a strategic submission here. And this is how we go about. As in when I was listening to Ntate Moloi, I was also...
As a point of exigency, there's a clock on your left that actually guides you.
Okay.
On how you need to conduct yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm also aware that I was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock up until 18 past 10. South Africa's youth comprising nearly of 40.2% of the total population as per the Stats SA, stand at a critical juncture marked by both unprecedented challenges and untapped potential as the country takes the reins of the G20 in 2025. It inherits historic opportunity to elevate the youth perspective onto a global platform. However, the realities on the ground present a sobering view: high unemployment rates, widening inequality, limited access to mental health care, and environmental degradation, mainly affecting young people. South African Youth Council as a national representative body of all youth formations, submits its expanded strategic blueprint to offer clear, measurable, and evidence-based recommendations to influence policy and implementation in our country. Our intention is not only to participate in national discourse, but to lead the generational transformation rooted in dignity, urgency, and equity. Now, let's understand the current landscape which relates to youth unemployment and structural barriers. South Africa continues to face deepening youth unemployment crisis. According to Q1 of 2025 Labor Force Survey, the unemployment rate among young people aged between 15 and 34, as Ntatemle has already said, is rising, is at 46.1%, while the youth aged 15 to 24 face even more devastating 62.4 unemployment rate, and this does not really look good. Notably, 3.8 million young people are classified as not in education, not in employment, not in training, and thus perpetuating cycles of poverty and exclusion. The problem is more severe in the township areas where structural barriers such as connectivity, transport, access to quality education persist. And here we talk of places like the dusty streets of Mahlatsetsa, Excelsior in the Free State, where I come from. Now let's look at the strategic objectives to reduce by 15% by the year 2030 through targeted sector-specific and structural intervention. One, as an item of action, we say, let's establish a youth employment war room. And the timeline that we are setting is the Q3 of 2025. Thus, you can imagine this is very urgent. And we are saying the lead actors in this role should be the presidency, ourselves as South African Youth Council, and the National Youth Development Agency. And we are saying the estimated resources to can take on this task should be a maximum of 15 million. And the KPI that we put on here is that it should be operational by 2025, October. The second one, we are saying, let's have a labor market readiness campaign. And we are saying, let's start this at the fourth quarter of this year towards the second quarter of 2026. And we are saying, let the SETAs and the Department of Labor take responsibility. We're also saying, because it's nice when you always put figures to these roles, an estimation of 8 million will be needed so that we can reach 200,000 young people. We are also saying, let's have a private public employment compact by the first quarter of 2026. And we are saying, let BUSA, NEDLEC, and SAIC be responsible for this so that we can reach 100,000 internships. Now, addressing
As you conclude.
Okay.
8 minutes.
Yeah. Addressing the socio-economic web affecting young people, we are saying youth development is essentially tied to social detriments such as nutrition, household income, and mental health. In 2024, approximately 25% of youth lived in households with no employment of any adult in those households. Concurrently, South Africa saw a rise in 15% year-on increase of youth-related suicide rates, and with over 70% of surveyed youth indicating moderate to severe mental health. Now, as we conclude, you are killing the voice of young people, Chair. Honestly, this is not impressive. But then we are saying, when we conclude, the strategic submission by the South African Youth Council underscores the imperative for whole of government and whole of society collaboration in placing youth at the center of South Africa's development agenda. We are further saying the institutional reforms and accountability frameworks proposed here today are designed not only to address immediate challenges, but to lay a foundation for a resilient, just and inclusive society where young people take a lead and solve their own problems and are given more time to present their issues. We call on Parliament, the executive, the provincial legislature, the municipalities, business and civil society to adopt this strategic vision that we are going to share, not just as a gesture, but as a generational mandate. And I thank you.
Nalibongo, thank you, Ms. Chabet. You actually gave us a mandate as members of parliament in this house in terms of what is the thinking of SAIC on ensuring that we have repeat response on issues of young people. And I am happy that the chair of chairs in the house of the NA is here to take note that young people are saying that these matters must be addressed now. So as we go out from here, you must exchange script on what needs to be done. Before I hand over to my co-chair, we will be dealing with issues of questions and comments and clarity on presentations that have been made. But I want to announce that this session is for members who are coming from youth formations, not members of parliament. Members of parliament, their role in this session is to take note on what they would take through when they go and sit on their select committees and as well portfolio committees. This is very sound, right? This is the youth month, but for inclusion of people who are outside doing the groundwork. So they are here to mandate us. Is this very clear? We are sober, we are very clear to take mandates. What is good that the speaker has alluded on this morning was the fact that public participation is a constitutional imperative. It is very important. And this process is part and parcel of public participation. So now we're going to hand over to you as our guests and our VIPs for today in terms of taking the mandate to the P20. This is very relevant. P20 is not about local issues, Lucky. It's about how do we make sure that we get to be included in terms of export, import. That will actually bring the economy up. So I'm handing over to my co-chair to note hands for clarity-seeking questions, for comments in terms of what you could have heard from those who have presented before up until SAIC. And don't miss an opportunity as well to give these sectors mandate. FFC, you have heard their presentation. They must tell us what is it that they've been doing in terms of advising on policies of youth development so that we get the sense, really, everyone who is a commissioner is doing their work as it when they have to do so when executing their work. Yeah, we are agreeing on 2 rounds.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Co-Chairperson. We will now take hands for clarity-seeking questions. Going that side. We're going to go in numbers, ne? One, the lady in the, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so can we do 4 on this side, answers, 4 on this side, answers? I'm asking. All right, we'll do 4, we'll do these 4 and give answers, and then we'll do 4 on this side. Ne?
Thank you, Co-Chair. You lose this 10 right now. It's 4, right, on this side, And please be on point in terms of what you want clarity on so that we don't find ourselves all over. Over to you, ma'am. When you speak, yes, when you speak, I like this member of parliament. He's saying that when people speak, they must raise their names and surname and as well their organization so that we can call you and give you your feedback, right? In terms of the outcome of this particular session. So over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to Chairperson for NCOP and the Deputy Chairperson and the honorable members in this house. My name is Honorable NP Lamini from the KZN Legislature, and I'm representing the Inkatha Freedom Party. My questions for NPC. How is the NPC making sure that the young people are not just mentioned in the plan, but are central to real, measurable solutions for youth unemployment, poverty, and exclusion, especially in rural province? Thank you.
Greetings, protocol, all protocol observed. My name is Nkosi Siphile Zwane. I'm from Gauteng, representing Inkatha Freedom Party. So my question is based, I don't know whether to make this a general question, especially after the statistics that we have gotten, but it's something that I've written down. With the given recent statistics, can this meeting maybe make recommendations to portfolio that they make or the policy of the 80-20% employment, especially when it comes to employment opportunities for South Africans? By that we mean 80% priority is given to South African citizens and 20% to foreign nationals, only for scarce skills. Because if we are looking at the current unemployment rate and we still do not prioritize South Africans with the available jobs, then we are still not solving the problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To those on the visual platform, we will note your hands immediately after we finish these two hands. What to you, sir?
Thanks very much, Chair of the session. My name is Stephen Squawqa from Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature and a participant to this sitting. Chair, I had one issue of the allocation of equitable share in particular, because as per the presentation, the latter presentation there, it says that when allocating for the equitable share doesn't include the youth unemployment. So what needs to be done in order to correct that as well, so that there is a certain percentage when allocating the equitable share that includes the youth unemployment as a percentage to seek to address the unemployment rate that we're having? Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Sipesihle Nkosi from the South African Youth Council. Chair, one of the clarities that I would like to raise is that statistics essay mentioned that majority of young people are employed in trade. So I'd like clarity in terms of, are they employed in trade? Are they SMMEs? Are they business owners? Or are they in retail? Are they driving the sector or whatnot? Because sitting here, we know that majority of young people are unemployed, and we know that the presentation made mention that majority of young people are relying on grants. So if majority of young people are in trade, where are they? Probably they are in retail, in shops, making a minimum wage. Can we just get clarity in terms of that, Chair? Number two would be the Minister of Youth, Women, Minister Chikunga, yes, she's still here, made mention of youth desks and establishing them in all departments, including municipalities. we'd like to know when are we going to really intentionally establish these youth desks? I can imagine from a tender age myself, we've been speaking about youth desks in municipalities, in government departments. You can imagine who's driving the youth development strategy if young people are not involved in each of these departments, in strategic planning sessions of departments and government, if young people were still talking about youth desks being established. Those were two of my concerns, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable guest from Mpumalanga. We have noted for now we're dealing with these 4 questions, right? As we have agreed, we said it will be questions, then responses. We are trying to check who are those who have raised their hands online. For now, we haven't got an indication, but it's coming. While waiting, I've noted that the first question was for NPC, and then the second one was actually a recommendation in terms of what we need to drive for, that let's have a policy that speaks to 80 to 20 employment in terms of locals and foreign nationals. So that one, we take it as umpako that we can deliberate on as legislatures. And then I've noted as well the question for Status A in terms of your report on trades vis-a-vis what we know as the realities of our people. And Minister, I think this question, the last one, that speaks about establishment of youth desk. It's a grave reality that we don't have even uniformed approach youth desk. They are not even professionalized. It's a matter of getting a person as a youth coordinator just to make a tick. So on this one, we need your commitment and response in terms of the program of action on when will in South Africa have this particular youth development units or youth desk in our country. So those were the question noted on the floor while we're still checking who are those on the visual line. You'll be noted as the chair. I've indicated we're responding, then I'll come back to you. Thank you. We have responses. As I indicated, it's questions, response, then we get to this side and come back to our leader this side.
Thank you, Chair. I think I can take the questions that were fielded to the NPC with regards to how we are making sure that young people are not just mentioned in the National Development Plan. I think the first exercise that we conducted as the NPC was in 2023 when we launched our 10-year review of the NDP, where we noted that most of our economic indicators are going in the wrong direction. We are really on a slow path with regards to meeting our GDP growth targets of 5.4%. And also most importantly, that priorities for youth are really quite mute in the NDP. And so we are on a path of rethinking how we are going to use that baseline diagnostic to create a baseline for the next coming NDP post 2030. But I think in the most immediate term is our advisory that we are carving out. And part of that advisory, we are saying that number one, we would like for there to be notable transitions of youth into labor environments and not just creating job opportunities for them. And by there, we mean also there needs to be recognition of alternative income generating opportunities and multiple income generating streams by young people. You would have noticed that youth are taking the lead with regards to being digital nomads, where they are being employed by these global organizations, especially in the digital space, whilst being anchored in South Africa. However, our labor policies are not being receptive for that in order to recognize some of these skills that they exercise, especially in digital platforms, as forms of experiences for future work as well as future business income generating opportunities. So we need some sort of flexible labor policies to recognize multiple income generating opportunities that young people are on the forefront of. Our second point of advisory that we are developing within our advisory is to note that there needs to be uniformity and alignment across the three national youth policy interventions, the MTDP, the National Youth Policy, as well as the Integrated Youth Development Strategy, especially as some of these policies are lapsing. So this is an opportunity for us to refine that alignment, and we can only do so through measurable targets and indicators, as some of the speakers have mentioned. And the third of our advice within our advisory is to say that within SMME development, growth and development targets, as we know that 90% of the jobs that have been indicated to be will be generated in 2030 are going to be coming from SMMEs. There needs to be targets that are linked to youth business owners with regards to that. And we are working on an advisory to do with reducing red tape for businesses, especially youth-owned businesses, both in formal and informal markets from a regulatory and legislative perspectives, but also throughout financial business development support as well. And all of those in terms of monitoring and evaluation needs to be driven by a compact, driven by the public sector and the private sector, but also led and anchored in the presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, NPC, FFC.
No, thank you so much, Chair. I think the question was about the equitable share and how responsive it is to the issues of youth unemployment. I think the evidence is there that the formula is not directly addressing the issues of youth unemployment. The formula essentially addresses the local government equitable share and the provincial equitable share. They address service delivery, transfers to the provinces and to local government. So as we are reviewing now the white paper on local government, Chair, I think those are the issues that we will have to look at, whether we review the formula, the components thereof, or we assign additional grants to the provinces for youth unemployment. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you, Doc. We are taking that you are making an undertaking and commitment that you would look at how to address the issue that has been raised. Over to you, sir. Statistical.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think, yes, indeed, if you look at the trade and you double click on the trade, you'll see that there's hotels, accommodations, and restaurants. So we can provide the breakdown of these numbers to the colleagues. The other thing, Chair, I just want to add that if you look at our economy, we just released the GDP numbers. Our economy is growing at 0.1%. And if you look at the trade itself, in terms of the growth, it just grew by 0.5%. So these are some of the challenges that we're putting on the table. And I think as policymakers, we really need to think about how we're going to grow economy so that the economy can be able to absorb a lot of youth. And I think, Chair, that will be my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Statistical. Minister.
No, thank you very much, and thank you for the question. Maybe one thing that I said in my speech first is that as a department, we have managed to ensure that there are indicators and targets for youth, women, and persons with disabilities in the medium-term development plan, which I think it's important. And we said that we have also going to ensure that there are indicators that will make us able to monitor the implementation. So that is what we'll expect members of parliament, particularly the young ones, to ask those questions, whoever appears before them. That's the first one. The second, on the issue of youth focal points, some of the departments at national level do have, like in the Department of Transport, we had a unit that is called GDYC, which is Gender, Disability, Youth and Children. However, they are at a lower level. They therefore report to a director who is in the HR, who sometimes may not even take these things seriously. Our motivation as a department is that these people must be elevated in terms of levels so that they report to the DGs and also are invited to minister executive meetings so that the views can actually be raised at that level. We've set this as our target for this year. That is, it is in our APP as a department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Now we're going for visual platform people.
As we give an opportunity to the participants on the virtual platform, I will note in the following order, Member Tando Lokele, followed by Mike De Silva, then Councillor Mohlale, and then Member Dunjena. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to greet the chairpersons of the session, the ministers, and all the honorable members present today. Most importantly, I'd like to greet the young people who are present in today's youth parliament. I think my starting point would be an expression or commentary on I'm quite disappointed in the running of the session. One, I believe if we're going to have an engagement session, especially when we're discussing recommendations on behalf of young people, we're discussing statistics on behalf of young people, the best thing we can do is share all those documents prior to this engagement so that every single person who comes into these engagements comes with preparation in mind as to what we're going to discuss, how we're going to discuss it, and how these sessions are going to be run. So I'm quite disappointed in how the entire session has been run, especially because I got an invite 2 days ago. I'm assuming some of the young people got one earlier, but I really am disappointed in how the session entirely is run. And I do think, moreover, for me, it looks like a box ticking process to say we did it, but it doesn't look like there is an attempt to have meaningful engagement. But to go on into my questions, the first set of questions I have with regards to the NDP, or the NPC rather, with regards to the plan, especially now stepping into the conversation of artificial intelligence and having access to that. We have not diagnosed, I feel like the entire session has not properly diagnosed the issues within our country or the country's context. One, we have a big digital divide. Majority of our young people don't have access to the internet. And before we speak about access, they don't even have access. People in rural areas don't even have access to basic internet before we speak about data rates, and cell phones. Speaking on artificial intelligence would most likely speak to the middle class and the high income classes who already either have access to IT or CAT in their high schools, only which 5% of the schools provide nationwide, firstly. So with regards to that, that's my first question. Have we properly diagnosed the problem? If we give people access to IT and ICT and AI, who are we giving access to that? How are we going to solve the question of digital divide in our country? But moreover, I think my follow-up question would be to the entire parliament at large, whether or not are we properly diagnosing the manners or the issues within our country. One, the biggest problem with mapping skills, or rather with young people finding employment before we even create jobs, is that they are not having proper access to education, right? As much as we have a huge 98%, I think, based on the statistics that were provided here, 98% of young people are attending primary school, but there's a significant drop in high school and tertiary level, right? Is it the money that contributes to that? It's poverty. How far are the schools that the young people are supposed to be attending? How are they accessing their home affairs? How are they accessing their high schools? Where are the high schools? For a young person who is in a rural area who has to walk an hour to get to school, how are we expecting that person to have enough energy to get into school, to continue with their studies, moreover, even go into tertiary level, right? Now continuing the conversation on the digital divide, to access tertiary level, you must apply for bursaries, you must apply for universities online. So already there's a limited access to universities, there's a limited access to CETA, there's a limited access to either NYDA. So with that limited access, we're still not speaking to the relevant people. We're speaking to people who have data. In this meeting today, you invited us who have internet access, who have Wi-Fi, who are in universities, who most likely maybe might find ourselves having employment. So I really do think this discussion one is limiting itself in the sense that it's not properly diagnosing the context in which why we have an economical crisis and why young people are not having employment. But also we furthermore just overall, I feel like it's just a very big box ticking process in the sense that one, we're not provided with the PowerPoint presentations prior to come and have meaningful and informed engagements. But also, I don't think we have properly diagnosed the context in which we are discussing all these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tando. And we are noting the clapping of hands. It's Youth Month. We are acknowledging that there's that spirit of saying that there's a challenge in terms of documentations that were supposed to be sent prior. That one I fully agree. And we have noted the issues of accessibility. And as members of this parliament, we know these realities. Most of us lives in the townships, and these are the issues that we normally advocate for, Minister, that we cannot be speaking issues of accessibility while we only speak with the few in terms of things that we would want to do. So we are noting those issues, and members of parliament that are here have noted your input. And I want to say to you, in terms of this particular session, members of parliament who are representing specific parties, it is their responsibility that when they are given information on WhatsApp, they are able to immediately share as it when we do this work. So I'm just indicating to you so that the next speakers would be coming as delegates, they must know that everything has been processed via WhatsApp so that we become flexible as young people and share information as we get it. However, we have noted issues that you have raised. Now we go to, is it the point of order and on which rule?
Chair, it's not a point of order. I just want to say that the previous speaker did not say a name or the organization she comes from, and we would like her to come back so that so that we know who was presenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The order is not sustained. One, on the basis that it was not an order on any standing. We have this
privilege, Chair.
Okay.
It was a privilege.
Order not sustained, as it was not an order. Then we can go to our next speaker, Mike Da Silva.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone. My name is Mike Da Silva. I am from the city of Ekurhuleni. I have 3 siblings of working age and 2 of which are unemployed, despite the fact that they have degrees and ample qualifications. It shouldn't be a unique situation because we live in a country with a youth unemployment rate, as we've learned, of nearly 70%, if you look at the expanded figures. So if my siblings who have had the privilege of a 2-parent household and a good education and a strong community network are struggling to find work, imagine what the devastating hopelessness is of individuals who are less fortunate. As it stands, then, there are young people today who are living off the SASSA pension given to their parents because they cannot take care of themselves. And that, if you think about it, is really wrong, because when you grow up, you're meant to be the one who your parents rely on in their old age. So if we cast ourselves into the future of 30 years' time, the young people who are unemployed today will be approaching retirement age, and there'll be an entire generation that's once again dependent on the care of the state. While the next generation is going to also remain sitting on corners, remaining unemployed, and then inequality will still exist, and that would make things possibly worse. So with all of that in mind, we also need to take into the context that reforming the economy is not going to be such an easy task when you consider the rise of AI and the impending shift of that it's going to have on the world of work. So my question then becomes, what is being done to ensure that there's an efficient and corrupt-free government, which is not creating barriers to new businesses, which would then improve entrepreneurship? What's being done to improve flexibility in the labor markets to give young people access to jobs for the first time? what is being done to prepare current and future generations for the seismic shift that AI is going to have on the world of work, and what is being done to sort of integrate the use of AI into government. I personally feel that AI shouldn't be viewed as a threat, it should be viewed as an opportunity, but we do need to look at revising things in the NDP to make sure that we accommodate it and prepare future generations for its presence in the workplace, because it is not something that is going to be stoppable. It is something that we need to work towards addressing now. Thank you.
Thank you, De Silva. To members who would be coming after Councillor Mohlale, please note that preambling is consuming much time in terms of questions and responses in this particular session. So we have noted your question, and I think it's for NPC. It is important as well, members, to indicate your question is directed to who, because you can't be what, you know. So we have an operation that one has outlined as a co-chair that this is how we need to do our question and answer session. We still have 2 more to go on virtual before we come this side. So immediately after 4 from this side, we'll go on this other side. Honorable Shikombani.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, it's your responsibility as a chair to remind members on the virtual before they speak to introduce themselves so that we can know them. And again, I think you need to give Honorable Peterson a chance to chair because you are drowning here.
Divide and rule, we know you. You are specializing on that. As we continue, we are calling Councillor Mohlale. Councillor Mohlale on the platform. Your question, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Christopher Mohlala. I'm a councillor in the city of Johannesburg. However, Chair, I only have a few comments to make that will result to questions. Number one is our educational system from ECD to high school does not prepare young people for today's world. Today we live in a 4th industrial environment, Chair. Yet we have so many people who still fail to use a basic computer. Yet we complain that young people are unemployable. Again, Chair, as a government, we stepped ourselves at the back by doing away with the in-service training. Back in the days, we used to have young people from as soon as they graduate from high school, they will be given an opportunity to in-service training like military, police, nursing and stuff, which we used to also have colleges where we'll take young people there. And again, Chair, the last one will be, we also have to bring
on the officials.
But sometimes even official, when you become harsh on them, they will always find a way of sabotaging you.
Chair, can I please be protected?
Members on the
You
virtual
just need
platform,
to
please
work
mute
with
your
the
mic.
official. That is
On
why
a
I
point of
was
order.
saying in that meeting, it should not be them and us.
Councillor.
Because if we are there
Councillor
with one
Simon.
mandate, we need to advise one.
Please mute your
and we
mic.
must be solution oriented.
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Chair, the last one will be, we also have to bring back artisan skills training colleges, fully funded by the government, to also have skillful young people who will be able to participate in the economy, and especially on the artisan sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. We have noted your questions, comments, that us as honorable members will take note of them as we engage portfolio committees and select committees. Dunjana, we don't know Miss or Miss. Over to you. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Mute yourself. Please unmute. Please unmute. Unmute. Jana?
Sorry, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can
Oh,
continue.
thanks. My name is Sulan Kolan Tujana. I'm a member of GCY PD committee in the city of Ekurhuleni. I'm actually a councillor. One, we appreciate the report on all the work that has been done by the committee in terms of compiling the report. But first, Chair, I want to express my disappointment because I've heard very minimum on people living with disabilities from the reports. According to the stats report of 2022, about 15% of the country's population are people living with disabilities. Now, the problem that we're currently having is that one, and I think maybe the people responsible for planning will respond, that one, the environment, or rather the buildings and government infrastructure is not conducive for people living with disabilities. So it then becomes a problem to access these opportunities that they are referring to. That's the first thing that I want to note. The second thing that I want to note is that according to the report, about 16.7 million young people in South Africa are not actively participating in the economy. And that happens because of the issue of foreigners. And I think the report is also not clear on the amount of, or on the percentage of opportunities that has been taken by foreigners. Last question, and I think a statement that I want to make to the Committee of Planning is that in all spheres of government, we have what is called youth directorates. But then the problem with these youth directorates, Chair, is that they are not independent. We need to build established, unconventional, and self-sustaining youth directorates in all spheres of government. Because the problem with the current arrangement on the current youth directorates is that they do not have the authority to fund their own programs. They depend a lot on departments, and many departments, Chair, when they come and give us a report, they don't assist the youth directorates in terms of giving them the sufficient resources. And I think I'm raising this to the planning committee because they raised an issue of the white paper on local government. I'm saying that we need to make sure that these structures are independent and these structures are self-sufficient and are able to control themselves, because it is only the young people that can solve their problems. Does not make sense to give all the power to departments and establish directorates that do not have any authority at all. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Donjana. We would now hand over to the departments for responses. Most of the question was for the NPC in terms of planning, and as well statistics, FFC, vis-a-vis those who are immigrants and, employed and what. And then the issue of the report, not speaking on realities in terms of what are the issues that impedes to people going to school up until certain levels. But as I said, on other issues raised by a councillor from City of Johannesburg, it was inputs in terms of how best can we interact as members of parliament in terms of dealing with other matters. And then, that's, status A, just clarify on issues that you have raised, and as well FFC.
Okay, I think we can go first. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for all the questions. We'll answer in two parts. Firstly, with regards to the point that was made about recommendations without really assessing the realities of the country. And I think we would like to agree with the fact that the digital divide has got a ripple effect on not just young people with regards to how it disenables young people to look for things such as job opportunities, to apply for business and financial services, but it also has got a ripple effect in terms of how young people access education, as well as we have seen, especially coming from this particular province, that some high schools are also online as well. So we wholeheartedly recognize the fact that there is a high digital divide, and that it's got a ripple effect on how young people are able to access opportunities, which is why we as the NPC are actually in the process of rolling out a diagnostic to understand the current context and the baseline of digital infrastructure rollout in the country, looking at provinces, municipalities, townships and rural areas. This is all in order to understand what exactly is our needs from a digital infrastructure perspective. What does it look like? Who needs what type of access to digital infrastructure, as well as access to connectivity across the country. And this will enable us to be able to map out a process, and as well as resource and budgeting as to where we need to put in the most amount of resources to enable this and to close this digital divide. I also think we noted the point that was made about the independence of youth directories, and I think this forms part of our call to action recommendation that was made during our 10-year review, to say that they need to be an intergovernmental coordination that is youth led. And I think the second part to the question with regards to integrating AI with into the NDP, I think my colleague can come in and answer that.
Thank you to my fellow Commissioner. Madam Chair, AI can be, I'm Commissioner Mostert in the National Planning Commission. AI can be thought of in relation to young people in two ways. One in terms of service to young people, and another in terms of service from young people. So on the dimension on service to young people, and indeed the broader society, AI offers enormous opportunities, great opportunities for delivery expansion by government. On the dimension of what young people bring to the table in relation to AI, the picture is significantly more complex. And we should bear in mind that the National Planning Commission is concerned with longer term planning. We're curious about the longer term outlook for younger people. And the implications are really significant. When we look at international research such as that by Bloomberg, the World Economic Forum, AI is likely to have a very dramatic impact, particularly on entry-level jobs. And so if we're trying to accelerate youth employment, this is significant for us. Therefore, the urgency has never been greater than it is right now. And there's therefore, on our part, sympathy for the sense of urgency among many young people. This plays out particularly in recognition of the South African demographic dividend, which evaluates the percentage of those of employable age versus those outside that bracket. In terms of that longer-term outlook, we have missed already as a country most of the demographic dividend opportunity. And most of that opportunity will utterly expire by the early 2040s. We will therefore advise on the development of a future development plan, the extreme urgency for the development of competencies, not only in digital competence, but particularly in AI, and a direct investment in talent in that specific area in order to avoid some of the risks as our demographic dividend declines. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, NPC, and we hope that we'll get submissions after this deliberation so that we can share with delegates who are part of these discussions. I would hand over to my co-chair in terms of taking responses from the department. FFFC.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think as a commission, what we recommend is shifting the focus from just purely educational attainment, that is just strictly that, towards practical on-the-job training opportunities. We believe that as a commission, there's scope to absorb unemployed youth into entry-level positions that involve routine tasks, allowing skills development through the actual doing of the work. So we must redirect, therefore, fiscal policy to bolster labor demand according to the structure of our industries. Government, therefore, should create incentives for businesses to employ young workers into entry-level jobs, and these jobs should not be conditional on educational attainment, rather, but these jobs should be based on the skills that are required to do the work. And we must also incentivize the SMEs as well to create internships and vacation placements through subsidies. Those are our recommendations.
Thank you so much. Can we have responses from States SA? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think maybe let's start with the point that was raised by a colleague on the virtual platform, the issue around disability. I think we are already engaging with the department to say we really need to, as a country, we really need to have a dedicated survey that zoom into challenges that persons living with disabilities or persons with disabilities are actually experiencing. And we're hoping that we will be able to come up with that survey, and then we are able to provide insight in terms of the challenges that they're facing. So the current report, as already been mentioned, it doesn't reflect that part, but we do have the results that we can share with the committee, with the members here. The issue around, and I just want us to be careful in terms of how we're phrasing this one. We're having Department of Home Affairs, which is issuing work permits. So we can able to get data from Home Affairs to say how many foreign who are working in South Africa in terms of the work permits. The challenges that we're having is undocumented foreigners, which is a big challenge for us to actually even measure it, because you can imagine that we don't have a database that we can actually, statisticians, we can able to measure. So what we have done as a National Statistical Agency is that we're trying to work with the departments, working with subs as they are catching them through the crime system, working with Department of Health, also working with other entities, because it will give us a sense of the scope of or the number of undocumented foreigners. And I think that will help us a lot as a country to have a sense of estimation rather than estimating the numbers that I've been hearing in the media in terms of undocumented. So that is still a challenge for us as a country. And I think as a National Statistical Agency, we are already starting to work with different departments within the National Statistical System, and also including the key partners outside the government, because they also have database that we can actually mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We will now allow the Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to answer. Thank you, Honorable Chikunga.
Thank you very much for the question. I think on the issue of disability, yes, responded to the question, but maybe to also mention that as we are chairing the G20 and being the president of the G20, in South Africa, we are establishing the Disability Inclusion Initiative, which if US will take over from us, of course, it will have been initiated by South Africa. By so doing, we are elevating issues of disability to the level of ministers of G20. But also we are identifying legacy projects. One of them is actually having a NEP center for disability, where all the information about disability will be deposited so that we have better understanding of the extent of disability in South Africa, but what they have and what they do not have and where they are. And I think in that way, we are trying to elevate the matter. And that is why in my speech, I even said that if possible, Parliament should consider bringing back a disability parliament. It was also in our speech, which is possible that it can be done during the DREM month, which is Disability Right Awareness Month, from the 3rd of November to the 3rd of December. So yes, indeed, issues of disability, we are elevating them. They are also in the medium-term development plan, and they are also among the issues that we are taking up with all departments. In fact, we've just released the report on departments, even when I was answering questions here in the House, of departments that are meeting the target of employment equity target of 4% now. So yes, indeed, we are elevating the issues. On the issue of corruption, well, my take, Chair, I wish, because in this room, we've got a number of young people who can actually give solutions to problems. Maybe for them asking questions, they should actually give us solutions to some of the problems so that we listen to what they are thinking. When you give them the opportunity, like the gentleman at the back, they give us all the answers to some of the problems, because I think we all now know the challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We will now take 4 hands from the floor.
We are this side, colleagues. No. Haven't forgot you. You are part of this package. Relax. No, relax. Order. Can we have 4 hands from this side? And I want to suppress those who are coming from legislatures, councillors. When you are a councillor, when you are an MPL, you are part and parcel of legislatures. So issues that you are asking here, it's issues that you need to give solution on. So I want to take note of organization, formations that are not within our sectors. Yeah, as MPLs, just take note, Ngumpago, you would execute at the legislature. I said 4, ne? Remember we took 4 this side. It's going to be 4, then go back that side and 4, the last 4 and the last 4. Ne? Yeah. We have 19 minutes to finish this particular session. It's you, number 1, and then psych, number 2. It will be the young man and psych. And then I want to balance gender for now. And it will be the lady with a white coat. Okay, then let me take as well the young, very, very young person there. It's 4. UWC will come on the next round. I've noted you. And others that I've noted next to Zaza. You will come on the next set of questions. We only have 18 minutes. No preambles, go straight to the question. And as well, we have noted that we have 3 people on virtual that have raised their hands. Before we get to you, Honorable One, we'll deal with the others. Over to you.
Okay. Okay, no, thank you so much. Greetings to Speaker in absentia, co-chairs, honorable members, members of the executive, and fellow youth parliamentarians and fellow South Africans back at home. My question to the minister is, considering the high rates of unemployment in South Africa, what specific policy interventions do you propose to address this challenge and ensure that young people are equipped with the skills and opportunities needed to contribute to the country's economic growth and development? And also, the issue of vocational education, why is it not focused on? Because, I mean, that speaks to the immediate challenges that we're faced with. And I think also with the rising challenges that we are faced with as young people, I would like to propose that there should be a quarterly youth parliament sittings, because our issues as young people, we are faced with them each and every day. We are not only faced with them on Youth Month, and I think that this should be something that we take forward moving, because South Africa's success is the global South success. Thank you.
Can we have the next member to ask the question?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Chair of the session. My name is Ben Kabele. I'm from the Youth Council in Gauteng. My questions are directed to the Planning Commission, the Stats SA, and to the members of parliament. My first stat is I heard that economic growth is at 0.1%. Is it perhaps that the job seekers, youth job seekers are the ones that add to this 0.1% through the job seekers market by contributing to overpriced data, transporting themselves to interviews where they will be rejected, and sustaining a dying industry of printing CVs where they get rejected or their CVs pile up the rubbish bins. I'm saying this because young people in this country, these statistics are not consistent. The president, in his State of the Nation address, said that it's 70% youth unemployment. Today we hear of a reduction, but we don't see where the reduction came from, or maybe there was load shedding, and then when the number came back, it came back with a different number. So we're saying this because the statistics are actually at the cornerstone of our problem. We heard a CEO of a certain company that owns a bank saying that the actual unemployment rate is 10%. I don't know if he was looking into our individual bank accounts and checking e-wallets and all of those things, that maybe they qualify for unemployment. But I believe that there is a synergy between his assertion and the assertion of the Stats General. So perhaps to alleviate the needs, maybe let's employ the 9 million needs, give them capacity to go there to look for proper stats. That will greatly impact the unemployment that we're seeing. That's question number one. Question number two, to the advisory. I'm very concerned about what you are advising, because in all that we have heard, we have never reviewed. You are saying that it's 2025. We have a national youth policy that was signed in 2020 that is running up until 2030, signed by the president. So if you are saying that these policies are coming to an end, nothing is happening. We've been reviewing them on an annual basis, and we're seeing that there's progress in the current form of the policy. Is it fair for me to ask you, why haven't you advised the president that instead of signing policies and all these strategies that are unfunded, how about you go to parliament and ask them to make an act that will give this house powers to be able to legislatively trace youth development? Because now we're just talking on handshakes. Youth policy is a handshake. If they don't do it, there's no repercussions. The best we can do is maybe hope that we can trend on TikTok. But on the issue of, while we're there on the plenary, we also want to ask that one of the key recommendations, the SETAs have been doing a good job in alleviating the unemployed market, as well as assisting the assertion of the Stats SA, saying that experience gives you a better chance in the job market. The skills levy has been 1% since the year 2000. The advisory did not see a need to advise whoever they're advising that at least let's have the levy become 2% so that we can increase the pool of the work that we need to do. I don't want to exhaust the powers that we have, but I'm comforted by the previous chair saying that there's going to be a youth caucus. So I'm appealing to young members of this parliament that can we sit together? We understand the gains that we have done with the NYDA Act. That is a beautiful act. We have a Ministry of Youth. That's nice. Can we have an overarching act, a youth act that's going to look into all these issues, incorporate the policy so that we can trace these people and bring them to book? Thank you.
All protocol is observed. Zandile Sizani from Kosatu Young Workers. My question is, in terms of STEM education, why isn't government looking into STEM education in terms of diagnosing why most learners are not going into STEM subjects and the challenges that are there in STEM subjects? What is government doing in terms of analyzing what can be done to improve STEM subjects? Because STEM subjects is causing the scarce skill in the country. So not a lot of money is pumped into STEM subjects. And the second question is, in terms of learners with learning barriers, Learners with learning barriers, there are not many practical courses for them, and that's what's causing the high unemployment rate, because learners that have barriers drop out of school, become part of the statistics of learners who are unemployed, not in school, not in training, not doing anything. We are neglecting those learners that have barriers. And because we are neglecting those learners that have barriers, that's what's causing most of them to go into drugs and crime and other negative aspects within society. So we don't have that. We need to have more practical courses that will cater for learners that have learning barriers. Another recommendation that I have is that we are having a very few number of people that are educational psychologists. And we do need more educational psychologists. We've got a very low number of them. So because we've got an extremely low number of educational psychologists within the country, we don't have access to them in terms of assessing learners that are having these learning barriers, because if these learners are not being assessed, there are no interventions in place. And what happens to them, they just get lost in the system. They are progressed, they are adjusted, they are condoned, and they get to high school, they become frustrated and they drop out.
Can the staff members please mute Councillor Simon?
Remove him. So, okay, so because they are not being assessed, there's no intervention in place, they get lost within society. So can government also have funds for young people who want to become educational psychologists to assist the challenge of youth unemployment? Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Sizani, the worker. We have noted that most of your issues were comments to say we must do best in terms of 1, 2, 3. Over to you. We only have 9 minutes left to go this side and come this side. Over to you, dear.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings, honorable members, fellow delegates, and greetings to the South African Youth Council. It's my first time hearing of you. And my question, the first one at least, is to you. My name is Mato Diptelezi. I'm from the National Executive Economic Collective, the largest advisory and development firm for the economic inclusion of young people. So we gather under the banner of economic participation, but it would be a disservice to sit here and not demand accountability from those who claim to represent us and lead us. So to the South African Youth Council, why is there no scorecard on where young people can see what SAIC has achieved each year and what it has failed to achieve? And then where is your democratic process? How were you elected? When did you last open nominations to the broader youth of this country? Particularly to rural, urban, unemployed, disabled, and excluded. So if your leadership is not elected by the people, then it's not representative of the people. And then the government has repeatedly, I'm moving on now to another question, and how the government has repeatedly committed to multi-sectoral integrated approaches that brings together departments like basic education, higher education, employment and labor, small business developments, trade, industry and competition, agriculture and rural development, and others. Yet to date, we don't have functioning coordinated systems that align with youth programs, budgets, and implementation across these departments. We continue to see duplicated efforts, fragmented funding, siloed programs, and no shared accountability for youth outcomes. So the question then becomes, perhaps to the minister, why has government failed to implement a fully functional, multi-sectoral integrated development system despite years of policy and strategic commitments? What is the actual bottleneck? Is it political will or departmental turf battles? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lianga Yanga. Ayaroka, Mayanga Yanga Ayaroka. We would then get responses from State SA, the minister, and as well NPC. But with the issues that have been raised by SAIC, most of your questions was actually advising, let's do 1, 2, 3. No, psych must respond. No, I'm saying the number two, psych. The number two psych was comment and recommendation. Psych is going to respond on the issue of nominations and as well, when last did they do what they had to do as asked. Zaza, we are noting your issue of the STEM. It's unfortunate members are here just to come and take umphago like Honorable Khao and those who are sitting on the Portfolio Committee of Science, Innovation and Technology. They were going to share with you what are the programs that we are starting to do in terms of mainstreaming science, innovation and technology from the grassroots level. We have noted as well your issues of persons with disabilities to say they need to be integrated from the ECD level so that we get attention and make use of these psychologists who are not placed or unemployed. So we have noted you are giving us umpago to say there is a response in terms of dealing with those who have mental illness in schools being assisted by psychologists. So we have taken those issues as comment. I'm giving to Stats SA and Sir will note you. I'm giving Stats SA to respond on the issue of disparities as noted in terms of your statistics that you have been given to this particular house. But I want all of us to note that most of the deliberations, it's a matter of why are we not doing this, what we are supposed to be doing in terms of promoting a responsive educational system that will deal with the issues of employment opportunities. And Honorable Govender, as the Deputy Chair, I hope you are noting that young people feel that there's still gap in terms of our educational system and what we want to respond to as skills scarcity in our country. I'm giving to you just to respond, and then we'll then go to our visual platform where we have 3 hands. We have 3 hands from the visual platform, and we didn't forget you. We know that you have a mandate. You'll give us, don't worry. Over to you, Stats SA and the Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just a quick one. Yes, indeed, the numbers that the President during the SONA, remember, we collecting this information on a quarterly basis. So the President, when he was presenting, it was on the 6th of February. So it was referring to 2024. And the presentation that I did today is the latest quarter of 2025. So I just wanted to make sure that colleagues are aware. So each quarter, there will be different numbers depending on how economy performs and also how our labor market performs. I think the issue around, the issue that you pointed out around the unemployment rate sitting at 10%, I think we have dealt with that issue through the SG that if you think about it logically and you take the 10%, apply to the population or the labor force market, which is around 25 million, that means unemployment rate in South Africa is 2.5 million. And I don't think all of us sitting here, we can believe that it could be 2.5 million. So we have already dealt with that issue, and we will engage with the CEO outside this engagement. The other thing that I also want to assure, and I think there's a question that you raised, that we should probably employ more youth to go and collect data and indeed from the National Statistical Agency, that is a drive that we're using. If you look at the percentage of field workers who help us to collect data for census, majority were youth. And I think that is the strategy that we are deploying also from our side to say, moving forward, we really need to make sure that we use our youth to collect this data and also assisting us to make sure that we are able to achieve. Chair, I submit from my side. Thanks.
Minister.
No, thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. Maybe on the issue of youth empowerment and policies or legislations, first of all, we are being guided by the National Development Plan, which of course is not a policy, but it is a guide to all departments in South Africa on national policies and legislative development. but also we do have our national youth policy that we're implementing as a department, also as government. There are quite a number of other employment initiatives that I either referred to in my speech this morning. We are also, as a department, processing the South African Youth Development Bill that make provision for the establishment of youth units, their funding, functions, and ensure quality services for youth. That bill will actually come to Parliament. It will aim to ensure that all initiatives that aim to empower young people are consolidated. But of course, we are also aware of the Public Procurement Act that set aside 30% for youth of all public procurement in South Africa. On the issue of vocational training, indeed, this is one type of training that has historical challenges, but there is a significant and deliberate shift that is now happening in South Africa towards vocational training. And that is why government, particularly the Department of Higher Education and Training, is now explicitly prioritizing TVET colleges. Even the president in his State of the Nation address did raise the issue of South Africa producing more artisans and ensuring that we have young people that are equipped for the economy and have the skills that meet the demands of the economy. So yes, indeed, we are actually prioritizing vocational training. I think those are the questions. Thank you very much. If I've missed one, I apologize. Thank you.
Psych. Okay, thank you very much. I am not sure from which province are you from, my dear brother, but South African Youth Council is an apex body. It's of all youth formations in South Africa. It has existed since 1997. To date, it's still existing. So our last conference was in 2019, and we are heading to the next one in the next coming months. In terms of the scorecard of our work, despite our budgetary constraints, because we do not really have funds, but our collaborative efforts will find resonance with a lot of member organizations that we work with and government departments that we work with to execute a lot of developmental programs for young people in South Africa. I would also urge you that in a province where you are, which I will later get details about it from, you associate with SAIC through the organization that you are from, because in every region, in every ward, in every province, there is a structure of the South African Youth Council. And currently we are rigorously resuscitating the structures of the South African Youth Council. Hence, in my closing remarks, I said, this is not just the work that we loosely calling for. We are saying all the municipalities, the civil society, the legislature and parliament itself must partner with SAIC so that some of the initiatives and programs of youth development that we have in place find resonance in the program of action of the government of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for responding to these issues. And as I said earlier on, your submissions will be of need if you can write them so that we can share with those who have asked these particular questions. I'm now going to the visual platform colleagues. We have Katle Khosekgole. I hope Katle Khosekgole is not an honorable member or the councillor. As I said, we'll omit Councillor S. Tsiane. The councillor must listen and take a mandate from the House in terms of what are the issues of young people. And then Ms. Prudence Mabasa will be next. I hope Ms. Prudence Mabasa as well is not any member of any legislative sphere. So over to you, Katle Khosekgole, no preambles. We are moving on. We're going to Ms. Prudence Mabasa. Over to you on the visual.
Greetings, fellow members, honorable members, and protocol observed. I'm sorry, my network is not doing the thing, so I will be having a still that is put in place. So kindly take that as my submission as well. My question speaks to the sustainability of career pathways of young people. We currently see short-term contracts, particularly under the initiatives like the PYIE, the PYEI, that may temporarily keep youth from the poverty line, but not necessarily lift them from poverty. How can we reimagine and redesign the education assistance program to provide clear long-term career pathways, particularly in sectors like the tech and AI, where schools currently lack skilled educators? How do we bridge the gap? How do we bridge the gap? How do we bridge the gap of skills and create a pipeline from the assistants to into permanent future ready education careers that we can all work with and end poverty for all? I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and as well the Chair. You must assist in terms of responding to how can we bridge the gap on questions raised. And as well, members of parliament who are here, you can contribute towards this discussion because it was not direct to a specific institution that have presented from the morning. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. You've been suppressing me this morning, but thank you for recognizing me. My name is Ndipiwe Olai. I'm the federal leader of the Democratic Alliance Youth. Firstly, Chairperson, you need to concede the space and share the co-chairing space with your co-chair next to you, but also your inputs.
We're wasting time now. You 10 and speak.
Speaking, thank
you. Yeah,
you.
you 10.
Stats essay also to the colleagues of Stats essay with regards to census. When you look at the equitable share and UDORA itself, particularly when it comes to local governments, it informs how our budget.
Chair, on a point of order.
On what point?
The Chair, switch off your mic. I'm giving to the Honorable Member the point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I am Honorable Dlamini. I thought you said councillors must not speak, we must take notes. And the fellow colleague who's speaking now is a councillor. And so I'm not sure if the rules change.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dlamini, for that swift exigency, and you have actually assisted us. Councillor, you're not gonna speak.
Listen, I'm here representing the organization, not in my capacity as an MMC.
Oh, no.
Organization.
Order.
No. Chairperson.
No. Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. That was a serious intervention. Councillor, we understand it's Youth Month, but you cannot shift as it suits you. You are here as the legislature. You are participating here as the legislature. We are here as a collective from different spheres. I think I have indicated that those who are serving in different spheres or levels of the legislature, they must take note of what is being raised here as the discourse. So thank you, Honorable Dlamini. I'm not gonna do that thing of federal and what. We have noted we are the MMC. You must respond to issues.
Bring factional, Chairperson.
Chairperson, a point of order. On a point of order, Chair.
Chair, our hands are up on the
members, honorable members. I'm not sure. Just switch off your mic. I'm not sure this is how you behave in your house as an MMC. When the order has been sustained, you must just accept the decision of the chair. I'm here to manage, and with my co-chair, we are managing and controlling this session. So you just need to understand that we have powers of privileges vested in us to ensure that we control this particular session. Is it a point of order?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am a Youth League representative, I just want to remind the honorable members, we have school learners here, and they are not happy the way you are acting. You are no longer children, you are grown-ups. Who must they look up to if you act like this? Thank you, Honorable.
He's a young person raising the view of dissatisfaction in terms of our conduct as honorable members. Yes, but honorable member, as I'm noting your input that you need us to behave in a certain manner. Please note that your message is very wrong. We've been taking hands, and people who want to speak, they are allowed to raise their hands, unless you are the class rep or something. I'm not sure. But is it a point of exigency, Honorable Khawkhaw? Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Co-Chairman Aniso. I'm raising just a procedural problem as a steering committee member. You would note that the agreement of the steering committee was that each and every political party is supposed to have participants in-house representing the political parties, right? So, and those representatives are not representatives of a particular municipal caucus, or they are here as delegates and participants of the political parties, as is the commitment that and communication that we as a steering committee have given out. So I'm requesting, Chairperson, obviously now you can't do anything, but can I ask that you consult this table staff so that for other engagement sessions that we're going to have, we don't find ourselves in contravention of our own practice? Because the issue here is, I do not know what the case is as far as the councillors online, but I do know for a fact that Ndipiwe Olai was not here because he's a councillor in Stellenbosch and MMC. He's here as a delegate and a participant of the Democratic Alliance, and I do not know whether other political party participants are here who hold office elsewhere. I myself can't speak, Liam cannot speak, Macbeth behind me can't speak, not that I can't speak. The only person that is here to speak on behalf of the Democratic Alliance as a participant is Olai. So please consult table staff for that.
Thank you. We're not going to be consulting any table for now. I think when I indicated that those who are serving in different spheres of legislations must not participate, the House agreed. You didn't bring this issue of the steering committee. So we're going to swiftly continue in terms of engagement. I want to open for the last round on this side. Those who are not members of parliament, those who are not councillors, but coming from youth formations, will be noted.
Chairperson, on a point of exigency. On a point of exigency.
Yeah, no. Honorable Jacobs.
Chair, please, can you recognize us on the platform, please?
On the platform, who are you? We have people that we have registered here. Yes. Honorable members, I believe all of us have been here. I believe all of us have been here. And as I said, nobody made row. When I said those who are serving in different spheres of legislatures must not ask questions on the basis that we would want to give to youth formations to participate and give us mandate on what we need to speak on. So I've made that ruling, and the hands that I'm noting now, it's for input, for questions, before I hand over to those who will be continuing with this particular session. I'm pleading with yourselves that let us not make this session clumsy, based on the fact that we want to satisfy each other.
Chairperson.
Point of order. Order. Chair. Order.
Is it a point of order?
Yes.
Oh,
Sure. You are given rules, colleagues.
Yeah. Thanks.
Chairperson.
Thanks. Yes.
No, let's say
Thank you, Chairperson. On the general rules, rule number 7,
A ruling by the chairperson on a point of order is final. So we rely on that. Can we please move forward?
Thank you.
Don't move forward with injustices such as this, where young people are not represented. Because you are silencing me based on your personal views. You cannot be all right to do that. You cannot make judgments and rulings. You cannot silence young people simply because not what the other side. It cannot be chairperson. Why are we going to be silent?
Chair,
Chair,
You can't use this platform to silence young people. Don't run it like what all people do.
can't be abused there,
The
Chair.
problem is that you want
We
to
have
chair
agreed all of
alone.
us
There.
there. Let's
You have
move.
taken over that
Let's
table
move,
and you
please.
have
We
made
can't
it
be
your own.
abused there. We can't be
How?
abused there.
Other councillors,
We have agreed. Let's move.
Who deployed those people as
They must
councillors
go
there?
out, Chair. They
We're
must
not in
go
an
out.
imbizo here. We're not in
They
an
can't
imbizo. There's no
generate
councillor who was deployed by anyone.
Keep them out, Chair.
Members, please mute the mic.
Sorry, representing our own
Honorable members,
structures from organizations. So you are allowed to speak everywhere.
Honorable members in the house.
Continue with the sitting. Political parties
Can
need to
the,
give them a platform.
can the staff
Can we
please mute all the
continue?
mics? Thank you.
Honorable Governor, over to you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Colleagues, can I make an appeal? The Co-Chair has stated what the rules are for today. Let's try and stick to that because many of us have to travel and we have to keep time. Some people have to catch flights and we don't want to delay them. So let's just stick to the rules. And if anybody wants to make further submissions, please put it in writing. And that will be considered. And those that are coming from councils, from legislatures and so on, these issues you are here to take note of and take it back to your relevant structures. So let's give the others an opportunity to speak their minds. And let's try and keep time, and I'll hand back to the co-chairs to manage the session, but I'm making an appeal. Let's be orderly so that we can move forward in our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Govender. Honorable members, thank you for understanding that decision of the chair is final as point number 7. Before I hand over to Honorable Briet and Honorable Kobe, Honorable Zondo, there's nothing that you're going to say. It's unfortunate you were a little bit late, and we have taken the decision, and the decision remains as it is. Honorable members, what I want to indicate to members who are supposed to raise hands on issues that we presented on earlier on, we would want you to do some written submissions, and then we would give to specific commissions, and then send to yourselves. Just write that question and email and send to us. Then we would send to the specific department or commissions that have made presentations. Please note that this is the first of its kind. So we have seen that what are the things that we need to refine and redo and plan as we move forward in terms of making this youth parliament work for young people. I'm now handing over to Honorable Brett and Honorable Kobe to come and continue with the session. I thank you.
Yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this lively debate. Just give us a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. In the interest of time and not wanting to make elaborate speeches, although I also have a lot to say on this point, let me firstly start by welcoming my co-chair, Honorable Malebo Kobe. Her and I have come a long way in terms of women in youth, women in parliament. So being youth in parliament is very welcome and fantastic to be here. We are, as you know, an hour and 15, 20 minutes behind schedule. So we are going to try and catch ourselves up so that we can make lunch and then make sure that when we get to our youth statements at the end, we don't, now I want to say in Afrikaans, rammel dit af. I'm very sorry. I hope there's translators. I can't think of the word, but we don't want it rushed. So we have 45 minutes for this session. That will take us 15 minutes into lunch, and I do apologize for that. Lunch will be 45 minutes, but we will repeat that at the end of this. We are going to, if you look at your programs, then take the following two sessions that was supposed to bring us to lunch. So that would be industrialization and employment, where we speak to entrepreneurs. Then we will go to the meaningful youth engagement, where we have building a bold future, driving Africa's future, nothing without us, and involving young people. Presenters, you will each have, and I do apologize for this, 5 minutes. So please get to your point, make it concise. In Parliament, as the MPs and the steering committee will know, we all get either 3 or 4 or 5 or 20 minutes. You're very fortunate if you have many minutes. We both have 5 minutes in the NCOP and in the NA, so it is possible. You can say what you want to say within those 5 minutes, and then we will open the floor for engagement. I do, however, want to say and make this comment. We want all your inputs. We want questions, and we want to ensure that there are responses. So please make notes. You all have the P20 Youth Parliament email address. Please submit your statements, your questions in writing to that email address so that our wonderful staff can make sure that your questions are responded to, that it's not rushed, and that we can follow up on that. Without further ado, I'm going to hand over to my co-chair as she introduces our first speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Briat. As she has said, we are not going to waste a lot of time, but I'd like to just give a little bit of context into the next session that we're going into. We are going to be speaking into, industrialization and employment. And our next speaker is going to be roughly speaking to the 2 million South Africans who are discouraged to look for employment, but more importantly, is going to be speaking to the 3.8 million who are not employed, not in training, and not educated. We're going to be speaking to a business owner who is the CEO of Msindwana Holdings, waste management and recycling, which is at the very basis, something that does not require, I don't think, a lot of upskilling. And I think those are the low-hanging fruits where we can bridge a gap and create employment opportunities. So without wasting any more time, Mr. Luvuyo Msindwana, please come to the forefront. South Africans are waiting to hear from you.
Can I just ask the table staff to set the timer to 5 minutes so that we can guide our presenters accordingly? Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me take the opportunity to greet the chair and the minister in front of me, the two speakers of the NCOP. Ladies and gentlemen, ndiyanibulisanga le njikalanga nonke,
My name is Luvuyo Msindwana. I am the CEO of Msindwana Holdings, a waste management company that was started around about 2016. Our main focus, we focus on waste management services. So I'm not really going to dwell on our businesses because on our business, because we were actually given some few topics to actually talk about. So the first topic that we'll be talking about is industrialization. What does it do, and how can we then implement industrialization as the country going forward? Industrialization, we all know, it's whereby a country industrialize in terms of so many sectors. But what I want to focus on is what industrialization do for us as a country, and how does it then promote jobs, jobs for young people, in particularly in our country has South Africa. If we check countries like China, they are the masterminds of doing industrialization, and how do we then bring it in our country in making sure that we create unemployment for young Black South African, and how does it then boost our economy as a country? Because once you start to industrialize, that means there's going to be more jobs that are going to be created. Those jobs are automatically going to then go back to our economy, boosting our economy as a country. And it will then even help us to fight the higher unemployment rate that we are facing as a country by employing, upskilling, and lifting so many young entrepreneurs. But we also need government intervention in this things. There is a lot of red tapes when it comes to small businesses in our country. Like, for instance, even in the government departments, when you are a small business with no experience, coming from the dust of Khayelitsha, Langa, or Nyanga East, you don't have experience, you know you want to do this, you know your goal, and you have a future. And once you start registering your business, that's where you then meet a lot of red tapes that you are going to meet along the way. In terms of institutions like your SARS, institutions like your Department of Labor, institutions that are relevant for you to be compliant to run your business properly. I think our government have made it so far in terms of introducing your NYDAs, your CEFAs, in terms of assisting small businesses. But the turnaround time for this department to get back to you is actually very bad, because you can get approved today, but you can get your funding the next year, meaning you are in a process of losing contracts, and now the people that you have then hired, you will lose your job. I think it will be much better if government can try and fasten up the turnaround times of this funding. Even in terms of the BE Act, we strongly, as businesses, in particular Black businesses that have been disadvantaged back then, BE is one of the driving tools for us as Black businesses to actually be to be there on the market. Because what we do, this corporates will not give you any jobs, will not give you any contracts without you being oh, my time is almost finished, sorry, without meeting these requirements. So there's a lot that I think the minister with his departments needs to.
As you conclude.
In terms of making sure that red tapes are being taken out, and allowing small businesses to operate, and giving more employment to other to other small young people in our township. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to you from the House. I think, Minister, the task that we have now is to reduce as much red tape as possible and to make the environment very palatable and conducive for young people to really take part actively in the economy. The next speaker that we're going to have is Ms. Lolwe Tulituli, who's going to be speaking on building a bold future, youth economic participation for sustainable development and global solidarity. Ms. Lutuli?
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'm not sure if we'll still project the slides, but if not, is it morning? Or
Chairperson, we can't hear you. Please turn on the sound again.
the digital poverty that we have, because even if we can make the submission of having all the digital literacy, computer literacy being had in school, the issue we still have is that we do not have enough data that is in school. We also have the issues of that rural communities do not get the information that we need. So most of them are still trying to load the status of yesterday while we're already speaking about what is happening today. So perhaps we need to prioritize that so that even if we do embed these digital skills to our students, then we are able to engage them. As an academia, I know
know how difficult it is to teach students that are coming from different spaces of life. One knows how to use the computer, the other one does not know. But however, we still expect them to produce the same results, expect them to pass the same way. So we need to also look and be practical about it. How many are we deploying? Besides just giving people devices, do we follow up with skills? Do we engage them? Do we educate them on that? And then just to conclude, the next thing that comes up after you have engaged me, you need to give me an opportunity. That means what? Employment must come next. As a council member, we did a site visit to the TVET colleges, and it is very amazing how much TVET colleges are doing. It is really showing us that not everyone needs to get that qualification. Other people are good with their skills. So how do we nurture the science, the research that is there in our community, the skills that we already have shown through generation and historic that we can be using? And also, how do we get youth in decision-making position? You know, it's always interesting when stats comes out and they say, oh, we have this number of people in higher education, which means we are doing well. But where are they sitting? Are they academias? Are they sitting in the offices when making decision? It's good to have parliament representation, but are they sitting in ministerial offices that can make decision? And that's something we also need to
As you
attend to.
conclude.
As I conclude, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I will leave us with this quote from Robert Kennedy, open quote. He says that every generation inherits a world it never made, and as it does so, it automatically becomes the trustee of that world for those who comes after. In due course, each generation is making an accounting for its generation. And us sitting here today, we are making that accounting. And the reality is that, Chair of the session, that the answer is not more policies, it's really implementation. Have we go back and evaluate, monitor the
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lutuli. I think you and I share the same passion regarding literacy and specifically language. I think it is, allow me a soapbox moment to say that I think it's really unacceptable that we have 12 official languages, but our children cannot go to school in 12 official languages, and that you have to make a decision between two languages. So thank you for that input. It is greatly appreciated. Then our next speaker is the national spokesperson on the Embrace Diversity movement that will be speaking on driving Africa's future through development, inclusion, and youth empowerment. And it is, so I welcome to the floor, Ms. Busisiwe Nandipa Mwalo.
Greetings to everyone and all protocol observed. As I said, my name is Busisiwe Nandipa Mwalo. I am a member of the LGBTI community. My pronouns are they, them. So for me, this is all about, and thank you for this opportunity. So for me, I don't know if you do know that in Youth Month, it's also International Pride Month. And I also stand here on behalf of young people who have long been spoken about and seldom to. I speak for those particularly of the LGBTI community who are Black, rural, poor, undocumented, and differently able. How many of us here knew that this is Pride Month? Do we have any programs that we're going to be exercising during this Pride Month? And if you do, please make sure your programs are meaningful, long-lasting, and creating change. The role to change society does not lie only in one person's hands, it lies in all of our hands. It is a responsibility of all of us to change society. Why does this matter? Young people who are queer are often rejected from their homes, bullied in schools, and denied healthcare and targeting of violence, yet our voices are often always excluded from spaces. The hate crime and hate speech legislation has now been enacted. What are you doing to implement this legislation? As I said, that it is a collective responsibility always to lead society, and South Africa also has a responsibility to be leading on the African continent. Why are we not calling out the anti-LGBTI legislation that's happening in Ghana when we're saying that we are the defenders of human rights? So I'm calling upon all of you to do intentional work around LGBTI and not forget that Youth Month is also about including those who are often left out. What can we do? So I've given you all of these problems. Now I'm going to give you some solutions. We need to be institutionalizing queer politics in every space that we're doing. We need to ensure that legislation are protected. We need to ensure that there's inclusive education and affirm healthcare. We need to use our foreign policy to defend the rights of those who are forgotten. We need to be funding grassroots organizations to create safe spaces. We need to be ensuring that we're reducing inequality. What does this mean? It means that we need to have accessibility of what young queer youth in public spaces, protection under the law, and representations and decisions. We need economic opportunity. We need cultural and social acceptance. This is to Parliament for recommendations. You need to always mention LGBTI youth in all of your policies. When you are doing oversight and overseeing, we need to ensure that we are included. We need to be promoting human rights in LGBTI, not just in South Africa, but beyond the borders. We need to be finding more inclusive educational and shelters. We also need to be championing this in a social partner. So as I said, that this is a collective responsibility. It's not just my role, it is your role, whether you're sitting in an NGO, in a political party, in every space that you take up. Civil society must also defend and advocate, and the youth must lead, and government departments must collaborate. I thank you.
I'll tell you what, can she also get an extra round of applause for keeping to time? She was the shortest, most succinct speaker. So as we move over to the next speaker, I think, you know, the various presentations that we received from the National Planning Commission and from Stats SA has really painted and given us a strategic analysis into the beast that is unemployment and exclusion, and particularly that the face of unemployment is women. And I'm particularly happy about this because most of the speakers that we have here are primarily women, the representation of women. Can we have a round of applause for that? Our next speaker is going to be speaking about on the theme of nothing without us, enabling economic participation of youth with disabilities through structural reforms and participatory governance. Ms. Tingai, please come to the forefront.
Do we have a roaming mic? Okay. Can I ask my colleagues there of the steering committee just to assist us?
Am I audible? I think it's going to disappear a little bit. Please may I be supported. Thank you. I don't know if I'm audible. My disability extends to my hands and therefore I'll just need support with holding it. Excellent. Thank you for the indulgence. A good afternoon to Minister. A good afternoon to, I think the chairperson, the deputy chairperson was here. Good afternoon, esteemed members of Parliament, fellow youth delegates, and global observers. Before I begin, allow me to honor the lives lost in the recent natural disaster in my home province of the Eastern Cape. We grieve with the families and communities still awaiting news of loved ones. The courage of those who continue rescue and relief efforts is etched into our collective memory. I rise today not in spite of the province that I come from, but because of it. My name is Thembeli Sengai, a young Black disabled woman and the chairperson of Disabled Youth South Africa in the Eastern Cape. I carry with me today the voices of those too often spoken about, but rarely spoken with. Our message to you today is simple, but it is not soft. Youth with disabilities are no longer asking to be included. We are already leading. The question is whether you are prepared to follow through. The Eastern Cape, with its deep-rooted liberation history, remains among the provinces with the highest disability prevalence and some of the lowest indicators in youth employment, education, and assistive access. In my province, less than 10% of youth with disabilities access sustainable public employment or bursary-linked skills development. Only 3 out of 43 special schools were refurbished in the last infrastructure cycle. Youth in residential care homes still wait years for mobility devices, basic communication aids, or access to mental health care. Unemployment among youth with disabilities hovers above 64%. It is a silent crisis. But we also carry powerful hope. Our communities, activists, caregivers, DPOs like Disabled People South Africa have filled the gap where government has struggled. These organizations are not just stakeholders, they are system builders. We are a province of resilience, but we must ask, for how long must resilience be the substitute for rights? We do acknowledge the establishment of the disability rights machinery in some provincial departments. We also acknowledge the provincial work stream for disability mainstreaming launched through the Office of the Premier. And most importantly, we also acknowledge the Office of the Premier's 2025-2026 APP, which now starts to echo a recognition of disability as a developmental priority. But good policies without budgets are only declarations. Intent is not implementation, and inclusion without power is performance. Today, I bring you 3 proposals of many that we've tabled to Parliament that we believe will move us from symbolism to systemic change. The first proposal is disability implementation hubs. We propose the establishment of disability implementation hubs, eLusikisiki, eNgqongwe, eZwelitsha, as interdepartmental public-private spaces to co-design inclusive employment, youth entrepreneurship, and access to adaptive technologies. Let these hubs be the test beds for scaling to all provinces. Our second proposal is a youth disability inclusion scorecard, where we are requesting that a youth disability inclusion scorecard be embedded across the NYDA, CETAs, NASFAS, and the Extended Public Works Program with DPOs as co-auditors. We would like to track spend, reach, and outcomes, not just as activities. What gets measured gets done. Our third proposal is the institutional representation at all levels. It is time for youth with disabilities to have a seat in working groups, intergovernmental forums, and parliamentary advisory desks, from district DDM forums to the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the NCOP chairperson. This institutional representation is not about tokenism. It is about supply-side legitimacy. South Africa's G20 presidency is not just a geopolitical event. It is an opportunity to demonstrate to the world that disability inclusion is not a side issue. It is a structural question of development, justice, and innovation. In 2023, Italy earmarked over 160 million euros for inclusive labor transition. Japan formalized its disability future design innovation strategy. India hosted the first G20 event on assistive technology. The G20 is moving, and so must we. South Africa has a chance to become the moral center of the Global South on disability inclusion, but only if we stop managing disability and start governing for it. Honorable members, youth with disabilities are not passive recipients of pity or policy. We are co-creators of the democracy our Constitution promised. We do not want charity, we want consequence. We do not want mentions in minutes, we want mandates. So today, on this floor, I respectfully but firmly ask, will Parliament institutionalize annual disability-focused hearings? Will DPOs be treated as system actors, not spectators? Will we finally be counted not just in statistics, but in strategy? Let history remember that we did not merely commemorate disability, but we co-constructed a country that works for all. Let the world look to to South Africa's G20 moment and say, this is where the voice of global disabled youth was not just heard, but answered. We do not ask for power because we already have it. We simply ask you to recognize it and to act accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. T, for those, Malibongwe, for those really empowering words. One thing that stood out for me is you asked us, are we prepared to follow through? And I think from Parliament's side and from my co-chair and I, as we sat here, we are as Parliament not following through, because as a youth member here who is supposed to have a voice, you should have been allowed on this podium, not in front of it. So from our side, and please let the Parliament take note of this, we are not prepared and we are not following through, and that is not acceptable in a country that says it is for human rights. So I do want to apologize on behalf of Parliament for that, but thank you for that inspiring message. To conclude this session, ladies and gentlemen, we will be discussing involving young people in shaping global politics. And I would gladly invite our SADC Youth Parliament member, Honourable Ms. T. Manong, to the podium. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Takane Manong. I'm from the SADC Youth Parliament, and the SADC Youth Parliament is I'm really sorry. I'm quite nervous. Thank you.
You are protected, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so the SADC Youth Parliament is a regional youth-led advocacy platform whose core mandate is to represent the interest of and aspiration of the youth in the SADC region. And its core mandate is to foster unity, solidarity, cooperation, diversity, inclusivity, and equality. The SADC Youth Parliament is officially convened under the SADC Youth Forum, a Pan-African youth-centered regional development platform for young people across the SADC region. And it is under the mentorship of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And through this platform, young leaders advocate for regional cooperation, human rights, environmental protection for the present and future generations, peace and sustainable development across Southern Africa. So it is very urgent that we involve youth in global decision-making processes in order to it is not, we cannot overstate it enough that youth need to be involved in global decision-making processes. With more than half the global population under the age of 30, young people constitute a demographic majority and a reservoir of untapped innovation, energy, and perspective. However, as the statistics have shown, we still have a very limited participation of youth engagement, and we require systemic mechanisms that empower young people as equal stakeholders in governance and policy development. So earlier this year, in my capacity as a rapporteur for the SADC Youth Parliament Disability Rights, Gender and Young Women Development Standing Committee, I had the unique opportunity to interact with youth across the 16 SADC countries on disability issues, including sustainable financing structures to cater for persons with disabilities. These interactions were done during our virtual standing committees session earlier in March in preparation for the first sitting of the third SADC Youth Parliament, and where we had critical discussions and debates on youth issues and resolutions adopted to foster transformative action and meaningful and effective engagement of youth in the region. The importance of youth engagement is that young people possess the first-hand experience of emerging global challenges, such as the climate change that has been mentioned in previous presentations, the migration and unemployment, as it has been overly emphasized in our sessions. Their involvement ensures that the policies are informed by contemporary realities and are forward-looking in their design and implementation. Also, long-term solutions require the buy-in of young people who will inherit the outcomes of today's decisions, such as the decisions we are going to be making today. Inclusive policy making fosters ownership, it fosters accountability, and it will continue across generations. So it is also important for us to include youth meaningfully to bring innovative approaches and fresh perspective to solving complex issues. My recommendation, therefore, would be that governments and global institutions must create formal mechanisms for youth participation in decision-making bodies, like the youth tables that were mentioned in earlier presentations. And we must also invest in skills and knowledge of young people must enhance to effectively contribute to policy development.
As you conclude.
And as a representative of the next generation, I believe that young people have a unique ability to inspire transformative change. Platforms such as the P20 Youth Parliament and forums like the EU-AU CSO Youth Forum that I had the opportunity to attend exemplify the impact of youth engagement when facilitated effectively. Therefore, on behalf of the SADC Youth Parliament, I reaffirm our commitment to advancing youth-led advocacy and working collaboratively to ensure that global policies reflect the aspirations, rights, and needs of young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Honorable Manong. We're going to move on to our next session, which is a Q&A session. We're not going to take much of your time because we know you desperately need to break for lunch. So what we're going to do, just a few housekeeping rules. We're going to ensure that our questions, we stick to 2 minutes each. We're going to take 3 from this side, we're going to take 3 from the other side, and we're going to take 3 online. And if we do not have time for the answers, we're going to have the answers in written reply, just so that we keep the session in short. And for the presentations that we had, I understand that it looked like we're suppressing some of the speakers. They will be circulated so that you have time to engage with them sufficiently afterwards. All right, thank you. Any hands? Okay, yes. Okay, 3 gentlemen this side. Ladies. Oh, yes, him. Which one? Yes, you, ma'am, afterwards. And then a nice intergenerational mix. And then we'll have Sir over there. Okay, first speaker, yes, your 2 minutes is on now.
So my question is to Mr. Msindwana. I mean, he was highlighting like some hidden struggles as a CEO of Msindwana Holdings. He's like something like starting a business is one thing and staying compliant, accessing supply chain or being recognized by government and industry is another. So my question is what concrete support exists to help township-based youth enterprises similarly to his scale up, especially in dealing with things like BEE certification, SARS registration, and accessing public procurement? And secondly, can government consider a township industry accelerator where youth in informal economies get fast-tracked regulatory support and market access, not just once-off grants?
Thank you, sir. And you are within your minutes as well. I think township revitalization is a big question and a issue as we are seeing, money being spent, but not physical boots to the ground action. So thank you for that. Then I think it was the gentleman with a grayish white blazer. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Chair Low, representing the Patriotic Alliance. Chairperson, I just have two questions. One is related to red tape. Now, I've been hearing that we've been having a chat about entrepreneurship, and young people have been facing a challenge with regard to red tape because it's not simplified and it's not smooth. At the end of the day, you get delayed and it's stagnated, and young people don't get the opportunity at the end of the day. Secondly, my question is with regards to, I actually expected government to come and say, listen to the youth today that we have created so many jobs with regards to entrepreneurship, and then also get the information based on demographics. Because if I can make an example, we have colored people, it's 8.5% of the population, and to at least know that how many jobs have been created for 8.5 population would have been given us an opportunity to see whether we are moving forward on an equal basis or are we moving skew unequally? Because the last speaker ended off by saying that we want to create an equal society. But when it comes to development and growth, and even the gentleman from Stats SA talked about economic growth, are we growing equally or are we growing skew? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much for that gentleman in the hat. And I do apologize. My program director has just informed me that we are 120 people who we have to feed. So we were hoping to make it a half an hour lunch, but unfortunately, half an hour will not see all the mouths fed. So we are going to scale down to a minute. I think the previous two speakers did that in a minute. I timed it, so it is possible. So gentlemen with a hat on that side, before we go this side, we are asking the staff to get the online participants correct. See, I even spoke in his time. So please, gentlemen, you have a minute.
Thank you so much. Greetings to the House. I go by the name of Yotoloku, the chairperson of SAIC from the province of the Eastern Cape. Despite of the disparities that you are talking about here, having to have policies like National Youth Policy, National Development Plan, I think we are not deliberating enough on the challenges that are causing the disparities that are faced by the youth of South Africa, including poor policy implementation, inadequate monitoring and evaluation, centralized education curriculum. I'm happy that the lady, the honorable lady there, spoke about this thing of decolonizing education system, because I think we need a review of some policies to make it a point that we review our curriculum and make it a point that it creates opportunities to address this thing of skills mismatch, so that our youth can be equipped and be able to participate into the mainstream economy, and the lack of collaboration. I think the lady from the SADC, member of SADC Parliament.
Your question, sir? Your question.
This was rather a comment and a recommendation. Yes, I think the lady from SADC Parliament, I ordinarily I had thought that perhaps you might be able to deliberate on the geopolitical tensions that are happening in the world and how South Africa can maneuver its way so that it can be beneficial for our country. And I thought ordinarily you would address the issue that is happening in the continent, the issue of Sudan. As we have colleagues in Sudan, our colleagues are crying for help. They have been reaching out to South Africa.
As you conclude.
Cry for help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move over to this side. If we can have the gentleman here who is a learner, we will give you your 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me, honorable member. I am Oyamangecho, a representative from Mazumtombo Senior Secondary School, and I would like to refer to the statements that were made earlier on by the Financial and Fiscal Commission by Ms. Nombeko Mbava, which are expenditure on consumption and investments in infrastructure and architecture. I believe that instead of us actually investing in social grants that are, for example, investing in maternal and unemployed individuals, I believe that we should invest in every individual or every learner that is included or is involved in the South African education system in order for us to actually raise people who are actually going to be critical thinkers, people who will be able to come up with new solutions and new plans in order for us to prosper as a nation. I believe that if we're going to be funding people who are living off of these social grants that are being maternal and unemployed, it amplifies or it invest in their mindset that they should be dependent on the things that they will be supplied by the government, of which if we were to invest in the education system, it would create more opportunities, and we should also remember, education is not just physical sciences and mathematics. Education is arts and culture, education is literature, education is everything that everyone can also do within their own selves. This can actually increase people's ability to actually think out of the box and actually broaden their thinking in order for us to actually prosper as a nation. I believe that instead of us actually involving or investing in social grants such as for the unemployed and external, I believe that we should actually invest in every learner of the South African education system. Thank you.
He's actually the perfect person to speak on the issues of learners. Well done. Well done for that submission. Young lady with the glasses.
Honorable members of the House, I am IPU Mbele, the Treasurer General of CPUT SRC. I'll start by realizing that how youth have been excluded in meaningful engagement and decision-making. For instance, how policies are made, how laws works, and how governance affects the lives of the people. My question is open to the House. How can government ensure that political education is integrated to schools, communities, youth programs, so that young people are empowered to engage meaningfully in conversations, decision-making processes to foster a sense of ownership among our youth? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well-managed time on that side. And yes, I think those are discussions we can have over lunch. I'm going to take the gentleman with a puffer jacket. Your 1 minute starts now. Excuse me, sir, before you start, is there a point of order? Thank you, sir, but we are unfortunately going to have to break it because we are running out of time. So we have that gentleman and then we will conclude. But once again, Chairperson, no, let me conclude. Yes. Order, members, order. I'm not having this in my house. No, I'm not having this.
Don't be emotional.
According to the rule 7, the rules B7, the decision by the chairperson has been finalized, has been made final. Sir, I will ask this House to order. The decision by the chairperson of the previous session was made. I can confirm that the steering committee is aware of the situation and has discussed the matter. You did not raise your hand when we took your hand, you put it. No. We are not having this. We are not having this. Your hand was not noted, Chair. Order, members, order, order, order. We are not doing that. The chairperson, my co-chair, did not note your hand. We noted the three members at the back. It is now the gentleman with the puffer jacket and the glasses' turn. We are going to move. Sir, with a puffer jacket, your minute starts now.
Greetings, honorable members and fellow delegates. This is Pindle Peter speaking from the National Union of Mine Workers. Mine will be brief based on the industrialization and employment. It will be of a mandate from the House to the honorable members that since you know that the industrialization is part of development of the youth in the country. So, comrades, we would like to demand that honorable members, excuse me, I'm used to the comrades of mine there. Yes, so honorable members, mine will be that from the National Union of Mine Workers, comrades, that we re-industrialize the youth, that it can be included and transformed through special skills that will also enable them to participate in this new era of fourth industrial revolution. Hence, there's this program of EPW. It should be at least
As you conclude,
it should be revisited so that it equip young people with portable skills that they can carry on with their life. Thank you.
thank you. We'll now move on to the virtual platform and have a question from Mr. Senzo Mkhwanazi. Yes.
I don't know how you missed noting this young learner who was raising her hand very up high and enthusiastic to speak, but she raised her hand. So I don't know how you skipped her because you're noting.
Mr. Mkhwanazi, if you can just hold on. So she raised her hand just like we had multiple, but the House, we had resolved that for our housekeeping rules, we're going to take 3 hands and they will each have 2 questions to ask. And we have made that decision and have exercised our prerogative to choose which ones we'll be asking. Mr. Mkhwanazi, you can go on. Mr. Mkhwanazi, are you there?
Greetings, Chairperson and all the honorable members. Yes, am I audible?
Yes, we hear you. You can proceed.
Am I audible?
You are eating into your time, Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Chairperson, do you hear me?
You are audible.
Information operative. And very quick. My question is, what is our higher educational institution doing to make sure that our educational system is producing more of job creators than the job seekers? I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhwanazi. Very succinct. And the next one we have Zamajozi Sitole. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. Sorry, what's happening here? Okay, yes. Greetings to everyone. So my questions are, the first one, which I had already posted in the chat, was on the NYDA, that what are we doing to strengthen the NYDA in ensuring that it achieves its mandates? Because you'll find that they have so many different programs or services for youth. However, the administration is an issue. For example, I tried to sign up for one of the trainings that they have for young people if they want to start businesses, but I never got a response. I did follow-ups, nothing happened. So what are we doing to ensure that the NYDA is strengthened, is improved, so that they can fulfill their mandates to the youth of this country? And then my second question is, again, when it comes to meaningful participation of youth, what are we doing to develop or to promote youth participation from local level right up to national level or even at
As you
SADC level?
conclude?
Yes. So again, my suggestion would be, let's look at forming like these youth forums and strengthening these youth forums from local level right to regional level, so that we can ensure that we are developing young leaders that know what they're doing and can push forward the development of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tole. That is much appreciated. Colleagues, thank you so much for this engagement. I want to thank all of the presenters who made the presentations. Thank you for that. As my co-chair has mentioned, there was a link distributed to political parties. Please make sure, and members who are in attendance, please make sure you get that link with all those documents so as to be able to engage. I think it would be very pertinent during lunch. I hear there are some ideas, people have suggestions, so I want to encourage you all to have a discussion and chat about that. I do apologize that we do not have time for any more questions. I do want to advise you, P20 Youth at parliament.gov.za. That is the email address that we are using for this youth parliament. Please send your questions. Please send your suggestions. Those that are captured in the chat online, we will also include there, and we will make sure that those are responded to, that they are taken into the report. Thank you for that, Chairperson. Our house rules: lunch will be served. Lunch is going to continue up until 2 o'clock. That is 33 minutes. It's not a lot of time. I've been informed that there are 3 serving points. To my left, to some of you who's right, there is 2 serving points, and if you pass that into the restaurant as well. So there are 3 serving points. Please distribute amongst yourselves to be there. Go and queue, but can I ask you, please be back by 2 o'clock. I am sure the bells will be rung for that, to alert you to that. And then we will return for our next session, where we will hear from our permanent delegates and from our political party delegates that are here today. Thank you so much. Enjoy lunch.
Recording stopped. Recording stopped.
its doors to the voices that matter most, the youth. Parliament will host the P20 Youth Parliament 2025 under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, to be held on 13 June in Cape Town and virtually. This will be a national platform for strategic youth engagement, dialogue and innovation. Together with their public representatives, young people will come together to shape public policy around economic participation, employment, and education, aligned to the G20 development goals. The Youth Parliament sets the tone for a medium-term national youth development agenda informed by provincial and district consultations across South Africa. This is more than a debate. It is a commitment to listen, legislate, and lead with youth at the center. Parliament is not just hosting a youth parliament, it is hosting the future. Be part of this important national conversation. Follow the P20 Youth Parliament live on Parliament's communication platforms, including DSTV channel 408, Parliament's YouTube channel, and our official social media platforms. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Triathlon, the ultimate test of endurance. And right now,
Testing 1 2 1 2 3.
One, two.
It is hosting the future. Be part of this important national conversation. Follow the P20 Youth Parliament live on Parliament's communication platforms, including DSTV channel 408, Parliament YouTube channel, and our official social media platform. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. As the host of the 11th P20 Speaker Summit under South Africa's G20 presidency, Parliament of South Africa is opening its doors to the voices that matter most, the youth. Parliament will host the P20 Youth Parliament 2025 under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, to be held on 13 June in Cape Town and virtually. This will be a national platform for strategic youth engagement, dialogue, and innovation. Together with their public representatives, young people will come together to shape public policy around economic participation, employment, and education aligned to the G20 development goals. The Youth Parliament sets the tone for a medium-term national youth development agenda informed by provincial and district consultations across South Africa. This is more than a debate. It is a commitment to listen, legislate, and lead with youth at the center. Parliament is not just hosting a youth parliament, it is hosting the future. Be part of this important national conversation. Follow the P20 Youth Parliament live on Parliament's communication platforms, including DSTV channel 408, Parliament YouTube channel, and our official social media platforms. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. As the host of the 11th P20 Speakers Summit under South Africa's G20 presidency, Parliament of South Africa is opening its doors to the voices that matter most, the youth. Parliament will host the P20 Youth Parliament 2025 under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Policies for Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, to be held on 13 June in Cape Town and virtually. This will be a national platform for strategic youth engagement, dialogue, and innovation. Together with their public representatives, young people will come together to shape public policy around economic participation, employment, and education aligned to the G20 development goals. The Youth Parliament sets the tone for a medium-term national youth development agenda informed by provincial and district consultations across South Africa. This is more than a debate. It is a commitment to listen, legislate, and lead with youth at the center. Parliament is not just hosting a youth parliament, it is hosting the future. Be part of this important national conversation. Follow the P20 Youth Parliament live on Parliament's communication platforms, including DSTV channel 408, Parliament YouTube channel, and our official social media platforms. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. As the host of the 11th P20 Speakers Summit under South Africa's G20 presidency, Parliament of South Africa is opening its doors to the voices that matter most, the youth. Parliament will host the P20 Youth Parliament 2025 under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, to be held on 13 June in Cape Town and virtually. This will be a national platform for strategic youth engagement, dialogue, and innovation. Together with their public representatives, young people will come together to shape public policy around economic participation, employment, and education aligned to the G20 development goal. The Youth Parliament sets the tone for a medium-term national youth development agenda informed by provincial and district consultations across South Africa. This is more than a debate. It is a commitment to listen, legislate, and lead with youth at the center. Parliament is not just hosting a youth parliament, it is hosting the future. Be part of this important national conversation. Follow the P20 Youth Parliament live on Parliament's communication platforms, including DSTV channel 408, Parliament YouTube channel, and our official social media platforms. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. As the host of the 11th P20 Speakers Summit under South Africa's G20 presidency, Parliament of South Africa is opening its doors to the voices that matter most, the youth. Parliament will host the P20 Youth Parliament 2025 under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, to be held on 13 June in Cape Town and virtually. This will be a national platform for strategic youth engagement, dialogue, and innovation.
Honorable Sitwan, we want the date of site conference. Honorable members, please take your seats. Honorable Mananiso, please take your seat. Honorable members, please take your seats and we are experiencing a slight glitch. The meeting will resume shortly. Honorable members, please settle down. We are about to start. Let's maybe start by just apologizing for the slight delay. If
Recording in progress.
honorable members, please can you settle down? The honorable member from the IFP, Honorable Zondo. Honorable members, can you please settle down so that we can start the program? Let me first greet you all. My name is Mzamo Pili. I am a permanent delegate of the National Council of Provinces from the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And my co-chair will introduce herself just now. But I just want to clarify that in terms of the program, we should be having a discussion or a presentation from Mr. Nzoia, which is the social inclusion and education access. Unfortunately, we've been told that Mr. Nzoia is not yet here. We're not sure whether he's on his way. And because of that, we're going to go to the next item on the program, which my co-chair will quickly outline and call the speakers. The next program is it's the NCOP permanent delegate statements. My co-chair will speak to that.
I thank you, Sanbonan. Mabandla kamjuguranda abasizo sikamthaniya. Rally dumedisa kaofela. Welcome to those who are here for the first time. Ngegama ngunaledi Chirompungose. And I was in the NCOP as a permanent delegate of Gauteng. And we are now in the National Assembly. And, oh, Sharat, okay. So welcome to the second part or after lunchtime of today's program. Khona manje sizoyenza a brief overview of the provincial context and key development priorities, creating strategic pathways to advance youth development across provinces. A summary of all of alignment with national and provincial frameworks in the PMTDP and PGDS. And we just want to say thank you to Nzoia for not coming to today's session on behalf of SAUS, because there is no SAUS. The term of SAUS ended in 2023, and they are yet to go to their elective conference. It's a democratic house.
You are very much out of order,
It's a democratic house, and we respect democracy. So we just want to say thank you to the people
must
of
be orderly,
SAUS
Chair. You are
for
very much out of
protecting the integrity of this house and today's business of Namsanj. We will call on the NCOP permanent delegate to Honorable Jane Mananiso on behalf of Gauteng.
Thank you, co-chairs.
Just a second, Honorable Mananiso Xolo, please take a time back to 3 minutes. Ama NCOP delegates azothola 3 minutes each to give their overviews on provinces. So please stick to your times, and we'll make sure that you take 3 minutes and nothing above that. Over to you again, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chirwa, and congratulations once more. As Gauteng, we want to commit in this house that we'll continue promoting 4IR on issues that has been raised today as well. And we want to inform you and commit as well that we would make sure that there's uniformed, professionalized, and focal budget for youth development in all levels. We would ensure that there's quality, sustainable jobs, because we know we have initiatives like Amapanyaza and agricultural programs that have been made in Gauteng. I'm speaking about Gauteng, not Western Cape. So we're going to make sure that we strengthen the work that has been done already. Issues of supporting SMMEs and those who are within the informal township economy is one of the programs that we think that we would be advancing and making sure that we strengthen it through the funds that are coming from the Office of the Premier and as well from the investment summit that we just held as Gauteng. Other issues that has been said here and elaborated on, we want to commit as Gauteng that the issue of inclusion of persons with disability, LGBTQIA plus society, rural youth, and those who are vulnerable and marginalized per economic class or sex or race would be included in terms of the mainstreaming of the development and empowerment. We want to further.
Honorable Mananiso, please just hold on. There's a point of order there.
I'm not accounting on you. Honored co-chairs, I just want to check, is it proper that NCOP bring older people to preside and present on the youth debate? So I want to understand if they have no one who's young on that committee. Because we are young, we're discussing matters of young people, and we need young people to be given a platform to engage.
Thank you. You may
So I want to
sit down.
understand that, because we cannot allow.
You may
that
sit down.
all
You may
the
sit down.
proposals-
Please, member, please sit down.
No.
Cha, please sit down. Switch off your mic. Ngikuzwile, sikuzwile. Le aspect lena, the steering committee decided on this program. I think the member of your party did a disservice to you and your views by not raising these issues in the steering committee. So we will proceed with the program today because this was not raised and you're not noted.
No,
You're not
no.
noted. Ta?
No.
You're not
you can't-
noted.
you-
No,
you can't
I'm
do that to
ruling
me.
and I've made
No,
the
no, you
ruling.
can't- no, you can't
Yes,
do that
I
to me. I
can.
sit on the steering
I actually
committee.
can.
I sit on the steering
can,
committee.
and I've made
And there
the
was no
ruling.
time more by your side. This
Please switch off your mic.
Come and all the people
Switch off
to
your
discuss
mic.
our matters.
Switch off
No,
the
no, you can't do
microphone.
that to
Can we
me.
have
You
protection
can't tell me what
within
you are
the
saying.
house to
You
remove
can't
the
tell me what
member
you are saying.
for not following the order?
You can't tell me what you are saying. I'm sitting on the steering
Switch off
committee.
your mic. Switch off your mic. Members,
You are out of
please
order.
quiet down. Please quiet down. There are 2 chairs on this podium. If there are issues you wish to raise, we will note you, and then we'll give you clarity going forth. But do not cause the house to degenerate. Do not cause disorder in the House. We will not allow that sort of behavior because there was ample time to make amendments, to make recommendations, and they were not received. So switch off your mic and allow Honorable Mananiso to continue. I thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. It's unfortunate that I cannot school Honorable Zondo about how we work in the NCOP. And I'm here delegated with authority to come and address this House. As I continue, Co-Chair, those representing youth in a form of councillors, in a form of CEOs, and as well directors in their space, they must make sure that as they speak on issues of deliverance, empowerment, and opportunities, they don't leave young people behind. Because there's 40% that we always speak about of inclusion. It is not because of we want something as kickbacks, but to ensure that we are mainstreamed and we deal with our cost-cutting issues as we have to. In conclusion, Chairperson, honorable members, I want to say to all of you that it's unfortunate youth development doesn't have a face, a size, doesn't have sex. Actually, all of us, we are experiencing the same challenges that we always speak about as triple challenges: unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And united we stand, divided we fall. So it's upon us. We are the now, the present, and today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. The next person is Honorable Zama from the Free State.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all honorable members. First and foremost, we would like to say that, to take this opportunity to say that we stand opposed to one of the view by the National Commission as their recommendation that part and parcel of unemployment, to resolve unemployment, it's about sending labor immigration or sending young people to other countries. Why are we differing with that? Is on the basis that labor migration is not a solution as per the Marxist perspective and Marxist view. And that itself is to subject young people of South Africa to a super exploitation and alienation and other factors that are associated with capitalist societies. So as a result, we would not agree with that recommendation. And then we're saying that recommendation is not a well-thought recommendation from the National Commission, because young people, they cannot go to be exploited and alienated in other countries, as they are the reserves and of the intelligentsia and the future of this country. From the Free State Province, Chair, we agree with all the recommendations that have been put forth, and we are saying that we would implement and we will continue to support the SMMEs that are on the core economic pockets of the Free State, including agricultural initiatives. And also, we agree with the call of the ANC Youth League, including the president that has made to say that beneficiation must happen, especially in the Free State, whereby we are a mining town, and minerals must not leave the country, but beneficiation must take place, and then employment must be provided. And then also we are doing what we call skills revolution, government issuing out bursaries and working with cities to ensure that we tap into skills that needs to transform the economy and ensure that all skills that are not necessary to drive the economy of Free State are being funded. And lastly, Chair, as a Free State, we would continue to say that the program that has been initiated over a period of time by the Free State Provincial Government, partnering with BRICS countries such as Russia, Republic of Belarus, Cuba, Portugal, China, where we have sent a large number of students for skills revolution that now each and every province benefits out of that, because we are not keeping them to ourselves as a Free State province, but they must benefit all pockets, or the length and the breadth of the country, to ensure that the knowledge that they have gathered in those BRICS countries and others, it benefits everyone. But we'll continue to, as we continue to strengthen the South-to-South cooperation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skwebela. Mpumalanga sithola ngamagama ukuthi kuzozubani ozopresenta on behalf of Mpumalanga. But we will still open the floor if there is an NCOP permanent delegate or somebody who is given the responsibility to give an account on behalf of Mpumalanga. Please do raise your hand and come forth, and if there isn't, so that we may continue. Can we also check on the online system? Ukuthi khona yini Mpumalanga? Iting? Okay. Ka Mpumalanga khona online, mara abayimelisa letso la bona, so re tlo tswela pele ka Northwest le bona ha ba romela leina hore ke mang a tlo presenting on behalf of Northwest. So nka ni checkele lapho online, if ba khona nalana in the chambers, just indicate with your hand so we can give you an opportunity to come forth and speak, and if there isn't, we'll move on. And there is no indication. We will now move on to Limpopo province. Sebopela, please come forth.
Honorable House Chair, allow me to pass my sincere greetings to the House and stand on the already established protocol. This month, we honor nearly 50 years since the Soweto uprisings, a turning point in our country's history. The 1976 young people that stood up against an oppressive system, demanding equal rights, demanding language rights, demanding quality education, and the freedom to shape their future. Many paid the ultimate price, but their courage paved the way for the freedom we hold today. I stand here, Honorable Chair, as a product of the sacrifices of 1976, and it is our responsibility not just to remember the past, but to act boldly in the present. Like one of the speakers mentioned earlier, that we are not the future, but the present. We're leading now, not in the future. Yet, as we reflect, we must also ask, what have we done with the freedom they fought for? In Limpopo, many young people face immense challenges, with the most critical one being that of youth unemployment. Limpopo is unquestionably endowed with large mineral deposits. We have 35 mines in the province, extracting coal, diamonds, platinum, chrome, and others. We hold a very firm view that 70% of these minerals being extracted from our province and exported to other countries should be refined in the province to benefit the local people of Limpopo. We should build an industry next to a mine. There must be an industry for purposes of processing. You take many young people there to train and work there, they will enhance their skills and experiences while working in these industries. We draw courage particularly in development opportunities like the special economic zones in Limpopo, the Musina Makhado and Fetahomu towards the special economic zone that are set to create over 21,000 jobs for the people of our province. These zones must prioritize youth entrepreneurship support and equal access, because indeed real economic inclusion is the key to breaking cycles of poverty and inequality. The other important aspect of Limpopo's richness is agriculture and tourism. These important economic drivers must be greatly explored on how they can best enrich the youth. Limpopo is Africa's Eden. We have fertile soils and warm climate. Many fruits and vegetables grow on our land, but there's only between 11 and 18 agro-processing companies. There's a gap that we must fill, especially with youth-led businesses in this aspect. On the economic front, Limpopo is home to world-class natural sites like Kruger National Park, Mapungube, and Waterberg Biosphere. We also offer rich vendor, Tsonga, Pedi cultural experiences, and these are powerful tools that we believe we can use for youth empowerment and employment, especially in hospitality and ecotourism and digital content.
As you conclude.
So, when you get a chance, you guys must visit us in the north. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sebopela. We are going to move back to Mpumalanga. We are told that there is Honorable Stephen Sekwakwa.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity to represent Mpumalanga Province. Want to apologize as well for when we were called, we're not P20. Chair, as part of the Mpumalanga resolutions, we resolved that on the financial literacy, we must introduce a basic education level and also provide education on contract law, transform TVET college and university to provide skills that are relevant to the local economy of Mpumalanga province. As in particular that you know that in Mpumalanga were the economy based on coal, specialized on coal mine. Ensure transparency and regulation for government tenders, implement consequence for proper conduct in terms of government procurement services, create more permanent employment opportunities for young people, build free own state capacity that will create jobs for young people, revise the SOEs that will incubate enterprises that will be able to compete globally, have youth representation in all sectors of government and programs, conduct a skills audit in all sectors of employment, implement land expropriation without compensation for equal distribution and economic growth for the youth. Invest more on climate smart agriculture and sustainable for the purpose to fund initiatives to make climate smart agricultural resources accessible for emerging businesses and funding. Implement strict to ensure that the 30% beneficiaries for local companies must go to local communities. On the industrialization, employment, unlock market and hemp industries and opportunities to create employment and creating trade opportunities to benefit from the helps of industries. Relevant education and training for young people should be introduced. Regulate immigration policies to ensure that certain sectors are protected for the local communities to benefit. On Commission 2, Chair, on social inclusion, the social inclusion is the process of improving the terms of which individuals and groups take part on society. Part of it and the resolutions that we take is that to strengthen the SAPS communities, policies, rural safety forums to include young people, strengthen the SAPS for youth desk within the province as well. On the access to basic housing, strengthen integration and specialized planting, access to health facilities, promote sexual and reproductive health and the rights for sexual reproduction. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now call on the Northern Cape, Mukai, to please come to the podium. Honorable Mukai.
Honorable members and our presiding officers, Honorable Les Govender and Honorable Cedric Follick, Honorable Minister Chikunga, the P20 Parliament delegates and fellow young people, and citizens of our beautiful province, the Northern Cape. Socio-economic conditions imposed on our youth through consistent systematic failures neither respects nor honors the sacrifices made by the generation of 1976. Inept implementation of poorly researched policies combined with the 9 official policy on corruption, state capture, and unashamed looting of the state coffers condemned our youth to perpetual unemployment and poverty. Honorable chairpersons of the session, the economic exclusion of those born in the Northern Cape begins with the provincial government's inability to provide access to quality education. As much as the Northern Cape prides itself on having the most improved matric pass rate in 2024, the unpalatable reality is that the province had the worst pass rate in the country for the past 2 years and hasn't been gone higher than from the bottom of from the past 6 years. Now, just how bad are we if you are the most improved but still the worst? Without proper educational footing, the Northern Cape youth are unable to put their best foot forward in the job market. Youth unemployment in the province measured 36% in the fourth quarter of 2024, with the promise of mega projects unable to bring lasting economic relief to our young people. We need real economic growth in the province, not just election promises. And I want to go further, Honorable Chair. We need real opportunities for our youth to create and sustain their own businesses, not just shipping containers branded with the premier's face being dumped in communities just before by-election takes place. We need to learn from policies and initiatives implemented by governments that work, such as those of the Democratic Alliance-led Western Cape, which created 121,000 new jobs in 1 year. In the same time, the Northern Cape only scraped together 12,000 new jobs. There is great opportunity for the Northern Cape, particularly in the renewable energy sectors. Young people of the province must be at the center of those developments, whether they are from Kakamas, Oukeep, Colesburg, Khalishiwe, Maruping, or Ikutsing. I need to emphasize that all development is ultimately human development. The development of our young people forms part and the backdrop for which all other progress is built. And as we heard from the mayor of the beautiful city, the junior mayor, the youth is now, the youth is today. If we hit this call where there is a political will to do better and to respect the sacrifices from the 1976 youth by being better, there will definitely be a better future for those who will come behind us. Exabaya danki, ke a leboga, I thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Mukai. We will move on to the next speaker on our list, and that is the speaker from the Western Cape. Do we have anyone from the Western Cape? Okay, no. We've agreed that, no. Honorable members, we've agreed that we're not going to take that direction. If there's no speaker from the Western Cape, then we're going to move on to the next person. The next person on our list is Honorable Charlie from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Presiding Officers of both House of Parliament, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Governor, Chairperson of Committees of National Assembly, Honorable Floric, and the Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Chikunga, and Honorable Members, as well as delegates that are here with us today. Please receive my warmest greetings. It is an honor, Honorable Members, for me to say a few words in the P20 Youth Parliament on behalf of the Eastern Cape delegation. Our province is still reeling from the devastation caused by the recent floods, which have claimed lives and caused massive destruction and loss of property. Our different sphere of leadership and civic organs are working around the clock to deal with this situation. From the perspective of the Eastern Cape province, we understand our task as not just one of policing government, but as a platform and voice of people in having their matters advocated for. While we are faced with low and stagnant levels of economic growth and stubbornly high unemployment, we appreciate the commitments made by our provincial government in working to turn the tide. In his statement, the State of Province Address, our Premier, Honorable Oscar Mabuyan, announced several government initiatives to assist the youth, and these included the following: training programs in partnership with SITAs to benefit more than 37,000 young people in programs such as artisanry, emerging contractors development, youth brigades, agricultural entrepreneurship skills, and graduate incubation. A uniquely Eastern Cape project called Basic Employment Initiative, which will benefit 28,000 unemployed young people of the Eastern Cape. Placement of 180 young people with disabilities on an assistant chef program to equip them with culinary skills. In responding to burden caused by historical student debt, the Office of the Premier has partnered with Maxita to allocate 70 million towards student debt clearance. Qualifying students will be called upon to approach their institutions of higher learning to access this relief. As Parliament, we have an oversight duty to ensure that these and other programs are implemented accordingly. Program Director, as I conclude, we come from a province that emerges from a history of being deliberately designed as labor reserve and purposefully underdeveloped by the oppressive government of the past, and this meant that our development trajectory started from the lowest of bases. We are. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Siyabonga. Order members, thank you so much. We're going to give over the podium to Honorable Billy on behalf of KwaZulu-Natal.
Honorable members, the Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Frolic, House Chair, and fellow South Africans, and more importantly, young people who are here today. I must start by saying that having listened carefully to the many inspiring and well-presented submissions coming from many of you today makes me filled with so much of hope. I'm motivated that as a member of this parliament, I need to do more to get this country working again. It gives me hope that this country and its future is in safe hands. Honorable members, KwaZulu-Natal remains one of South Africa's most vibrant yet most challenged province. While blessed with natural beauty, cultural richness, and youthful population, it continues to face high levels of unemployment, poverty, inequality, and limited access to economic opportunities, particularly among young people. The youth unemployment in the province is almost 60%, and many of them are not in education or employment or training. These figures are not just numbers, honorable members. They are young lives caught in a cycle of exclusion, and unless we act with urgency and intent, we risk condemning a generation to a permanent marginalization. Honorable members, to turn this, we need to have a look at a few things. First, we must radically strengthen youth-focused education and skills development with greater alignment to local economic opportunities such as tourism, agriculture, digital technology, and renewable energy sectors. TVET colleges and training hubs must be resourced and reorientated to deliver future skills that meet both market demand and community needs. Second, we must foster inclusive entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems in our communities. And this means that supporting new businesses, reducing the red tape that we see from businesses that are started by young people, but more importantly, partnering with the private sector to support the same youth-owned businesses, particularly in townships and in rural areas. Honorable members, our province, KwaZulu-Natal's future will be defined by the opportunities we create for its youth today. Let us move from rhetoric to action. Let us build our province and our country where the place you are born does not determine the life that you can lead. Fortunately, the province of KwaZulu-Natal is governed by the government of provincial unity, and it is succeeding and it is changing lives of young people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. Honorable Billy is effectively the last member from the NCOP to provide an overview of the province of KZN. Mkani zishayeleni izandla, you were so good. Jy was baie mooi. Ons is baie gelukkig om hierdie tyd om te spend met jou. We shall continue, but I think one thing we want to say just before we leave is that this isn't a permanent alternative. We want young people to be real decision makers, to be in the National Assembly, to be in the NCOP, to be legislators in municipalities, in our provinces. And I think this session gave us a good overview of what the future should possibly look like and what it should look like even today. So we encourage all young people to be politically active. Join any political party, young people. Read the manifestos, read the policy documents, read Parliament, follow Parliament. ITP meetings are hambeni as young people. And this is an invitation to everybody in this house, those who are at home, on the 16th of June. Sizobe sise King's Wellington Stadium for the Youth Day rally. I thank you.
Order. No. I've called the orders. Look, a next group of, sorry, we've concluded this process. I'm not sure what the hand is about. Is it a point of order?
Yes, it is. The honorable co-chair is abusing power. She must please retract, withdraw that statement. It can't sit in this house. You can't abuse power as the co-chair. Yours is just to co-chair and not abuse power. Please respect the house.
Can I assist you, please? Because now, we've got other hands coming up and we've got other colleagues who want to continue with the program. I want to respectfully ask that we allow the other panel members to come to the stage. I know my co-chair wants to respond to that. I'm not sure if.
Thank you. Udwami, there's 4 rallies in KZN on the 16th of June. You will choose which one you want to go to, but young people must be politically active. So on 16th of June, KZN, young people who are calling you. There is no crime there, there's no abuse of power. It's an open invitation for young people to convene and have and participate in political rallies. Thank you.
From our side, thank you very much. I am
is in the
truly inspired by
addressed
the
by
work.
President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Just for clarity, the youth event addressed by President Cyril Ramaphosa will be in Potchefstroom in the northwest. Thank you. Amanda.
You are starting next. Oh. No, thank you very much. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. We are now on the last session of the Youth Parliament, where we'll be giving the political parties to give their perspective on the youth issues aligned to the P20. For the benefit of those who do not know me, my name is Balungile Sapo. I'm the member of the National Assembly deployed by the African National Congress. I will then give it to my co-chair to just outline the purpose and the rationale behind this particular session.
Thank you, Co-Chairperson, honorable members, greetings. My name is Karabo Lerato Chachal. I am a member of the National Assembly. I represent the Democratic Alliance, and I'm also from the Free State, so Hak Vrystaat Hak. Colleagues, we have had different presentations from different stakeholders aligned with the sub-themes of our P20. Just to refresh everybody who's probably online or just joined the session, and also to refresh our minds here in the House, so that we have an understanding of what exactly is it that the political parties are going to be submitting on. You would note that we have 2, 4, 6 sub-themes. The first one being inclusive economic growth. The second one, industrialization and employment. The third one, meaningful youth engagement. Number 4, inclusive social development. Number 5, African development. And the last one, universal access to education. So each political party here has 3 minutes each to deliberate on behalf of their political parties in accordance with these sub-themes. And as a standard protocol, you have 3 minutes just right in front of me on the lectern on your left. The 3 minutes timer is available. We're not going to remind members for them to check their own times. Once your 3 minutes is done, it is done. Take your seat. So I'll now hand over to my co-chair to call the first speaker on.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Honorable members, we will request that you utilize the chair, just that is on my right, so that we can be able to manage time. While we are calling the first speaker from the African National Congress, we'll request that the speaker from the Democratic Alliance to wait on the chair on my right, Honorable Olga.
Thank you, House Chairs. My name is still Olga Siate. I am from the National Assembly representing African National Congress. And Honorable Chair, ever since the 1944 youth engagements has always been an important long-term passion and commitment for the African National Congress. So the ANC firmly believes that the youth population holds the potential to provide comprehensive advice and support to the government in light of the alarming trends of high levels of poverty, inequality, and unemployment that are skewed not only by race and gender, but also by age as well as sexual, physical orientation, as they are disappropriately affect generally the youth, and particularly youth and youth living with disability. Establishing and strengthening a platform like the P20 Youth Parliament should not be an ad hoc random undertaking or malicious compliance from the side of the ministry, but rather such a platform should be part of a wider strategy by the Parliament that represent an opportunity for different youth perspectives and voices to shape policy response to socioeconomic challenges that hold back young people in the working age group from actively participating in the mainstream economy. For instance, limited revenue inhibits the government to invest in technological infrastructure to redress the digital divide that marginalized the youth. It also undermines the government's commitment to invest in quality education and training and good healthcare to take advantage of the demographics divided. Despite the bleak picture of the declining youth empowerment,
The GNU is charting a course for youth development that has greater potential to lift marginalized and vulnerable youth out of poverty, inequality, and unemployment traps. These includes, amongst other things, the Transformation Fund under the TIC, which seeks to provide financial and non-financial support to enterprises owned by historically disadvantaged young people, South Africans, as well as including the youth in particular, and the attempts to convert the SRD grants into a basic income grant, which will act as a buffer against the cost incurred by the youth in the pursuit of decent jobs and in the economy. The ANC Youth League, lastly, will be in support of its call for its youth president, President Colin Malachi, to call on
Honourable member, you can take your seat.
all structures
Honourable
of
member.
responsibilities of power
Member,
to reflect young
order
people,
on you. Olga, I'm
including
gonna chuck you
the
out of the
position of
house.
President of the Republic of South Africa.
Honourable
Malibongwe.
member, you are being disrespectful to the house. Honourable members, what just happened now will not be tolerated again. You all are given strict instructions that you have 3 minutes to speak. In front of you, right next to you, you have a time indicator. The next speaker who attempts to do that will have to pay for that. I will not have it in this house. The next speaker is a representative. The next participant is a representative from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Councillor Ndipiwe Olai.
Finally, thank you very much, House Chair. My name is Ndipiwe Olai. I'm the Federal Leader of the Democratic Alliance Youth. Firstly, I'd just like to make a submission regarding the proceedings of today. I am of the view that initially we should have received the documentation beforehand so we can apply our minds and contribute constructively. Additionally to that, I want to make sure from the previous sittings of this August House Youth Parliament where are the feedback reports in terms of the discussions of that day? How is Parliament exercising its oversight and monitoring processes to ensure that this gathering today does not happen on an ad hoc basis, limiting our contributions to 3 minutes, limiting the youth struggles to 1 month, limiting us and the young people to a single day where we then be silenced by chairpersons of this house who we are here to represent the generations of young people that are outside there. It cannot be limited to 3 minutes, our struggles as young people. Honorable members, distinguished guests, the unyielding youth of South Africa. We stand here as a generation that refuses to be silenced and forgotten, and a future. Thank you very much. We stand here as a generation that refuses to be silenced or forgotten, demanding a future that matches our dreams. Yet we face a harsh reality and a harsh truth of promises of jobs, funding, safety. Institutions such as the NYDA, NSFAS, and others have crumbled into empty words. We fed platitudes, not progress, leaving many of us feeling abandoned but are not defeated. Forged in adversity, we reject the future of broken commitments. History proves that youth are change makers. From the Soweto 1976 to today's global movements, we've already secured as young people a government of national unity that marks a milestone where young people organized and mobilized and ensured that our voices are heard, and today we have a government of national unity. But our mission continues. In next year's local government elections, we will demand accountable leadership. By the national elections, our roar will be deafening. Our struggles of unemployment, inequality, and exclusion must drive the agenda daily and not limited to 1 day or 3 minutes. To leaders, we demand real investment in education, entrepreneurship, and safe communities. No handouts, no rhetoric. The youth reach us. Let us mobilize, organize, and flood the powers and corridors of powers with our resolve. We acknowledge the resilient youth of Mthatha, whose strength inspires us. Our mantra is clear. When the youth works, South Africa works. Key priorities: economic growth, tackling youth unemployment and entrepreneurship. Employment, create jobs through private sector partnerships, expanding TVET for relevant skills, embracing green industrialization. Youth engagement, institutionalize junior councils and the National Youth Digital Democracy Platform for policy input.
I'd like to call on order, Chair.
Honorable member. Hold on, honorable member. Can you please take your seat? Yes, Honorable
Thank you
Hassan.
very much, Co-Chair. It's Honorable Hassan. I'd like to call an order on the tabling staff on the timer. We have timers on our phone and we've already exceeded the amount. So if I could please be looked at officially, because we all have timers on our phone. Please do be consistent. Our speaker was stopped early then.
Honorable Hassan, there is a timer on just in front of us. The honorable member hasn't exhausted his time.
I still have 8 seconds left. Lastly, Minister, when will the announcement be made regarding the NYDA board? We cannot be led by an illegitimate structure which appoints CEOs in
Thank you
small
very
corners.
much, Honorable
Please
member.
announce on the
Can you please
NYDA.
sit? Thank you.
Sit now.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on the speakers list is the member from the MK. Okay, we will check on the virtual platform. Can we get the speaker from the EFF?
Angithathe lethuba ngibingelela abantu abasha imidlamlilo ezizosikhulula. Ngibingelele ke President and Commander in Chief CIC Julius Malema, commissars, fighters and ground forces. The economic freedom fighters has consistently maintained that an entire systematic change is fundamental for tangible economic progress. This is more so for young people in South Africa who want a radical economic shift in response to poverty, inequality, high youth unemployment, and other social ills, tried and multi-layered economic status of our people. Part and parcel of our solution-based approach are the EFF 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars that will see the tide turn in the interest of our nation. It is expropriation of land without compensation for equal redistribution, nationalization of mines, banks, and other strategic sectors of the economy without compensation, building state and government capacity which will lead to the abolishment of tenders, free quality education, healthcare, housing and sanitation, massive protected industrial development to create millions of sustainable jobs, including the introduction of minimum wages in order to close the wage gap between the rich and the poor, close the apartheid wage gap and promote rapid career paths for Africans in the workplace. On behalf of the economic freedom fighters, we will continue to advocate for the rights and the inclusion of people living with disabilities and ensure that the LGBTQI+ community continues to be recognized not only by words, but also by actions. These are tried and tested scientific interventions that the EFF has consistently narrated and pursued since 2014. The failure of the ANC and the GNU to implement these has proven solid to the lack of commitment from those in power to achieve economic freedom for the youth in our lifetime. It is apparent that only the EFF has the zeal, commitment, and the willingness to secure the present and the future of our nation, our land, our economy, our futures. Mandla!
Thank you very order, members. Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. The next speaker, or the next participant will be from the IFP. That is Honorable Ms. Nkosiphile Zwane. Members, a reminder, please, my co-chairperson made a request earlier that if you are speaking next, please use the chair in front so that we don't waste time. Thank you, Ms. Zwane.
Honorable Chairperson, fellow youth representatives, members of parliament and all distinguished guests, good day. My name is Nkosiphile Zwane, as mentioned, and I stand here not just as a delegate, but as one of young South African people who carry the burden of being ready but not given a chance, who wake up each day full of potential yet feel locked out of their own future. To begin with, we must applaud great leadership when we see one. I am referring to the current president of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré. You may ask yourself, why is he iconic? Well, he has managed to make sure that his country owns its resources. Relevance, you may ask? This is where our problems stem from as a country. We do not own our resources, and just maybe had we owned our resources, the current struggles that we are facing would have been alleviated a long time ago. I speak especially for those in rural areas, townships, where opportunities rarely arrive, where talent is too often wasted simply because no one ever invests in it. Let me be honest, South Africa's youth is not okay. We are not lazy, we are not unambitious. We are unemployed, unsupported, and unheard. Youth unemployment stands at over 40% nationally and over 50% in some provinces. This is not just a number. It is pain. It is pain of watching abazali bethu give up their last savings so we can submit job applications that are never answered. It is the pain of depression in silence and of feeling invisible in a country that you love. We cannot afford to keep managing this crisis with half measures and pilot projects. That is why we call for something bold. Let us invest 25% of our GDP in infrastructure, not just in cities, but also in places that have been left behind for decades. Infrastructure is not just roads and bridges. It is healing, it is dignity, it is jobs, it is hope. And it can lay a foundation for an economy where young people finally have a seat at the table. And under this investment, we must center youth. That is why we propose the following: reforming of the NYDA and SEDA to make funding accessible, creating youth enterprise zones in every province, prioritizing of youth cooperative and SMEs in procurement, phasing in a national youth infrastructure, establishing a youth development implementation and oversight framework. Sihlalo, lama proposals are not just dreams, they are survival. They come from our lived experiences. We want to build, contribute, to thrive, but we need a country that meets our willingness with action. Unemployment is not the only problem that the youth faces, but it is one major one that we feel if kept, it will solve a lot of problems. One stone, two beds. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from the Patriotic Alliance, Honorable Low.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, members of Parliament, Honorable Minister. Today I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to affirm our commitment to South Africa that works. Works for the youth, for the unemployed, for the forgotten communities, and for every South African who still believes in the promise of a great nation. The PA believes that true reindustrialization begins with bold state investments and partnerships focused on skills development. The establishment of industrial hubs in marginalized areas, absorbing thousands of young people into light manufacturing, agri-processing and technology. Our mineral wealth must no longer leave our shores raw, but beneficiation is key to job creation and national value retention. We propose a state-owned bank that provides low-interest loans to youth and entrepreneurs, not handouts, but hand-ups. Foreign direct investment must align with our national priorities, such as renewable energy and infrastructure, not mere resource extraction. And because the people must benefit directly, we propose a people's empowerment partner to share in the profits of national industrial success. We say it clearly: South Africans must come first in employment, immigration laws must be enforced, illegal foreigners must be removed. This is not xenophobia, this is patriotism, this is justice, this is jobs for our people. And to build a better future, we call on business leaders to embrace servant leadership, mentor others, build communities, and leave no one behind. Our young people are not just statistics, they are our greatest untapped asset. The PA believes youth must be central to policy design and implementation, not passive recipients. We propose a targeted national service program for youth who are not in education
Low,
or
please take your
employed,
seat.
instilling discipline,
Honorable
skills, and
Low,
purpose.
please can you pause? Just take a seat. What is it, Honorable Zondo?
No, Chair, I'm asking is it allowed to take videos and pictures while the House is proceeding?
Honorable Zondo, I assume you have the rule sheet in front of you. If you're able to point me to the rule you're referring to and your contestation, I'll address you. Until then, mute yourself.
Oh, so that means
You
allowed.
mute yourself.
All right.
Honorable Low, continue, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I be protected, Chairperson? Thank you. Education must be reformed with digital learning, real-time coaching, and a curriculum aligned to the jobs of tomorrow. Let us empower youth to lead through youth advisory councils and ensure their voices are heard in televised youth parliaments across the country. Investments in sports, arts, and culture, not as luxuries, but as tools for healing, unity, and crime prevention. We declare no one must be left behind. We must train grassroots development leaders, empower traditional leaders, and enforce gender-based violence policies with real actions. Not just empty words, but mental health must become a national priority with trauma counseling and wellness service embedded in every community. Above all, we believe in reconciliation through dignity and opportunity, and that of servant leadership must begin at home. Through mentoring, feeding schemes, and restoring pride in our communities. Honorable Chairperson, the time for slogans is over. South Africans are hungry, not for food, but for dignity, for justice, and for hope. The Patriotic Alliance stands ready to deliver that hope, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is a participant from the Freedom Front Plus, that is Honorable Crazon du Plessis.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, my fellow delegates, and all the people on the online platform. I stand before you today not only as a representative of the Freedom Front Plus, but as a voice for a generation that refuses to be silenced by false promises, ideological distractions, and recycled policies that have failed us for 30 years. South Africa's youth face a stark reality. A lot of statistics were mentioned today, and as of the first quarter of 2025, nearly 60% of our youth are unemployed. 1 in 3 young people are not in education, employment, or training. And I want you guys to really think about what that effect will be in 10 years, in 20 years. While the world talks of a fourth industrial revolution, we are struggling to fix a broken skills pipeline. The Freedom Front Plus believes that a future must be earned, not promised. Let me be clear. We, the Freedom Front Plus, rejects policies that reduce young people to mere statistics and numbers and quotas. We reject ideological central planning that disempowers the very communities it aims to uplift. And we propose practical, measurable, and community-driven solutions. We, the youth of South Africa, don't want handouts. We want a fair shot, the tools, the freedom, and the space to build our future with dignity and determination. Inclusive economic growth must mean access to opportunity, not state-engineered outcomes. It means unchaining young entrepreneurs from excessive red tape instantly, giving small businesses room to grow. We need to do that instantly. We can't wait. And trusting individuals to lift themselves when given the means to do so. On the industrialization and employment, we reject the bloated, politicized job schemes. What we need are skills, real, relevant skills in trades, in technology, green and digital industries. Our vision for South Africa is where South Africa has technical colleges, private training partnerships, and dual vocational learning so that all South Africans can prosper. Youth engagement must be more than just a seat at the table. It must be a voice that counts. We cannot continue this. We cannot have once a year youth parliament where a few people speak. A lot of the members mentioned today that not even most of South Africans are represented here today. We need to take this really, really serious. We need to understand the problem, to understand and make a solution at the end of the day. We believe in empowering, of course, young South Africans, not through quotas, but through education in civic leadership, critical thinking, and democratic participation.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the speaker from Action SA.
Okay, no, thank you so much. The speaker from Action SA is Advice Chuma. Greetings, speaker in absentia, honorable members of parliament, fellow young people across political parties, business and civic organization. Today, as we gather here, we have a crisis of unemployment in our country. Young people are greatly affected. This conducive platform for P20 Youth Parliament, created for young people to contribute meaningfully, must not be treated as a tick exercise box. It must be a meaningful one, the one that can bring change. As Action SA, we urge this sitting of P20 Youth Parliament to exceed the scope of simply consulting young people. It must be characterized by actively involving young people as equal partners when making policies, ensuring voices of young people are heard and our contributions are valued, to ensure we effectively address challenges that negatively affect young people, such as unemployment. As part of solution to address youth unemployment, Action SA calls for the rolling out of National Voluntary Year Service as a policy to offer young people an experience that will increase their chances of employment. We also call for establishment of Opportunity Fund, which will raise funds to assist young people confronted with the challenge of funding on their entrepreneurial endeavors and in business. Now that young people have been engaged in promoting inclusivity and ensuring a diverse range of young people's views are heard, this should serve as the beginning of long-term engagement of young people, not just a once-off engagement, because we believe in accountability, and to ensure accountability, we must establish mechanisms that will allow us to hold you accountable as this sitting, and we must receive feedback from our contributions so that we can be able to track the progress. Inko.
Thank you very much, Action SA. The next speaker is from the ACDP, that is Honorable Lamar Peters.
Honorable Chairperson, esteemed guest, young leaders of South Africa, I honor you, Youth Mayor, and I echo what you said. We are here to build tables, but the question is, why do not them allow us in the construction to build those tables? Now, we as the ACDP Foundation do not stand here as spectator of policy, Chairperson, but as steward of purpose. So I speak on behalf of a generation that carries stones, not of war, but of wisdom. We do not come with swords, Speaker, but we come with solutions. Just like David stood before Goliath, we are ready. Now, Stone 1 speaks about empowerment, Speaker. Our call is simple. Let us in, not as ornaments, but as architects. We proposed Youth Address Week in every assembly, digital democracy platform, Speaker, and youth-led performance monitoring committees. This is not idealism, this is fact and evidence-based. Now in India, the Prava Youth Leadership Mobile empowered young people to lead community cleanups, anti-corruption drives, and school safety campaigns. South Africa's youth can do the same and also will do the same if given the platform. Now education, Speaker, speaks up, and we know many echo what everyone knows already. Education is key, but here in South Africa, the door is still locked for many. Let us build an education system that is free where possible, digitally equipped and language diverse and rural friendly. We draw this from the Ethiopia's target subsidy model that prioritizes students' health, agriculture, and education. Now, in our own backyard, Speaker, it's about bloody time. Campaign in Pretoria showed us that even a sanitary pad can tell the difference between a classroom and a dropout. Now let menstrual health be seen not as a charity, but as dignity delivered. Now Stone 3 speak about emotional and physical well-being, Speaker. We cannot build a nation on broken spirit. South Africa's youth face so much mental health crisis, substance abuse, and menstrual poverty. We call for a national youth wellness plan, Speaker, school-based clinics, mobile mental health services, and a widespread of recovery programs. Now, Speaker, globally, 85% of youth that suffers with mental illness in Africa receive no support. Now, this is a silent emergency. Just like in New Zealand, the Ikura program gave free sanitary pads to schools. This saw attendance increases, stigma fall, and dignity rise. Speaker, why not here and why not now? Now, honorable members, let us speak honestly about the giant of debt. 1.2 billion a day interest alone. This is not abstract. This is stolen from schools, clinics, and our young lives. So we echo the Uganda's model of fiscal responsibility, where youth are considered and consulted resulted in borrowing decision. We propose a youth fiscal accountability forum, and we remember the wisdom of Deuteronomy 28. We will lend to many, but borrow from now. So in conclusion, I'm wrapping up, Speaker. We spoke about 5 stones: is empowerment, education, employment, entrepreneurship, and emotional well-being. They are our people. They are the learners in
Thank you very much,
the
Honorable
artists,
Member. Your
Alex,
time
and
is
farmers
up.
in Mpumalanga, and the coders in Cape Town.
Honorable Member,
We
your
are
time is
reclaiming the
up.
mic.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the speaker from UTM, Honorable Matomane.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, and fellow delegates, all protocol observed. CUTM Youth Vanguard asothukanga ngala malungiselelo wale Youth Parliament ngekho semgangathweni. Kakade into nabantu abatsha ayoganga kwelizwe. Yet young people play a critical role in the society. They are the future of this country, but they are the most neglected group by the government. Young people in South Africa face many problems, from high employment rate, gender-based violence, poor educational outcomes, and educational inequality to various forms of poverty. The youth of 1976 should be disappointed in seeing young people suffering like this. We were told that education is the key to success, but what success can be when the graduates are sitting at home with qualification. Also, so-called internship and in-services training are failing to absorb graduate in the labor market. Abantu abatsha bajikajikana nelanga emakhaya, which undermines the idea that education is the key to success. Those who enrolled into institutions of higher learning are plagued by yearly financial uncertainty because the NSFAS is made by insufficiency and poorly management. Despite 555.4 billion budget in 2025, students continue to go hungry at school, homeless, or drop out because they don't get support at first. My fellow young people, this is not just stats or stories from article. I am one of students in Eastern Cape TVET College, King Sabata Dalindyebo, that we are faced with delayed contribution from NSFAS. We stay in the filthy residence and out of the school. We are exposed to a crime, we are exposed to a rape, and we don't get the proper health in proper emergency. We are tired to the point when our leaders speak, we take what they say with a pinch of salt. Yet when we call them out, they say we are disrespectful. Despite this, we have not given up. South African National Youth Policy 2030 calls for economic emancipation and education reform, and inclusion and sustainable livelihoods, but frameworks alone not enough. Those goals must move from boardrooms into classroom, communities, and careers. We demand a new social contract that includes reform, education system aligned with the regional economy. Ndivumile nto zakuthi ndigoduke kukude emakhaya. Thank you. Thank you, UDM. The next speaker is from Rise Mzansi, that's Francesca Versace.
Fellow delegates and fellow South Africans, it is not just the future that belongs to the youth, but it is the present. At the moment, people under the age of 35 make up over 50% of South Africa's working population. Yet they, or rather we, face a multitude of challenges which we have unpacked in detail today. As Rise Mzansi, we know that the youth do not just want handouts. We know the youth wants 2 things. First, to be at the table when key decisions are made in this country, especially where those budget, law, and policy decisions impact on the future of this country. The youth should not just be consulted or asked for their input as a formality. Our young people are smart, many already experts in their field of study. Our young people are entrepreneurial, many already starting and building businesses that solve problems on the ground. Our young people have lived experiences that speak to the very heart of the challenges and difficulties that we've unpacked today. They have the solutions. And yet, fellow delegates, on forums such as this, I must also note that all relevant stakeholders should be present. The presence of the Honourable Minister of Women, Youth and Disabilities is very welcome. However, given the cross-cutting nature of the issues and challenges facing the youth, the lack of representation from other departments such as basic and higher education, health, and social development raises the question of whether this gathering will have real and practical impact. Secondly, the youth wants the opportunity to get our hands dirty. The youth do not need anyone to pave the way for them. We can build the road ourselves. We simply need the tools and opportunities to do so. We need skills training that aligns with our capabilities and the needs of our country. We need a focus on mother tongue education and digital skills. We need real and sustainable jobs opportunities. We need key barriers of entry, especially for women and single mothers, to be removed through the provision of community healthcare and childcare services. Beyond that, the youth is also ready to make new jobs for others. The entrepreneurial spirit, business acumen, and innovation is already there. They simply need to be given a real chance. Let us ensure that the youth are a true part of decision-making in this country, not merely a fringe group to consult. Let us ensure that the youth has the tool and opportunities to build our own roads in South Africa. And I can assure you, if and when we can guarantee these two things, South Africa would not just survive and grow, it would certainly flourish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is an Honorable Pamela from Bosa.
Honorable Chairperson, members of Youth Parliament, fellow young South Africans, I greet you. My name is Pamela Cunningham and I come from Bultwane, South Africa. I rise today not just to speak, but to submit a call to action, a generational mandate rooted in dignity, justice, and opportunity. More than 4.7 million of us young South Africans are not in education, employment, or training. That's not a number. That is a generation full of potential, trapped not by laziness, but by exclusion, locked out of opportunity, shut out of an economy that does not recognize us. But we are not here to complain today. We are here to build. Our policy submission is titled, For Jobs, for Justice, for Youth. Because this fight is about more than just employment. It's about our right to belong, to contribute, to live with dignity in the democracy promised to us. This is our blueprint. Youth First Special Economic Zones, reserving 25% of new jobs for young people. Township Opportunity Zones, turning places of neglect into engines of innovation. A National Graduate Venture Fund, because ideas need capital and not just applause. A Jobs and Justice Fund, free from corruption, investing in real projects and not connected cadres. A National Civilian Service Year to build skills, earn stipends, and serve communities. And yes, we say end tenderpreneurship and build a transparent, fair procurement system that rewards merit and not just connections. But we didn't stop there. We also tabling the Fair Pay Bill, an amendment to the Employment Equity Act that does three things. Bans salary history questions so no young person is trapped in a cycle of underpayment. Mandates salary transparency in job ads because we should not be negotiating in the dark. Guarantees the right to discuss pay because pay secrecy protects inequality. This is not just policy, this is structural justice. We're not asking for favors, we're demanding fairness. We're not the problem to be solved, we are the solution waiting to be unleashed. By 2028, this plan will employ over 500,000 young people, fund 100,000 youth-owned businesses, cut the NEET rates by up to 15%, and restore belief in the South African dream. So I ask you, honorable members, will we go back to empty speeches and forgotten reports, or will we say, this is the moment we turned the tide? The youth are ready to build,
Honorable
but we
member, your
are
time
not
is up. You
built
may
if
take
we
your
are locked
seat.
out.
Thank you, Bosa. I'll now hand over to ATM. The representative there is Honorable Mbofu, excuse me.
Honorable Minister, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you. As I stand before you today representing the African Transformation Movement Youth League, I cannot help but reflect on the immense potential that lies within the youth a potential that remains untapped due to overwhelming challenges we face as a country. Notably, the staggering youth unemployment rate of about 62.4% amongst those aged 15 to 24. Now, that's not merely a statistic, but it represents a lost generation, a generation that is struggling against socio-economic barriers that stifle their opportunities. Now, this figure indicates that out of the 20,583,529 young people in South Africa, aged between 15 to 34, nearly 13 million are unemployed, and about 1.9 million of them are classified as discouraged work seekers, because the status quo on its own in this country, it's discouraging, it's frustrating, and it's demoralizing for the youth. Now, to combat this crisis, it is essential that we prioritize South Africans within the microeconomic space by supporting, investing more, and creating a conducive environment for the SMMEs. Lamashishini mancinci pha emakhaya nakwi-townships makaxhaswe ngurhulumente avulelwe i-market, because they are the backbone of our economy. They contribute about 50% of our national GDP. Now, it is important uba makaxhaswe. Now, imagine if we can also implement a comprehensive agricultural education at the earliest stages of our schooling system, making sure now that we resuscitate agricultural colleges, we embed agriculture and entrepreneurship into our curricula, making sure that agriculture is at the center, because agriculture not only contributes to GDP growth, but it also enhances food security. It lays the foundation for the secondary industries that can process these natural resources. Now, in terms of universal access to education, we demand free, quality education. Education that will respond to the demands of the market, that will respond to the demands of today's economy. As I conclude, the Parliament might recognize the urgency of our situation as young people. Ingabi mere fact of formalities, tick box as baby chiwo up. Sifuna clear time frames, timelines. I challenge the youth, masiliphakamele ilizwe lethu, sibheke phambili.
Your time is up. The order, honorable members. The next speaker is the speaker from Al Jama, Honorable Rua.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all. Honorable Minister, members of Parliament, respected leaders and fellow youth. It is an honor to stand before you as a young Black Muslim woman committed to the fight for dignity, justice, and economic inclusion. We, as the Black, colored, and Indian youth of South Africa, carry a heavy historical weight. Apartheid didn't just take our land, it broke our economies. Townships were never meant to thrive, they were designed to restrict. What we see today, generational poverty, youth unemployment, lack of access to land and capital, is the direct result of that engineered exclusion. These are not just inherited problems, they are political realities we must dismantle. And while we fight for inclusion, we are also fighting for survival. In the Western Cape, there are more drug dens than schools. Gangsterism, gender-based violence, and the underrated alcohol abuse are destroying our youth. How can you talk about youth economic participation when our children are being recruited by gangs instead of guided by teachers? When trauma, addiction, and fear have become the norm for the youth, the mental health of the youth, the exclusion of the youth from many innovation tables. More than anything, we must seek for solutions rooted in justice. We call for the accessibility of such tables to all, because we cannot speak for struggles at a point of privilege. Somewhere out there is a young person with many struggles who has no idea that this parliament exists for such issues to be addressed. We demand for every young person's voice to be heard. Even here, not everyone's voice was heard, yet this gathering is only held once a year. We cannot sit here and say we cater for the youth, yet some of us are still silenced. We don't need any more talk shops, we need action. A national youth assembly that includes township, rural, and other based youth organizations. Real policy influence, not tokenism. Programs that fight drugs, GBV, and gangsterism by building alternatives that cater for the problems harboring the youth from success. In closing, our struggle is not only political, it is deeply spiritual. We are called by our faith to stand for adult justice and to uplift the oppressed. To my fellow youth, do not wait to be invited to the table. Build your own, then invite others in. Shukran. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Mem Rua, order members. The next speaker is from the NCC, that is Honorable Klute.
Honorable Chair of the National Assembly, Chair of the NCOP, honorable members, Progressive Caucus, and my fellow South Africans. My name is Joan Klute. I'm from the forgotten suburb of Mitchells Plain and Blikkiesdorp. The reason why we have such high unemployment is because the education system does not give us the necessary skills to find a proper job. The education system needs to be radicalized in order to make youth more employable, and that's why basic education needs to change. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the unemployment rate on the Western Cape is so high that even Helen Zeller is now planning to look for work in Joburg, hoping that she might become mayor of Joburg. And if Helen Zeller is looking for a job, then you must know the Western Cape is falling.
Honorable members, order.
Don't you worry.
Honorable members.
Don't you worry. I have the solution. Yes, the solution.
Honorable Klute. Klute.
Sorry.
Take your seat. Members, we're all encouraged to be as excited as we are, to be as passionate in our speeches. I do, however, want to refer you guys again to the rules that our excitement must be contained. It shouldn't badger the speaker, and that we shouldn't converse out loudly. So when you do what you're doing, you're chowing at his time. So please allow him, please, to still be heard so that we can still keep the decorum of the House. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am. On what
Chair,
do you?
on a point of order, you can't dictate what a member should debate,
That's not.
whether it triggers you personally or not. There was no excitement. It's a position of the NCC, and you can't dictate what the NCC should say. And you are out of order.
Honorable member, listening is a very beautiful and worthwhile skill. You would note that my submission had nothing to do with Klute, but it had everything to do with the conduct of the House. So thank you very much for your enthusiasm. Klute, take your position.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Here's the solution. The youth makes 1/3 of the population, but we only have a minority in Parliament. But don't worry. Here's the solution, guys. Let parliamentary grandmas and grandpas retire as MPs and send at least 45% youth leaders to Parliament. Then allow me to end of my speech by saying this. Geagbare lede van hierdie huis, soos julle vandag kan sien, het ek 'n pikswart hemp aan. Hierdie hemp verteenwoordig die donker dae wat voor lê nog vir ons kleerling jeug daar buite op die Kaapse vlakte. Hierdie swart hemp verteenwoordig almal die mammies wat elke begrafnis moet huil omdat hulle seuns doodgemaak word deur gangsterisme. Hoekom is daar gangsterisme? As jy werk gee vir die jong mense, dan sal gangsterisme nie seevier nie. Geagbare honorable members, then I just want to end off by saying this. We the youth can dominate Parliament. a young president we need, a young and vibrant parliament and government we need. Because what a young president, a young government, a young parliament, we will be so strong that even America will have to bow down to us. Where even Britain will have to call us your majesty. But don't you worry. Eendag is eendag my kleerling mense. Ons het 'n wit en 'n swart president gehad. Nie lank nie. Daar gaan 'n kleerling president is. That president, future president, might be me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
On a
Thank you very
point of
much.
order, Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
On a point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order?
Just to clarify, the Western Cape has the lowest unemployment rate in the country.
no,
Thank you very much.
No.
That is not the truth. Why is Alan Sella running away from the Western Cape? Oh,
Six.
Honorable members.
Alan Sella's looking for the South.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Klute. Honorable Klute. Honorable Klute.
I would say
we don't do that in this house. Unfortunately, that is not the behavior that we can accept in this house.
I withdraw.
You are out of order. Thank you very much. The next order, honorable members. Honorable Kobe.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify that he was correct factually that Helen Zille is indeed looking forward.
No. You are out of order. The next speaker is the speaker from the PAC, Honorable Ngiba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Minister, through you, I greet everyone who's in the house. We don't have time. I rise today on behalf of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania to assert the vision rooted in dignity, African agency, and economic economic liberation for the youth of this country. We meet under the pressing weight of structural youth unemployment, a legacy of colonialism, and a symptom of a misaligned developmental trajectory. Young people in our country are not lazy, Honorable Minister. They are locked out. Young people are locked out systematically to prepare them for the jobs that are not there, the jobs that they don't exist, and ignored by the industries that harbored the opportunity while lamenting the lack of skills and training in our country. Let us be clear, Honorable Minister, South African Skills Education Training Authority, aka SETAs, collect billions of rands annually, yet millions of youth remain without work, remain without skills, and remain without hope. As the PAC of Azania, we believe that this disconnect must end. Our proposal is simple, practical, and transformative. Let us repurpose SETA's funding towards programs that offer young people qualifications aligned with the real world community needs. Let us forge and establish a collaboration between SETAs and 270 municipalities across the breadth and the length of Azania. In particular, or to be precise, Agri-SETA can rehabilitate our parks, clean our township, and restore dignity in public spaces. And by so doing, we're creating employment with the money that we have, or that the SETA is having. And also, while we are doing that, young people will study horticulture and environmental management. Township schools lack security and sanitation. This is not a crisis alone. It is an opportunity to train youth in basic security, hygiene, and facility management. Allow them to earn stipend and graduate while with a recognized qualification. South African water crisis is largely due to old infrastructure. Let's train young people as plumbers and water
Thank you very
technicians.
much, Honorable Nliba. Your time is up.
You are very brutal.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from the... You're welcome to clap, yes, it's fine. Thank you. The next speaker is from the UAT, that is Honorable Matsipa.
Thank you, Chair, Minister, and the Speaker. Kgotso Africa. I'm standing here representing UAT. The United African Transformation, Tomorrow's Future, referred to as UATTF, is a Pan-African movement that seeks to restore the dignity of African people by elevating poverty, hunger, and starvation. The United African Transformation, Tomorrow's Future aims to transform the livelihoods of the poor masses of our people, the sick and the destitute who have been robbed of their birthrights to land, liberty, and justice. The United African Transformation, Tomorrow's Future believes that the youth development should empower young people to improve their livelihoods and active participants in society. The following are the key areas to focus for youth development: land expropriation and access. Youth economic participation can only be achieved by making land accessible to young people. Access to land is the key component to economic participation and development because land has all the material resources needed for economic activity. No economic activity can take place without land. Land to either farm, build, or extract any form of mineral resources. Furthermore, young people must be supported with all the resources, training, and mentorship needed to be active participants in the economic, not the spectators. Education and skills development. The United African Transformation, Tomorrow's Future hold the view that decolonized quality education and skills development should be a catalyst that propels young people to realize their true potential. The education system should be designed in such a way that the curriculum teaches young people to be self-reliable, sufficient, and sustainable. Education is the most important tool. Education is the most important tool that can be used to awaken the sleeping giants in young people and make them realize their full potential. Decolonized quality education should embolden the youth to play the meaningful role in the economy and take charge of their destiny. Any education that teaches young people to rely on other nations or races for their survival and sustenance can never be a proper tool to be given to young people.
Honorable Member, your time is up. Thank you very much. The next speaker will be the speaker from Good, Honorable Garden. Honorable Caden.
Chair. Thank you, Chairs. I acknowledge all protocols to all of my other fellow honorable members today, as well as those watching from home. I say Tumela, Sawubona, Goeiemiddag, and I say to you, good afternoon. South Africa as a youth is a bleak future. This is the reality. Choose any crisis from the list. A plummeting literacy rate amongst youngsters, crashes of water, electricity, sewerage facilities, the most expensive cost of living in this country's history. It's because of this absolutely depressing dystopia that we find ourselves in the situation today. And we have to ask ourselves that we must acknowledge government's failures in order to allow this dystopia to be created in the first place. If we are to solve the variety of issues facing our youth, the next 3 to 5 financial years will be crucial. Good firmly believes that for the current situation to be reversed, we must focus on the sectors highlighted in G20 of education and industrialization. The required growth needed in this country can only be achieved through these aspects, and that is our escape through poverty. Firstly, in education, we must ensure that the structural upgrades are actually achieved at education facilities. It is unacceptable in 2025 that we are still passing the buck and delaying the fact that pit latrines have not been eradicated in this country. We cannot expect students within this country to achieve FUT phase as well as achieve even further and going into the higher sectors if they cannot even have an environment to start with that is enriching and supportive. Secondly, as previously been mentioned today, so I won't be harping on the topic too much, our technicons are our greatest strength currently in the country. Factually speaking, and as well as survey speaking, they say that studies have showed that high skilled labor and contributions to the economic growth are specifically coming from technicons when it comes to the increased amount of youth into the workforce. So these kind of technicons need to expand and upgrade. And what I mean by that is the amount of courses that they have need to be expanded. So things like what was mentioned today, such as restructuring our entire solar capacity, absolutely vital when it comes to having that infrastructure through technicolleges. Other things such as Wi-Fi hubs within communities are massive amounts of youth support structures that can be used effectively. Industrialization, well, one can easily look at aspects such as port and rail and see how that can immediately make the South African economics grow, as well as provide an abundance of opportunities for youth within the country. I'm aware of my time, and while 3 minutes is very, very small, I must say that Good says that we have a direct responsibility to ensuring that this oversight is actually applied and that this country
Thank you,
has the
Honourable Member. Your time is up.
to come out of this despair. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, you would note that we did not receive a speaker from the MK party. The table staff has advised that the MK party is represented online. So I will now hand over to the Honorable Mwali of the MK party.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to honorable members and all the delegates. The youth today face unprecedented challenges. Unemployment rates are alarmingly high, with many young people struggling to find decent work and inequality persists. Opportunities for economic participation are limited. The government's inability to provide quality education and job opportunities and economic empowerment left many young people feeling disillusioned and frustrated. As we commemorate this Youth Day, we must hold our government accountable for its failures, demand action, not rhetorics, demand policies that prioritizes youth employment, education, and economic empowerment. Demand a government that listens to the voices of the young people and responds to their needs. To the youth of South Africa, I say, umkhonto wesizwe uthi kini, your voices matter, your futures matter, your futures matter. Let's work together to build a future for all. A future where every young person has access to quality education and decent work and economic opportunities. Esikushoyo kafushane nje, abantu bakithi abancane noma abantu bakithi abasebancane bagxilile ema-drugsini ngenxa yokuthi mebephuma ey'koleni abanama-options ngoba lo hulumeni uhlulekile ukuthi wakhe imisebenzi ezokwazi uku-addressa le namba enkulu ekhulayo njalo ye-unemployment. Njengamanje sibheke ku-2030 sithe kwi-NDP kufanele kushaye leso sikhathi i-unemployment ingaphansi kwa-8%. Kodwa njengamanje sihleli kwi-unemployment engaphezu kwa-43%. Indaba ingoba lo hulumeni awunandaba nabantu, ingoba lo hulumeni awenzi lutho okuzo-addressa ama-issues abantu abasebasha. So namhlanje ngifuna ukuthi kubantu base-South Africa, ikakhulukazi abasha, uthi umkhonto wesizwe nikhumbule yonke into lo hulumeni oyenze kini 30 years ago. Nikhumbule yonke into lo hulumeni oyenze kunina eminyakeni eminingi eyedlule. So i-correcta ngevoti ngokuthi sithathe ivoti silinikeze umkhonto wesizwe ozoqhamuka nama-plans azokwenza iy'mpilo zabantu zibe ngcono.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Please continue, Honorable Mwale.
Sengivala nje ngithi umkhonto wesizwe uready ukuthatha ugovernment uze nama options azokwenza izwe libe ngcono nempilo zabantu zibe ngcono asihlangane nevotini siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwale. Thank you very much, other honorable members. That brings us to the end of the youth party statements. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Chair of NCOP, Honorable House Chair, presentations were made. Young people made reflections. They submitted recommendations and proposed solution to certain aspects. Now it is the end of our tender as the steering committee. We are going to hand it over back to you to sum up the 2025 Youth Parliament and chart the way forward on what is going to happen from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Co-Chairperson. Officially, I'll hand over to the Chair of Chairs of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, that is Tate Cedric Frolick, who is going to then hand over the closing remarks for us. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, honorable members. We've just got a slight adjustment to the program. Before I'm going to hand over to the Honorable Governor, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, I want to call upon the Honorable Minister of Women, Youth, Children and People with Disabilities. Give her a warm round of applause. You see, the minister was here since this morning, right until the end, and she honored us with her presence.
Thank you very much, House Chairs. I really want to thank young people of South Africa. It has not been a waste of time. In fact, I think this is a very fruitful day for young people in South Africa. I must tell you that I indeed did listen carefully to issues that you raised and the many proposals that you also made. And we take all of them very seriously. I will also, if possible, request that we be furnished with the recordings of this sitting so that we can go through it. If possible, and young people who are members of parliament here, both in the NCOP and NA, if it is possible for them, I wish that we could find time, sit together and go through the recordings so that all of us, we can agree on the minutes, on the actions, on what we should take forward. I will actually request that. I thought I would be given an opportunity to respond to the question that said, what are we doing to strengthen NDA? I'm a National Youth Development Agency. I'm not going to answer that question, but I do have the responses to that. We have big plans for the NYDA. But I think I must respond to the question that says NYDA is led by an illegitimate board of NYDA. Section 9E of the NYDA Amendment Act 11 of 2024 states that, I quote it, where the board is no longer correct due to vacancies resulting from mass resignation or there are unanticipated delays in fulfilling the vacancies or filling the vacancies of the board, the minister, who is this one, will make a recommendation to the president to dissolve the board, and we did that because there was delay in the process of parliament. Secondly, the minister shall manage the appointment process of an interim board, and the minister shall recommend candidates to the president for appointment to the interim board, and we did exactly that. Then it says the president must designate one of the members of the interim board as the chairperson and another as the deputy chairperson, both of whom shall be executive members of the interim board, which means they are full-time. That has happened. And it then says the interim board shall perform the functions of the board. The interim board shall perform the functions of the board. So it's got the powers of the board until a new board is appointed. And it does not prescribe time. So until the new board is appointed, we have an interim board which is legitimate. Therefore, the social media might be misleading, but I thank you very much, young people of South Africa. I feel empowered. I feel energized. You are the future. You are the today. You are everything that South Africa needs. There is leadership.
Listen properly, Councillor. Councillor, listen properly.
We will respect the office of the minister.
Listen properly, Councillor.
Thank you. I now want to hand over and thank you, Honorable Minister, once again, to the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who will make some concluding remarks, and after which we will then formally close the session.
Thank you very much, my co-chair, the Honorable Frolick, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable House Chair, the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, leaders of institutions supporting democracy, civil society organizations that joined us today, honorable members, honorable delegates here in the Good Hope Chamber, as well as those on the virtual platform, I greet you all this afternoon. I must say that having listened to this session today, I feel the energy of the youth. And I myself will leave this chamber this afternoon very much energized, knowing that the youth of our country are so vibrant in their thoughts, in their discussions, and the manner in which they came and presented here today, and even those on the virtual platform. Give yourselves a round of applause for your participation. Honorable delegates, at the beginning of the session, I put forward a challenge to young people. I said, 1, be bold in your ideas. 2, be fearless in your participation. And 3, to be united in your commitment to a more inclusive, innovative, and youth-driven future. In your discussions today, you demonstrated all of that. As we reflect on some of the key issues that were raised during today's deliberations, the youth spoke in one voice when they stated that we need to be aggressively addressing issues of youth unemployment and youth economic exclusion. Young people also implored government and parliament to develop a multifaceted approach, focusing on education, skills development, entrepreneurial skills, and job creation. Young people also implored government to create more opportunities to participate in youth policy making in order to ensure that government passes laws that takes into account the challenges faced by the young people of our country. Today, we have also witnessed young people engaging in robust discussion and putting forward very aggressive and progressive ideas on how South Africa can change the development landscape to benefit the youth of our country. This engagement will not be just an event. This is a process of active engagement that will continue during the 7th administration. It is also imperative to note that for the first time since the inception of the Youth Parliament sessions, we have requested youth formations and interest groups to compile detailed submissions which will shape the youth development agenda for the 7th dispensation. And I can tell you today that we've received a number of submissions from organizations out there. I am sure that beyond today's discussions, the youth of South Africa are expecting Parliament to outline how we will take your proposals forward to ensure their implementation. This is what we will do. Parliament has taken the time to schedule this session early in the 7th dispensation in order to develop a targeted youth development agenda to inform our oversight drive over the medium term. This will enable Parliament to develop a targeted oversight approach, focusing on government's planning, budgeting, and implementation processes to advance the youth agenda. In order to enable us to commence this important work, a detailed report will be compiled outlining all the recommendations and demands that were articulated in today's session. This report will then be tabled in both houses, referred to committees, and to the three-sphere government for further processing. A three-sphere ministerial session will then be convened, where members of the executive will be invited to provide detailed response plans articulating how government intends to respond to the overarching youth development agenda, as articulated by South Africa's youth in today's session. We will also activate a three-sphere intergovernmental coordination mechanism, which will prioritize youth-led policy implementation through a well-functioning three-sphere coordination and tracking program. In order to ensure that matters raised here today are effectively implemented, young people will have to be more organized across provinces, metros, districts, and localities by getting involved in the planning, budgeting, and implementation processes of our country. If you as youth do not actively engage the government of the day, the youth development agenda will continue to be undermined due to youth apathy. As we actively prioritize social compacting between government, civil society organizations, interest groups, and youth formations, we must do so recognizing that the youth transformation agenda will not be achieved without partnership and synergy. As I conclude, I wish to request that we maintain a vibrant relationship between youth structures and Parliament for purposes of tracking, monitoring, and evaluation to ensure sustained implementation of the youth agenda. I want to thank you all for attending today, and I will now hand over to Honorable Frolick for his vote of thanks and close the session. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Chairperson. And I want to start off by saying that the participants here today has proven to us, Minister, that indeed Fridays can be a working day in Parliament. Fridays can be a working day in Parliament. So in future, we'll take a leaf out of the book of what happened here today of the youth, and we will arrange programs right until 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. In that way, we'll be able to deal with all these recommendations and challenges that has been given to us. Let me start off by firstly thanking the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Dediza, who is still here in Parliament. She's having a number of engagements in her office, and she has conveyed and she has followed some of the proceedings with interest, and she has conveyed her well wishes for everybody who has been here today, and also those who must travel back home. You must travel safely. Also, in absentia, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and of course, my colleague and co-chairperson of the steering committees on sectoral parliaments, that's the Honorable Governor. Thank you, Honorable Governor, for your presence. Then I also want to once again express a word of gratitude to Minister Shikunga. And we know that in the other sectoral parliaments that will be taking place, the Women's Parliament, also the Children's Parliament, the Disability Parliament, and the Men's Parliament, our officers will collaborate with one another. We don't need to compete with the executive, or the executive don't need to compete with Parliament. We can collaborate. And when you collaborate, you achieve success. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Let's give the Minister a round of applause again. Also, Honourable Minister, the staff in your office, led by Nompendulu Mkachwa, has been very helpful, and we look forward to her further assistance as well. The Secretary to Parliament also joined us earlier, as well as the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Kaso, who is the sponsor of the Youth Parliament. There is a number of support staff and services from Parliament that is made today possible, both from the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. We've, especially in the steering committee, emphasized on the need to advertise, spread the message of a youth parliament that was going to happen, and parliamentary communication services played an excellent role in providing that support. The parliamentary communication services will also make a compilation of the material of what we've done here today and what we've seen, and it will be distributed in electronic form to everyone who is in attendance. Then the members of the steering committee, it was quite a unique situation, an opportunity that was created, and you can be assured this won't be the last time that you will be engaged, because going towards the P20 that will take place here in South Africa, in the Western Cape later this year, there's a specific day that has been set aside for the youth, and you can expect to be engaged going forward. We're also planning a number of online seminars and discussions that will be taking place. So for those who did not get the opportunity today, surely that opportunity will be created. And if there was any confusion around that, it is a matter that will be attended to. May I also indicate that at the Youth Day at the P20, those who will be there will have the opportunity to engage also with youth from other countries so that we can share experiences with one another and also be aware of the global issues that impact directly on the youth of the world. In Parliament, the National Assembly specifically, we have 74 members of Parliament who are under the age of 40. Now, the Interparliamentary Union use the age of 40 as the absolute limit for youth representation. Now, if you translate that, it's just less than 20% of members. But if you compare it with some of the other parliaments in the world, the average is only 3% in those countries. So although we're not there where Jehan wants us to be yet, where all the grandmothers and grandfathers must retire, and may I say I'm still safe where, as far as Jehan is concerned, because I'm not a grandfather yet, we are doing a lot better than what other countries are doing, although a lot more can be done. There were a number of presenters that tabled papers and made contributions. We want to thank them as well. And then our chairpersons of the sessions. We agreed beforehand to say that the two of us are not going to sit here and chair the sessions the entire day. We want to see what happens when you give an opportunity to younger members of Parliament to take the opportunity and to come and show us what they really have. Because usually they sit in portfolio committees, they're not necessarily chairpersons of committees. But Honorable Chikunga, I've seen a few today. Where's the Honorable Chirwa? I was at one point, Honorable Chirwa, I like the way you said it. Straight, very strict. You are not going to allow this sitting to degenerate. You were very firm. Very firm. I remember that. I remember that. I was almost afraid she was going to go to the next step to invite the white shirts or the bouncers in to remove certain people. No, but thank you very much. And then where's the Honorable Breed who said, this is my house. I'm not going to allow this in my house. So you can be expected that you will be involved in some of the other activities in Parliament. Thank you very much. And then the representatives of the different political parties, both physically present and those who are online, for being here, but also enriching us. And I think it was a good intervention that was made by one of the chairpersons who said, let's give an opportunity to those who are not public representatives to have their say. Because some of the things that we heard after that was absolutely fantastic. The school learners who were here and some of the other sectors who were represented. But we want to emphasize, and the speaker told me just after lunch, that we must immediately work on the youth caucus in Parliament to formalize that structure. so that that youth caucus can be replicated in the provinces and also in the municipalities. So you have that direct line of that engagement that public representatives then have without crowding out the other participants that is necessary there. One feature that we need to work on also, Chairperson, is to encourage in these type of sectoral engagements, and especially with the youth, the use of indigenous languages, so that when you speak to the youth, you speak into them in a language that they do understand and relate with. It's something that we must work on, and I'm quite sure we'll be able to achieve those objectives. Going forward, the steering committee will have a session where we will evaluate the proceedings since we started working on this project up to today where we are. But once again, thank you very much. I hope for those who are remaining and staying on in Cape Town that you do not miss your flights tomorrow morning when you must go back home. And please take care for those who are going to travel. Travel safely, Godspeed, and everything of the best with all your endeavors that you are undertaking. Thank you very much.
Now, thank you very much, Honorable Frolick, and thank you for co-chairing with me. Honorable delegates, we wish you safe traveling mercies and hope to see you all again. The session is now closed. Thank you. There are some delegates whose transport is waiting.
Thank you very much.
Transport is